Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have the best stories of November 2024. I believe it's 34 in total. This was a pretty good month in my personal opinion. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. It takes just a quick second and it helps out the channel immensely. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post videos just like this one all of the time. Sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Nothing is working. I can't get out. Every time I try, it's the same. I never should have been fooled by that flyer. Treasure? Yeah, right. I'll be lucky to get out of this alive. It started with that weird paper I found on my car in the parking lot earlier today. It was some sort of flyer advertising. Trick or treat for treasure. Real gold, precious gems, and more. All yours for the taking. If you are brave enough, join us tonight at 5 p.m. 10/30/2024 at the Center Street Mall. If you dare. Costumes mandatory. It seemed like some sort of event or contest. I started to wonder if there was a legitimate prize or if this was some sort of scam. If it was some sort of Halloween contest and they were giving out actual treasure, I might be in for it. I was getting kind of crappy hours this time of year at work, so I would not turn down the prospect of a big prize. I had no plans for Halloween Eve anyway, so I thought, what the heck, why not? As I was reading the flyer and making my decision, my friend and coworker Scott clapped me on the back and asked, "What are you reading?" I regarded him and showed him the flyer. Some kind of contest. Check it out. There might be a legit prize or something. We should go. He raised an eyebrow but did not hesitate too long before responding. Yeah, let's do it. Nicole might want to go too. She's always down to check out Halloween decorations and spooky stuff, so she would love an excuse to go trick-or-treating. I'll call her now. It was decided, and we went home to get ready. I got a blue jumpsuit and Michael Myers mask and took an empty pillowcase like I used to when I was a kid going trick-or-treating. I figured if they really did give out valuables to the winners, it might be a take all the loot you can carry, and I would need something to haul it in. I felt a bit silly, but if it was real, I wanted to be ready. I got in my car and drove off to pick up Scott and Nicole. Scott was dressed as a pirate and Nicole was dressed as a witch. We regarded each other's costumes and enjoyed the nostalgic feeling of getting ready to go trick-or-treating. We arrived at the location at 4:50 p.m. and got out. I thought it was a bit strange since the Central Street Mall had been closed down due to a fire that destroyed much of the building. It had never reopened, but I guess somehow these people got a permit to host an event here. We found a few other people waiting there in costume, so at least we were not alone. I was looking around for some sort of event official to see if we should wait in a specific area. Scott and Nicole had struck up a conversation with two people wearing a ghost face and zombie getup. I waited and watched my phone, and at 5 p.m. on the dot, a large black van pulled into the parking lot. It had tinted windows and a small logo on the side that said, "Trick or Treat." It parked nearby, and a tall man in a large white sheet that made him look like a cheap ghost stepped out. He spoke very curtly, saying, "Is this everyone?" I looked around and saw a decent group of other people, and we all nodded in unison. He clapped his hands together and proclaimed, "Good, very good. Now a few ground rules about how this is going to work. The old stores in this mall have been converted into a haunted village, so we have a large group of makeshift houses with real hardwood doors, decorations, and everything. Besides the eye candy of our authentic set, they have something I know you will all be interested in. You are allowed and encouraged to knock at every door and trick or treat as normal. The gifts these tenants give out will run the gambit from cash to valuable gems, gold, and silver. All of this treasure is real, I assure you. You are of course allowed to keep whatever you can take out. The group seemed excited, and were about to cheer at the declaration, but the man in the ghost costume interrupted and held out his arm in a flourish and continued. Now you might be thinking, what's the catch? Well, I am glad you asked. Once you are in there, you will not be allowed out until you can find the main door's release switch, but I must warn you it is well hidden, on top of whatever you can get with trick-or-treating. If you are able to make it out, you will win a prize of $100,000. We all gasped when we heard the crazy amount of prize money. If they were willing to shell out that much to the winners, I was thinking that this was going to be tougher than I expected. The man in the ghost costume resumed his explanation. Now, you will not be alone in there. Besides the villagers, there is something else that stalks the shadows. This other visitor is there for treats of his own, and if it catches you, well, let's just say you will be out of the contest. I heard a grim chuckle coming from underneath the cheap sheet, and figured he was trying to play up the scary angle to this event. He continued with his instructions. Now, the people in the village are there to help, but only if you follow their rules. You are to remain in costume at all times. You are to say trick or treat at every door. You are not to try and enter their houses no matter how desperate you are. You are to say thank you after visiting each house. You are not to try and sneak out through any other means. If for any reason you do not abide these rules, the villager who catches you is authorized to ring the disqualification bell, which will see you removed from play. Occasionally the villagers will ring a town bell and lock their doors. This is the only warning alarm you will get when danger is near, and you should indeed be careful. Danger stalks the shadows. You will have to run or hide, though I would not advise the former. It is very fast. He did his best ominous laugh as he finished up, and waved us toward the entrance. We looked at each other. Everyone was a little unsure. What exactly was the danger stalking the shadows? I was wondering myself if they were really giving out valuables, or if this was some sort of trick. I also wondered what the alarm was for. I wondered if the danger was a person in costume trying to scare us like a haunted house. It seemed like if you broke the rules or got caught, you would lose your loot. As I was contemplating the rules, Nicole asked a question. What happens if we need to leave early? Like for a legitimate emergency? Is there some sort of emergency exit? We saw the man under the sheet shake his head and respond. No, I am afraid you will have to exit like everyone else. If you are unable to continue, then I would suggest finding a good hiding spot and waiting for your fellow participants to open the door. Once you are in, the front door will be the only way back out. Also, cell phones must be checked at the door. You will be able to retrieve them when you leave. Don't try to sneak them in. That will be considered a violation of the rules. No unfair advantages. If anything is not agreeable and you do not wish to participate, let us know now. Otherwise, enter and conquer your fears. Good luck. He waved his hand and it seemed he was departing before answering any other questions people had. There was some sort of staged fog or smoke screen, and he had suddenly vanished. The little magic act elicited a few cheers of awe of the stunt, but I wondered what we were supposed to do to get in. As if on cue, there was a loud rumbling sound and the heavy-duty doors on the entrance swung slowly open. Next to the door we saw a small lockbox with an aperture wide enough for our phones. One by one we dropped them in. I didn't feel great about doing so, and I was even more paranoid this was a scam and we were going to come back and they would be gone. Scott and Nicole dropped their phones in and moved on, so I just did the same. We moved beyond the threshold with our small group. There were 15 people when we had arrived, yet when I looked around before stepping through the door, it seemed we had lost 3. A dozen players in total moved into the darkness and braced ourselves for the challenge. The main door led through a narrow hall that was dimly lit. I could barely see in front of myself, and Scott and Nicole huddled close to try and not get separated. We were positioned around the middle of the row of players. The person in front was dressed as a Jedi, and had a lightsaber that conveniently lit up at least some of the dark hall. We followed the narrow tunnel-like path, and as we all moved further inside, we heard the heavy entrance doors slam shut behind us. They were not joking. We were really locked in. I felt bad since someone near the back of the line heard the same sound and started panicking and saying he did not know there would be the dark tunnel and such confined space. He said he had claustrophobia and needed to get out. Another player stayed behind with him, and his pleas for help and knocking on the door faded as the rest of us moved further in. Fortunately, we soon saw a much stronger source of light. We had arrived in the so-called village. The area, which I think used to be the mall's food court, had been transformed into a Dark Ages-style town square. The light was emanating from a large bonfire in the center of the square. The smoke wafted up into an open skylight that allowed for some ventilation. There were huddles of small houses that looked handmade and very authentic to the theme they were going for. "This is so cool," Nicole shouted out in glee as she admired the decorations. Besides the houses and other structures, there were a lot of other cool details. I had to hand it to them. The smaller flourishes were awesome. There was fake blood on the doors and the ground. Large dents and slash marks were on many surfaces. Even if I lost, I thought this might still be fun just for the experience. Scott and Nicole shared in the enthusiasm of arriving, and we looked at each other and smiled and set about our treasure hunting. Scott pulled us along, saying, "Come on, let's hurry, the others have already started." He was right. The rest of the players had split up and were knocking at doors while we stood there. I agreed with him and pointed to the first house on the left and said, "Alright, let's start on the left and work our way in a nice circuit around the square, and we can move further in then. Let's see if they really are giving away treasure." We moved up to the first house and knocked on the door. An older-looking woman wearing a domino-style face mask answered. She looked at us and waited, and I couldn't believe I almost forgot on the first house. We all said it together. "Trick or treat." The woman smiled and reached into a small pouch she carried and produced 3 large red objects. She dropped them into our bag, and I looked down and saw something I could barely believe. The treat was a gemstone which looked like an actual cut ruby. I could not tell, but based on the size and guess of the carat, it looked like it would run several $1,000s. Scott looked on in disbelief and asked, "Do you think this is real?" And Nicole's eyes widened when she saw hers and indicated, "I think these are real. They weren't joking. We gotta do more. Let's go." We were about to leave, but I remembered a rule right before we got burned by it. I turned around and said, "Thank you." Scott and Nicole followed my lead, and after we thanked for the incredible treasure, she closed her door and we moved on to the next house. We visited 2 more houses, and were surprised and delighted by the offerings. The second house gave out gold bars, which also looked completely authentic, and the third house was handing out billfolds with $1,000 in cash inside them. 3 houses in and we felt rich already. We eagerly moved on to the 4th house when we heard a bell ring and raised voices. It sounded like an argument and someone was shouting in the distance. We approached and saw a man dressed in a devil costume banging on a door to one of the houses. The bell chimed again from inside, and the man in the devil costume screamed. "No, it's not fair, I just forgot. I was going to say it. You can't kick me out. Come on, I need this money. This is BS. You can't just make me leave. I'm taking this money, you can't stop me." He went on into an even worse tirade of colorful language, and it seemed like the issue was he had forgotten a rule and was out now. We watched on as he continued to rage. Suddenly another bell chimed in the distance, answering the first, and we heard a louder bell ringing from somewhere in the town square. This was followed by the sound of bars being placed on the interiors of doors and lights being turned out. Guys, we should hide. I think that is the alarm." Scott and Nicole nodded, and we found an area with a few crates next to the last house we had visited. The other players dispersed as well, except for the man in the devil costume who kept pounding on the door of the villager, who had caught him breaking the rules. The rest of the area became deathly quiet, and suddenly I felt a disturbing chill in the air, and heard the faint rustling of something large moving nearby. I was wondering if the person in the stalker costume was supposed to bounce people if they broke the rules. We all watched in our hiding places as the light dimmed near the house, and the man in the devil costume turned around and noticed the entire area was empty. "Alright then, I'll go. But I am taking the stuff I got so far. Just try and stop me." He was not going without a fight. I wondered how they would handle someone disrupting the game. I didn't have to wait long. A looming shadow appeared behind the man as he was bellowing his challenge. He paused and was just turning to face it when it crashed down onto him, and there was a blood-curdling scream and he had vanished. The man was gone, and all that was left was a red stain where he had been standing and a fallen bag. I was impressed at how realistic it was. I wondered if some of the other players were plants, and they were trying to help them put on a show. Other players hiding nearby were gasping out loud, and some were trembling in their own hiding spots. It was quite the show. Even I was getting a little tense. As I was considering what was going on, Scott moved out of our hiding spot and crept toward the red stain where the man had been and whispered, "Mine now." He was quickly grabbing the contents of the man's bag, and a big smile spread on his face as he saw the gems and cash that he would be taking. I was concerned, since I did not hear anything to indicate it was safe to resume. Then I heard the same rustling sound and saw the shadowy form appear behind Scott. Before I could issue a warning, it was over. He was not pulled up and away though. Scott was hit from behind and fell on his face. The attack looked too real and sounded like actual impact and painful tearing. My immersion was broken, and I was suddenly very concerned. I went to check on him. I wasn't going to let some actors actually harm my friends or anyone else. I heard a disturbing gurgling sound and a horrible crunching and chewing and then running. The town bell rang again, the lights came back on and the trick-or-treating could resume. Nicole and I went up to Scott, who had not gotten back up yet. We guessed someone would escort him to the exit since he was out. When Nicole touched Scott, he did not respond, and when she rolled him over, she let loose a haunting shriek. I looked down at what she had seen. Scott had half of his head removed, sliced clean off. He was laying on the ground dead. Warm blood soaked the area around his lifeless corpse, and I saw in nauseating detail the better part of his brain leaking onto the floor. I dropped my own bag in disbelief and horror. It was not just for show. They were actually going to kill us if we were caught. Nicole was still screaming and starting grasping at my arm, shouting that we needed to leave. I agreed and we went back the way we had come from and sprinted to the main door, We heard screams from elsewhere in the village, and it signaled that others had realized the true danger and horror of what was really happening. We were not alone in our flight, and a couple in Raggedy Ann and Andy costumes were ahead of us, and arrived at the door and started pounding on the massive gate, screaming to be let out. We moved next to them and added our own chorus of pleas, but there was no response. My heart sank when I remembered that the only way to open the door was to find a well-hidden switch, no exceptions. I pulled Nicole aside and she was near catatonic with fear. I tried to help her focus and spoke as softly but directly as I could. Nicole, I know you are scared. I am too, but we need to get out. The switch, we have to find it. They are not going to let us out. We have to find the switch to open the door. She started to settle her breathing down and nodded her head and agreed. I know, I can't believe they killed him. I can't believe they are doing this. What was that thing? How was it so fast? That can't be a normal person. It looked like a monster. She was starting to lose it again and I told her, I don't know. I have no idea. It does not matter. We need to find that switch to get out of here alive. Please, we need to go now. Nicole followed me, and I tried to convince the others by the door to help us search. They kept trying the door, and eventually the girl dressed as Raggedy Ann said, Maybe it can't get us by the door. It isn't here. It is near the houses. We are staying here. As soon as it opens, we are getting out of here. I could not begrudge their fear, but I was concerned that it might not be that easy. We really needed all the help we could get looking for the switch, yet they were determined to stay, so we moved on without them. We got back to the town square just in time to find new bodies and scratch marks dotting the area. The man Nicole had spoken with before in the ghost face costume was lying in front of one of the houses with his entire front torn open and large portions of his innards missing. The sight made Nicole and I gag as we discreetly moved past the horrendous sight. The stench of fresh death and the nauseating miasma of torn open and splayed out bodies was almost too much to handle. We moved on and began searching every nook and cranny in the central village for something that looked like a switch. After about 10 minutes of searching, our hearts sank as we heard the town bell being rung again. It sounded further off, like it was in a different section of the mall. We had not moved much further, and so we did not know how much of the mall had been converted into houses to play this sick game. Despite the distance, we did not feel safe, so we hid in the same spot as before and waited until all clear was sounded. I had an idea that was born out of desperation, but I thought of a way we might be able to escape. I looked at the central bonfire still crackling and burning. Then I looked to the skylight and I thought we might be able to escape if we could get up there. I had no idea if we could find the switch in time before we were killed, so any other escape would be welcome. I told Nicole the plan, and we started searching for anything like sections of rope or large ladders we could use, even the crates or something we could stack. The man in the Jedi costume came back into the square and saw what we were doing and offered to help as well. He had a horrified look on his face, and his prop lightsaber had blood on it. We had stacked some crates and found a length of rope that might reach the top. We would have to find a way to launch the rope up another 10 feet or so. Fortunately, there was a small pipe or fixture available on the roof near the panel, and it was feasible that if we threw the rope up like a lasso, we could catch on to it and climb up and escape through the skylight. I was concerned since I had not done a rope climb since high school gym class, but having my life on the line was a good motivator. We had the loose, lasso-like section at the end of the rope, and after trying and failing to hook the pipe, we succeeded after the 20th try. The man in the Jedi costume, who was named Frank apparently, had volunteered to go first. He gave the rope a strong pull and it held. He grabbed on and hoisted himself up the rope. He was in pretty decent shape since he was making good progress. He was just a few feet from the skylight when we heard a bell ringing from below. We looked down and saw a person standing in front of their door watching us ascend and ringing the bell. We shouted for Frank to hurry up, but we saw something above us that made us all freeze in fear. It was a shadow that was moving on the ceiling, and it climbed into view, obscuring the dim light coming through the skylight. We heard a guttural snarling sound and a snap of gnashing teeth, and suddenly Frank was falling. We all leapt off of the crates and tumbled down to get out of the way. Frank plummeted nearly the entire 28-foot drop from the ceiling. He struck his head on the stacked crates and smashed onto the floor with a horrifying crunch. I had rolled off to the side and broken the worst of my fall. I saw Nicole nearby on her side trying to get to her feet. Frank was motionless, and when I saw the amount of blood pooling near his prone form, I knew he was likely dead. I looked back up and the haze of smoke obscured my vision. Something was still up there blocking the ventilation. I saw the glimmer of yellow eyes regarding me, and I heard a chilling and visceral growl that froze my blood. It was still here, and still haunting us. I moved quickly and tried to get Nicole and help her to her feet, but before I could act, there was an explosion of movement, and I saw a looming shadow on top of my own. I barely had time to throw myself to the side and avoid the crashing form of the creature, as it left a giant dent in the ground where it had landed. In desperation, I managed to pull myself behind the wood panel that was sticking out from one of the houses. I looked back and saw the thing that had been hunting us. It was the first time I had seen it for longer than a brief second, and what I saw was a nightmare made manifest. It had jet black fur that seemed to shift and blend into the darkness itself. Prodigious claws, nearly a foot long, each emerged from the distorted hands of the thing. The face was still shrouded by some impenetrable darkness, except for the piercing yellow eyes that followed every movement of its intended prey with precision. The loud, bestial breathing of the thing was awful, and its breath smelled like death and decay. I had no idea what I was looking at, but the best analogy my fear-addled mind could conjure was a werewolf mixed with pure, hateful shadow. I managed to drop low, and the eyes did not track me by some dumb luck. I breathed a sigh of relief and then a gasp of horror as I remembered Nicole was still out there. I lifted my head as much as I dared to look out into the square and saw the nightmare beast towering over her prone form. I heard her voice cry out and scream, "No!" before it was silenced by a single terrible strike that sprayed the whole area with her blood. It was too much, and I covered my head and huddled there behind the panel, hyperventilating and trying to come up with some plan to survive this. Scott and Nicole were both dead, along with who knows how many other participants. I had to try something. After the all clear was sounded, I slowly emerged from my hiding spot and saw that Nicole's body was gone. All that remained was a pool of blood. I said a prayer for her and for Scott and left the morbid scene. I was on my own now, but I had to find that switch. I looked at my bag of treasure and sighed dejectedly. Not much use if I die before getting to spend it. The only treasure I needed was to leave this place alive. I moved past the first village and into another section which told a similar tale to the first. Blood and body parts, giant scratches, and sometimes the remains of people's treasure bags. I had an idea and walked up to a door and knocked. A man emerged wearing a plague doctor costume, and I said, "Trick or treat?" He handed me what looked like an uncut diamond, and I would have been thrilled before the reality of this place had been revealed to me. I thanked him and immediately followed up by begging him, "Please, man, if you know where the switch is, tell me. You cannot just sit here and watch us die. I don't know what kind of crazy operation this is, but if you are all involved, then you are complicit in all these murders. Please, you don't have to tell me. Just give me a clue, a direction, something. Just give me a chance. He started to close the door and I considered kicking it in and forcing him to help, but his hand was already on a small silver bell, and I realized I would be signing my own death warrant by doing so. Reluctantly, I left the house and searched around for a different path. I saw something out of the corner of my eye that looked different. It was a small piece of metal sticking out of a wood wall panel. I thought I had found the switch, but instead it seemed to be a door of some sort. It was a wall covering blocking one of the old entrances to the mall's technical corridors that go behind the stores and connect them. My heart leapt. I thought I had found another way out. I entered the corridor and sealed the way behind me. It was very dark and I could barely see where I was going, but I pressed on. After walking a few minutes, I saw a light ahead and almost let out a cheer of joy when I saw an emergency exit door at the end of the corridor. My relief was short-lived, however. When I pressed the handle and the door held fast, I looked for a lock or something and saw nothing. I pressed harder and then started slamming my shoulder into the door and kicking it. My legs and shoulder were on fire, but I persisted and eventually there was a cracking sound and some give. Several more attempts saw the door swing wide, and I was confused when instead of the outside, it appeared to be another corridor. I rushed on through, and after a few minutes of moving through the hall, I found another door. This one had a crudely written message painted on it. It said, "Aren't you forgetting something?" I opened the door and was confused when I saw a wall leading nowhere on the other side. I looked closer and it was not a solid wall, but another panel. I slid it open and my heart sank. I emerged from a previously unseen section of the entrance corridor, and I stood before the massive gate blocking the entrance, and I felt utterly defeated. The exit had brought me back to the entrance. I looked back at the mocking message and realized there really was only one way out. I paced back and forth near the door. My mind was racing and I was struggling to cope with the fear and hopelessness I felt. As I paced about, I felt something as I stepped down and heard a sickening, squelching noise. I stopped moving and was afraid to look down, but I forced myself to slowly lower my head, and I saw the eviscerated remains of the man and woman in the Raggedy Ann and Andy costumes. The silly rag doll wigs remained, but the larger portions of their heads were missing. Apparently, the area by the door was not safe after all. The bell rang again, and I was shocked out of my horror and into action. All I could bring myself to do was flee in a panic back the way I had come. I quickly sealed the panel and door behind me, just as I heard the slavering, growling sound of the beast stalking through the hall. I fled back the other direction and moved past the door I had taken to get into the technical corridor. I was hopeful this direction would lead to somewhere, but I found a dead end. I slumped against the wall and stopped to rest. I knew at that point there was no easy way out. The fear and realization were starting to sink in. I was trapped. There was no choice. I would have to go back in and look for the switch again. I heard the bell through the wall and heard more running and crying, then screaming and death as even more players were picked off by that nightmare creature. I have been sitting here for I don't know how long. It feels like it has been a few hours, but I can't tell for sure. I don't know what to do or how long this will last. I don't think it can get me in here, but if I stay, I can't find the switch and get out. I don't think anyone else is going to get to the switch. I might be the last one left. I don't want to die. I have to try something. There is one area I have not checked upstairs. I thought I saw a strange light coming from a corner near an abandoned area close to the houses up there. I did not have time to check, but that could be it. That could be the switch. I have to find it. I can still get out. I just have to try. I am going to open the door now. The all-clear alarm has sounded, and hopefully I have some time. It's now or never. I step out into the waiting darkness and break into a run. I didn't scream when Deb brought out the platter. The dish was large, white, and decorated with little porcelain angels, the good china for special occasions. I had thought there was something grotesque about those little porcelain angels before Deb set her masterpiece upon it. It was the conflict avoidance in me that stopped the scream, but it didn't stop my jaw from dropping. "Mom, you said you weren't going to do this time," Derek said through his hands. "Well, no, I told you on the phone. We had a surprise visitor yesterday," said Deb. "Bet you never saw a Thanksgiving turkey like that in Minneapolis." Trent grunted at me before smugly, theatrically stabbing into a roast arm with his fork. He seemed pleased that I didn't have a response. My mouth just wouldn't form words. I couldn't move or speak. I didn't. Derek finally took his fingers off of his nose. "You said last month that you were going to do a turkey this year." Trent stuffed an enormous forkful of stringy gray meat into his mouth and chewed, staring at me all the while without blinking. "No, sweetie, you're remembering wrong." Deb, who would not look at me at all, argued in her gentle sing-song voice. She was short and thin with a fading blonde bob and gray roots. She wore a beige sweater over a beige dress. "I said your dad wasn't up for it, with his hip. And with my sciatica and your brothers gone, I just didn't think we could manage it this year. But then yesterday around 4, just about when I was unwrapping the frozen turkey, the doorbell rang." "Trent, please." Deb slapped Trent's hand as it reached for another big forkful of meat. "Wait till I carve some for everyone first. For Christ's sake, poor Lexi is sitting there thinking, oh, these redneck McCabe's. Bunch of barbarians raised in a barn." "It's fine," I said automatically. This was the first movement of my muscles since Deb brought out the platter. "I don't think that." "You don't have to be so nice," Deb replied. "I can take it." Derek was staring at me now, too. His hand passed under the table to squeeze mine. "Why couldn't you just carve it in the kitchen?" Trent huffed. "That's not how Thanksgiving dinner works, dear," Deb replied. Her thin fingers worked to saw thinner slices of cooked flesh off the bones. The meat seemed to be somewhat tough, because she was going very slow at it. Anyway, I asked this fellow where he was coming from, and he said Rinley. "Lexi, that's a whole county over. He's a door-to-door JW. I forgot to say, he's got this stack of flyers. You should see them, they're funny. Anyway, I say, don't you JWs always travel in pairs?" And he says, "No, ma'am, that's not a requirement. That's only for safety." And I say, "Well, aren't you worried about crazy hicks out here in the boonies taking shots at you?" And he says, "I never had a problem out here before." And I say, "Deb," Trent blurted. He let out a long, excruciated grunt as he stood up laboriously, taking great care to make sure that we all knew how much it hurt him. He pushed his walker around the table and grabbed the carving knife from his wife. "I'll show you how to carve a roast. Christ almighty, I swear to God." He sawed the meat with violent speed, splashing grease on his old navy checkered flannel. And I say, "Mom, maybe save it for another time," Derek said. He made a big show of secretly nodding towards me so his mother knew why. "It's a funny story." Deb frowned. "I want to hear it," I said. Deb only sighed and sucked her teeth. Then she sat down. "Well, it's not that funny. It's dumb, actually." "I still want to hear it," I said. My phone buzzed in my dress pocket, and I pulled it out instinctively. "I'm so sorry this is awful," the message read. It was from Derek. He squeezed my hand again. I took mine away. She's calling the cops, Trent said. Told ya. I'm not, I said. I just got a text. Surprised you can get texts out here, Deb said. Most people can't. Too far out in the sticks. I can get them through Wi-Fi, I said. I'd gotten the password off of their fridge when I arrived. It was under a magnet that said, "Never mess with a Pisces woman who was born in March and is allergic to stupidity. They'll never find your body." I also think I still have bars, though, too. I was getting sick of Deb acting like this suburban McMansion was so far from civilization, it might as well be the middle of Alaska. We were 35 minutes from Grand Rapids tops. Gals try to call the cops sometimes, Trent continued, breathing heavy now as he struggled with the roast. He wasn't doing much better than his wife at it. Sweat dripped from his wispy brown crew cut into his piggy eyes, but he refused to slow or stop. They don't last very long. By the time the cops get to our door, we've already got a whole new Thanksgiving meal to serve up to them. Okay, I said. He raised his eyebrows, as if to accentuate that there was an implication there that I should pick up on. Dad, Derek said. She's not calling the cops. The thing I didn't like about Derek's dad most was that he said everything like he'd rehearsed it in his head a lot beforehand. Sometimes Derek could just sound like that. He'd say something and raise his eyebrows with a smile like he was expecting a big reaction. He wouldn't move past it until I gave some acknowledgement that yes, I did get the implication. I never realized how much that annoyed me until now. What do you want? A round of applause? God, Trent threw down the knife. Roast is tough, Deb. What about low and slow, don't you understand? Well, there was a lot of meat, dear. If you just fixed the grill this summer... Oh, don't go bringing that up. Men, Deb tutted. Nothing is ever their fault. You know what I'm talking about, Lexi. Us women take the blame for all their stupid mistakes, but that's life. Cleaning up our men's messes without complaint. Deb smiled conspiratorial at me, and I smiled back. Even though I didn't relate to or agree with the sentiment. The front door was just down the hall behind Deb, just a few square meters of gray carpet and beige walls, smattered with tacky and vaguely threatening Hobby Lobby signage. Grandma's crap list. Don't say crap. Don't do crap. Don't expect crap. The house rules. Act right or get a trip to the woodshed. I kept glancing at it, measuring the distance in my mind, wondering if I could run fast enough to get to my car before one of Derek's parents caught up to me, or drew a weapon. Another buzz in my pocket. I love you, Derek had texted me. I could see him out of the corner of my eye trying to make eye contact with me and shoot me his own conspiratorial smile, but I did not look at him. Trent slapped a pile of rubbery gray meat on a plate and passed it to me. Breast or thigh? He joked without smiling. I took the plate. The meat was wet, as if it had been boiled, and the thin ring of white fat and skin around the edge jiggled as it separated from the muscle. I thought I could still see blonde arm hair on the skin. Derek took his plate of gray meat from his dad, as Deb took hers. Derek leaned over to me and whispered in my ear, "Don't forget to say thank you." "Thanks, Deb," I said. "And my dad?" Deb passed a basket of white grocery store rolls around. There was a low white ramekin of canned cranberry sauce on the table, and a big blue bowl of salad with Russian dressing. There was an extremely mushy and condensed soup, forward green bean casserole. In an effort to make a good impression, I had brought candied sweet potatoes. I took a generous helping of the salad, which was somehow also very wet. The Russian dressing water from the lettuce pooled with the unthinkable and loathsome juices of the gray flesh at the bottom of the plate. I also took a generous helping of the sweet potatoes. No one else did, though. Let's wait until we say grace, Deb said through her smiling teeth, watching me take a deep swig of my wine. Thirsty, aren't we? She chirped. She poured me some more wine, filling it almost to the brim this time. I think she meant this as an insult, but I was going to do that myself anyway, so the joke was on her. Would you like to lead the prayer, Lexi? I don't really know what to say, I said. Just say what's in your heart. I cleared my throat. I looked to Derek. He nodded encouragingly at me, a sign he wasn't going to step in and rescue me. Thank you, God, for bringing us all together here. Deb and Trent both bowed their heads and touched their palms. Derek followed suit. I'm so glad I got to meet Derek's lovely parents. Thank you for this amazing meal. I felt the wine come back up into my mouth a little bit and had to gag it back down. We're all grateful to be here, rather than anywhere else. Amen. Derek wasn't religious as far as I knew, but he gave a reverent nod before he opened his eyes and picked up his knife and fork. That was a beautiful prayer, Deb said. She sniffled. You picked a good one, sweetie. Don't let her go. No, thank you for carving your dinner. I see how it is, Trent mumbled. I watched Derek take a small mouthful of meat. It was sinewy and had come from the hand. He chewed and chewed. I'd never been less attracted to him. My family ate Thanksgiving dinner in the early afternoon. Sometimes my grandparents were there, sometimes my dad's brother and his kids. Sometimes family friends would come. My candied sweet potatoes always killed. Not a spoonful left by the end. But the thing was that we all liked each other. My mom would get a little tipsy and tell crazy college party stories. My dad would burn the pecan pie and laugh so hard he cried. And then we'd laugh so hard we cried. And then we'd watch movies and laugh some more. So what is it you do for a living? Deb asked, chewing on her roast. Her teeth scraped the fork as she pulled it off. I'm a personal assistant at a pet magazine. Oh, that's adorable. Deb laughed. I smiled a little bit. It's harder than it sounds. You know The Devil Wears Prada? I asked. No, Deb said. You like Prada? Trent asked through an open mouth of food. No, but basically, I do what Anne Hathaway does, except for with dog clothes. But if you haven't seen it, never mind. We don't like the devil in this house, Trent said. It's not a literal devil, it's Meryl Streep. Let's not keep talking about this. It's Thanksgiving. Deb snapped. Buzz. My mom loves you. You're doing great. You know, I said, swallowing a bite of sweet potatoes, which I made very sure hadn't touched the gray meat or any of its accumulated juices. These candied sweet potatoes are made with real maple syrup and brown butter. I toasted the pecans myself and sugared them with homemade maple caramel. After a long silence, Trent wiped his mouth and replied, I don't like real maple. It's too strong, Derek agreed. We already have a dessert, Deb said. Regular mashed potatoes are better, Trent said, and they're traditional. To each their own, I said politely. I poured myself another glass of wine. Honestly, I hoped they did kill me. Anything to end this dinner sooner. There was a loud, faraway noise from below us. A pounding, a rattling, and then a long, low wail. Derek put his head back in his hands. Mom, that'll be our JW. He's alive. You know how hard it is to break down a whole carcass, son? Trent spat. Nobody's got the time for that. Not when you find out you gotta make a Thanksgiving dinner for 2 extra people last minute the day before. Now get your elbows off the table. Then in a moment of brilliance, he added, only one set of elbows on this table tonight. And they're well done. He grinned and looked at me for a reaction again. What, you got nothing to say? I don't know what you want me to say, I said. So what's on your mind? Trent responded. Okay, well, candied sweet potatoes aren't a dessert, I said. They're a side, but I don't want to start an argument. You've wanted to start an argument since you got here, Trent said. Don't think we can't see you think you're better than us. College-educated girl, women's studies. You probably got all kinds of opinions. I think you want to start an argument, I said. Derek groaned beside me. See? Knew you think you're smart. The man in the basement let out another agonized wail. It was journalism, not women's studies, I said. Like it matters. This day and age, you tell me what the difference is. It's all women's studies, gender studies these days. Trent huffed. He chewed as he talked, and I could hear the fat squeak between his teeth, and the prisoner downstairs built up the energy for another scream. When I was a girl, I took a women's studies course in college. Deb piped up, attempting to smooth down the hostile tone of the conversation by pretending she couldn't sense it. Back then, there were still ladies who would go out and burn their bras in a big fire. I understood feminism when it was about equal rights, but I look around today and, well, hasn't it gotten out of hand? You know how it is, Lexi. You're a pretty girl. You don't shave your head or pierce your eyebrows or anything like that, do you? The Jehovah's Witness wailed in the basement and rattled his chains. Would you shut him up? Trent snapped at Derek. Me? Derek said. Dad. He gestured at me. Like that would sway anyone here. Trent's big lumpy face was stony as a gargoyle's as he gestured at his walker. He wouldn't be able to go downstairs with his bad hip. I'll do it, Deb said. It's my mess. I'll clean it up. She stood up and pushed in her squeaky beige chair. No, Mom, Derek said. I'll do it. He looked at me, then looked away quickly, towards the gray carpet. Derek grabbed the carving knife from the roast and wiped it on his napkin. Then he headed towards the pantry door. That's my boy, Trent shouted without any real pride. Sure hope you're loyal to him, Lexi, Trent said to me once he was arguably out of earshot. Most women these days. I'll go with him, I said as I stood, almost knocking a fork off the table. I hurried after my boyfriend through the dingy, gray-tiled kitchen, past a hanging wood sign which read, "In this house we believe. No crying, no whining, no back-talking," and catching him before the secret door behind the rack of very expired dry goods swung shut. Lexi, Derek said, 4 steps down the creaky wooden staircase. The man's screams were louder and more frantic now. I'm so sorry about all this. Is this not normal for your family? No, I mean, the ritual cannibalism is just a Thanksgiving thing. I promise. And my mom said she wasn't going to do it this year. I thought it would be fine. Derek smiled. I don't like the way that smile looked on his face. Honestly, I didn't like his face very much anymore. I could see his dad's meaty forehead and his mom's thin nose. I could see Deb's wide cheekbones and Trent's lipless mouth. You don't have to do what they say, I said. It's not that big of a deal, Derek replied. It's just family stuff, you know? I didn't. Derek, I said, I don't like your family. Derek looked hurt. I know this is a lot, he said, and my dad is being mean, but you don't choose your family. I mean, why not? I said, following him as he carried the knife down the stairs. What's the alternative? Derek said. I turned my back on my mom and dad. No, never. I believe in loyalty, Lexi. Even when people aren't perfect. even when I don't agree with them. I don't agree with you all the time, but we're still together. Well, don't expect me to come to any future McCabe Thanksgivings, I said. I understand why you'd feel that way after today, but you might change your mind when they're your family too. Derek stopped at the bottom of the stairs. He looked up at me with his big, dopey eyes. Derek. Lexi, this isn't how I wanted to do this, but you've seen the worst of my family's secrets, and you're still by my side, so will you stay by my side? Derek was doing that thing again. That Trent thing, where he set a line and waited for my reaction. Let's just get out of here, I said. Will you stay by my side? He repeated like maybe he thought I hadn't heard. For the rest of our lives? I just want to go. I'm asking you to marry me. I have ears, Derek, I snapped. It was the first time I'd ever snapped at him. I never snapped at anyone, especially not him. His expression didn't move an inch. He was smiling for some reason, like this was the happiest day of his life. Then say yes, he said. No, I don't want to marry you, I said. Because this is where I came from? He swallowed, shaking. No, because this is who you're choosing to be, I replied. Derek hung his head. The knife dropped to his knee. Things aren't that black and white, Lexi. I clapped my hands over my ears as another shriek boomed through the basement. Close now. Derek sighed. He hurried into the basement proper and I followed him. Again, I didn't scream. What was left of the man was chained by the ankles to the wall. He crawled like a caterpillar. The stumps where his arms used to start on his torso haphazardly bandaged with paper towels and medical tape. His face was a pulp, his body bruised. He was naked. An overturned bucket leaked into the drain in the floor. He looked up at Derek and I with wide, white eyes. Help me, he screamed. Get me out of here. Oh Lord, please get me out of here. Sorry, man, Derek said, stooping over the prisoner. His knee fell onto the man's back, pinning him in place. He raised the knife. Thanksgiving with the family. You know how it is. Derek, I said. He looked at me a second too late to see the bread knife flash under his chin. By the time he did, it was lodged all the way through his neck. His face was stunned, betrayed. I felt bad. I pulled the knife out, followed by a torrent of blood. Down it went, towards the floor drain. Derek dropped down to both knees. He clutched his neck. He didn't scream. Don't make a sound, I said to the armless, naked prisoner, who had been screaming a lot until then. He'd rolled away to the side as soon as Derek's weight was off of him. If you stay quiet, we'll be out of here in time to finish Thanksgiving with our own families. The man spat bloody drool. Jehovah's Witnesses don't celebrate Thanksgiving, he managed. Yeah, I said. I think you're onto something with that. Derek twitched and gurgled. Then finally he stopped. I imagined my own family at home, topping off the evening with hot toddies and bad cable TV Christmas movies. Lexi, Derek, Deb called from upstairs. We're cutting into the pie. Hurry up or your dad'll eat it before you get any. As soon as I find my knife. I'll help you, I shouted up the stairs. My phone buzzed. Miss you this year, Lexi. Happy Turkey Day. Love, Mom. I wiped blood from my thumb and texted her back. Love you too. I started up the stairs. My name is Nick Bannon. I'm about 6 feet tall, skinny build. My curly hair and eyebrows are a dark brown, and my eyes are bright blue. A strange start to my story, I know, but it's only because I know the inevitable. It's going to happen again. I don't know where, and I don't know who to, but I have a feeling it's been happening for a while. I'm just another small link in a long, long chain. If there's a photo in your home that matches the description above, you're in danger. All I can advise is that you get out. Get out as fast as you can and share my story with somebody, anybody who will believe you. I've written it out below as quickly as I could under the circumstances. I don't think I have much longer. It's going to find me soon. My mother died 2 months ago. Lung cancer. We weren't very close, especially at the end, but I'd been the only family she didn't despise. Because of this, the majority of her possessions were left to me. This included an old blue truck, a storage unit full of tattered furniture and old clothes, and a split-level house at the end of a long country road. The house itself was in okay shape. There were some exterior walls that looked a bit rough, but it was old. Good bones, as they say. I decided I'd move into it, at least for the time being. I was between jobs and it felt as good a place as any to crash for a little bit. I packed what few belongings I had from my crappy studio apartment and left the city in my rearview mirror. Things were normal for the first few days. It felt good to be away from the chaos that I'd grown accustomed to. My closest neighbor was 2 miles away, and I barely saw any cars drive by. I'd forgotten the value of silence from time to time. However, pretty quickly it got to the point where it was too silent. Soon every creak made me jump. Every gust of wind sounded like an intruder, and it was driving me crazy. I decided that I needed a project, something to fill the silence, pass the time. I had a lot of it these days. I looked around at all my mom's tacky, inspirational wall hangings and her dated velvet furniture, and decided that it felt too much like her in there. If I was going to live there, I was going to make it mine. I had a yard sale that had a pretty great turnout, despite my isolated location. Pretty much everything went, and what didn't get sold got donated to a local thrift store. I shampooed the carpet, painted the walls, tended to the garden, all things that Mom probably hadn't done in years. By the time I was finished, the entire house almost looked brand new. I bought some new furniture with the yard sale money, threw up a few horror movie posters, and soon enough this place was starting to feel like mine. It had been easy to get rid of Mom's stuff because, quite frankly, most of it had been ugly. The only things that stuck around were her framed portraits, the ones that climbed the stairs. They were family photos. A dozen semi-familiar faces dotted them sporadically, and I found myself staring at them from time to time, wondering what they were up to now. It felt odd. I'd been alone for so long that the thought of a family this big being my family didn't make sense in my head. I started getting in the habit of greeting them each morning. I know it sounds weird, but grief is a strange thing. I felt comfort in it. As I'd been clearing out everything, I'd found a family photo album. Using that, I'd been able to match a lot of the names to faces. Aunt Grace popped up a lot throughout the frames, as did my Uncle Rob. I even saw myself as a baby a few times. It took a while, but soon I had each of them memorized. That's why I noticed the new photo almost instantly. Every single one of the frames had a thick, black frame, no matter the photo size. It gave the wall a nice, uniform look. Mother had liked them that way. The new one stood out from the rest. It was made up of plastic roses, each one a different shade of red. The image inside of the roses was of a woman. She was ice skating alone on some pond, surrounded by brush and thick snow. The photo was taken from a few yards away, through the branches of a dead tree. It was like a photographer had been crouching a few yards away, hiding. When I went to take the frame off the wall, I was met with wetness. The entire frame was covered in some sort of thick, clear goo that had started to pool on the stairs. My stomach churned at the sight of it. I took my shirt off and used it as a sort of glove to carry it to my kitchen table. I stared at it for a long time. Half of my brain was searching my early memories for the skating woman. Maybe she was a long-lost relative, or maybe a friend of Mother's, but that wouldn't explain the photo showing up out of nowhere. I'd passed that photo wall dozens of times, and I was almost certain that it hadn't been there before. It also wouldn't explain that disgusting goo. At that point, I was weirded out and confused, but I wasn't scared. I'd heard about strange things happening in the woods, how it can play tricks on your mind. That had to be it. I tossed the frame into the garbage. I didn't want it anywhere near me. I thought that'd be the end of it. Just a strange occurrence, nothing more. That morning I skipped saying hello to the photos. There was an imposter. It didn't feel right. Later that day, I decided to take the truck into town and run a few errands I was putting off. I needed to get out of the house. It felt like I had that disgusting goo all over me, even after a shower. Being in town helped a little bit, but not much. At the convenience store, the cashier picked up off my mood. "You doing okay, sweetie? You look pale," she said, bagging my groceries. I lied and told her I was fine, and forced our conversation to turn towards the weather. "I'm just getting sick of these storms," I said. "I know some people say they help them sleep, but not me." The woman gave me a weird look. "Storms? What storms? It's been bone dry for weeks. You sure you're okay?" "Oh, yeah, I'm fine," I stammered, grabbing my groceries. I hurried out of there and got in the truck. What had she meant by no storms? I'd been seeing lightning every night pretty much since I moved in. Maybe she lived in a different county. Yes, that had to be it. I drove around for an hour or two before heading back. The skating woman wouldn't leave my head. When I finally returned to the house, it had started to get dark. Nighttime out in the middle of nowhere was no joke. I brought the groceries in and put them away. I cooked a small chicken dinner, cleaned the dishes, and shut the house down for the night. I needed to sleep. It wasn't until I went to shut off the front porch lights that I noticed it. The photo of that skater. It was back in its place on the wall, right along with the others. A fresh layer of goo was dripping off of it like slimy teardrops. Alright, I thought. Now I'm scared. I didn't end up getting much sleep that night. I laid in bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. The sounds of the old house sounded even louder in the dark. There wasn't a storm, at least not one that I noticed. In the morning, I checked every single nook and cranny in this house. I looked for any sort of explanation on who'd moved the photo while I'd been gone. It had to be an intruder, but there were no signs of forced entry. The windows had been rusted shut years ago, so there was no chance of someone shimmying in that way. All of the doors had been locked as well, deadbolted. Outside, I saw no footprints or tire marks that weren't the truck's. Nobody else was here but me, at least according to the physical evidence. After a paranoid few hours of searching, I got fed up. I started a fire in the backyard and threw the photo into it. It almost sounded like it was screaming as it went up in smoke. I stood there until I was sure it was charred beyond repair before I doused the flame. The next day I had someone from SPC Security come out and install a home alarm system, complete with a tablet that controlled its every move. It was very fancy. The man showed me how to arm and disarm the system and helped me create an access code. After he left, I felt a bit better. At least now I'd know if something in the house was moving while I wasn't. The photo hadn't returned, thank God, but I still felt weird about the photo wall. What had once given me comfort now felt wrong. I took the photos down and put them in a box that I shoved into a closet. The stairwell looked bare afterwards, like I'd ripped all of its teeth out, but I felt good. It felt like I had things under control. That night, I got into bed with the security tablet lying on my bedside table. I armed the house with my access code, and I drifted off to sleep as the lightning began once more. The alarm clock read 3:45 a.m. when I was startled awake. There was a sound. I squinted through the pitch black, still half asleep. I couldn't see anything. Whatever it was loud, really loud. The sound was like a blend of a sick, puking cat and a human cough. I rubbed my eyes with some force and peered into the darkness again. As my eyes began to adjust, I saw it. In the corner, something was there, crouching, vibrating, twitching. It was hard to make out its shape in the dark. It looked human. At least, it was big enough to be one. The only thing I could see was a tiny red light, right where its eyes should be. Terror had stapled me to my bed. Every fiber of my being wanted to tear out of there, but that thing was right by the bedroom door. This time it was louder. I saw it retch over, like it had been punched in the stomach. It smacked its lips as its shoulders twitched back and forth with the sound of crunching, shifting bones. I noticed the security tablet sitting next to me. Earlier, the guy had said that if I hit the side button 3 times, the police would automatically be called. It was about a foot away from my reach. Moving as slow as I could manage, I stretched my arm across the bed. My fingers grazed the edge of the screen. I pressed down and started to drag it towards me, but instead of falling onto the bed, it fell onto the floor with a soft clunk. The shape in the corner jumped up onto its feet with a sharp, guttural inhale. It looked over at me. I made eye contact with its eye light. We were both still for a moment, studying each other, until it darted from the room and out into the hallway. I heard a faint sound before the ear-piercing alarm began to go off. It must have moved enough to trigger it. With tears in my eyes, I reached down to the tablet and shakily clicked the side button 3 times. I waited out by the road for the cops. The further from the house, the better. Whatever it was still in there. Since I lived so far from town, it took longer for the local sheriff to reach me. I'd started to shiver by the time I saw the lights through the trees. The town was small enough to only have a sheriff and a deputy, and they'd both shown up for my call. "So you saw an intruder in the house?" the sheriff asked. He seemed doubtful. Nothing of that sort happened out here in the sticks. I was sure these guys had never dealt with any real crime. "Yes, I think he's still in there, upstairs." The sheriff went inside to look around while the deputy surveyed the property. I remained in my spot by the mailbox. I probably looked crazy, standing out there alone in nothing but my boxers, but I didn't care. My heart hadn't stopped its incessant beating, and a cold sweat had formed on my brow. I was just focused on not passing out in front of those cops. After what felt like years, the sheriff exited the house and met back up with his partner. They exchanged a few words I couldn't hear before coming to join me again by the road. The sheriff spoke first. "The house is clear, sir. I looked everywhere. Checked all the windows, everything. No signs of forced entry." "I didn't saw nothing neither," the deputy tacked on. "I checked everywhere. No footprints, nothing. It's just you here, sir." I couldn't believe my ears. I wanted to force them back inside, make them check again, make them see what I saw. But I saw that look in the sheriff's eye, concern mixed with secondhand embarrassment. Here I was, a paranoid guy in his underwear, lamenting about an intruder in his isolated house. If I kept it up, they might just take me back to the tiny station downtown. I decided to lie. "I'm embarrassed, officers. I apologize. My mom died recently, and I must be seeing things. I'm exhausted." The officers looked at me, then at each other. The deputy took a step forward and put a hand on my bare shoulder. "It's all good, boy. You's mom was a town gem. Everyone loved her. We did at the station, too. She had her fair share of calls down to the station. Was never anything, though. Seems like the apple don't fall far from the tree. Right, Sheriff? The sheriff was not as polite as his deputy. Get back inside and get some sleep. It looks like you need it. Good night, son. Sorry for your loss. I waved goodbye with a still shaking hand as they turned around in my driveway. On their way out, the detective slowed to a stop right by me. He held a flyer out the window. Hey, I promised the family I'd hand these to everyone I came across. Keep an eye out, will ya? They drove away and disappeared into the trees. I unfolded the flyer. It was a missing poster. There was a thick block of text above a photo. Missing, Julia Helms. Age, 32. Last seen, near Copperhead Woods. Any information should be reported to 1-555-685-0928. I recognized the face in the photo. I'd watched it burn in my fire pit earlier that day. Mother's house had become a threat. I couldn't sleep. I could barely eat. I stopped opening the windows in the morning and maintained coffee to stay awake. I patrolled the house with a hammer in one hand and a baseball bat in the other. Overkill, I know, but what else could I do? After some digging online, I found an article about the missing woman, Julia Helms. According to the Slow Turtle Gazette, she owned a local hobby store called Sue Cheek and had been an avid ice skater. Just last year, she'd won a national title. In the attached photos, she was smiling the same way she'd been on my wall. I began to see that face everywhere, especially when I shut my eyes. It was etched into everything. I was in a strange position. What was I going to do? Go down to the station and tell those cops that something was living in my house? That it was leaving pictures of a missing woman on my walls? They'd definitely take me in then, especially considering my little stunt the other night. I didn't even have the photo anymore. Even if I did, having a previously on-scene photo of a woman the day she went missing wasn't a good look. That wasn't all. There was something else that I kept coming back to. Something that I just couldn't let go of. The angle. The way the photographer had been hiding. Waiting. It did the same in my home for 3 days before it showed up again. I'd gone to the shop again that morning for food. Julia's missing posters were taped on every light pole in town. I tried not to look at them, but I still saw her in my periphery. That smile kept passing me at 30 miles per hour, punching me in the gut each time. Mindful of the groceries in the bed of the truck, I slowly upped my speed until I was back in the thick forest. Nobody bothered with the posters out here. As I approached the house, I noticed something in the front yard. Little bits of white were strewn across my front lawn, like confetti. I parked the truck and approached my porch with extreme caution. The little pieces were everywhere. I picked one up and held it up close, making eye contact with half of my Aunt Grace's smiling face. Mother's photos. Once the heart of the house had been torn to pieces and cast out carelessly on the grass. Some pieces got caught in the wind and blew up and out into the trees. The inside of the house was trashed. It was like a tornado had come through and destroyed everything in its path. The fridge had been ransacked. The food was thrown on the walls and smeared into the windows. Furniture was upside down. Pillows were ripped open and gutted. There was also the goo coating the floor, making it slippery. It was like the trail a snail leaves behind. I tried not to vomit as I made my way through the first floor, a butter knife clasped in my shaking hand. Don't laugh. It was the only weapon I could find on short notice. In the hall closet, the box that I'd put the family photos in was shredded. I checked to see if any survived the carnage, but there weren't any. That thing had taken each of the photos out of the frames and destroyed them. I couldn't figure out why, though. What did it want with the frames? A sound upstairs caught my attention. I rounded the corner just in time to see something tumble down the stairs. It was the security tablet, shattered. I picked it up, wincing as a piece of broken glass got shoved into my thumb. It coughed again, closer this time. It was coming from upstairs. I dropped the tablet onto the ground where it landed with a splash in a pile of goo. There at the top of the stairs, I saw it. It was shrouded in the darkness of the upstairs hallway, but it was there. I saw its skinny, vibrating body. I saw its bright red eye. I saw... The photo wall. It was back. The frames were hanging again, although crooked. All 24 of them were there. They covered in a dripping mess that ran down the wall in thick ropes. Now, though, instead of the smiling faces of my family, all I saw looking back at me was me. They were all photos of me, sleeping. In each one the flash was bright enough to wash my skin out. I remembered those nights, all that lightning. It held up its bony hand to block the sun from its eye. There was something embedded in his palm, a sort of glass ball. It glistened in the light. A glass bulb in its palm was inches from my nose. I heard nothing besides the sound of a small whirring, like something winding up. It was the last thing I heard before I was blinded. I'm not too sure how to describe this next part. It's going to sound crazy, but it's the stone-cold truth. The thing in its hand, I guess you could say it's a camera. Or maybe it itself is a camera. I still don't really know for sure. When I came to, the thing had started shaking. It held on to the railing for support as it jerked from left to right, sending dribbles of its spit all over the entryway. I'd backed myself into the corner of the room as far away as I could get. My head was pounding. Terrified, I crossed my arms and folded my legs up into my chest. I wanted to make myself as small as possible. I wanted it all to be over. I wanted my mother. Through my shaking fingers, I watched the thing stumble its way down the final few steps on all fours. It was still coughing, arching its back like a sick cat with each heave. After a few heavy purges of goo, I saw something fall out of its throat and onto my carpet. It was a photo. It was my photo. My horrified face took up the entire page. The thing grabbed the paper from the ground and flattened it. It looked at me with that bright eye for a few moments before reaching over and tossing it in my lap. I noticed what looked to be a smile creep up on its thin lips. It seemed proud of its work. Before I could even think about my next move, I swung the butter knife. It landed with a dull thunk somewhere on the side of its thick head. An inhuman wail spilled from its wet mouth as it backed into the wall with force. The crash rattled some of the photos of my sleeping body tumbling off the wall. I snuck past the thing as it tugged at the knife handle in its face, taking the steps 2 at a time. An armoire that my mother had bought ages ago still stood in her old craft room upstairs. It was big enough for me to just barely fit inside. I climbed in and shut the doors quietly. I've been in here ever since. Like I said at the top, there isn't much time for me. There aren't a lot of hiding places in this house. It's sure to pull open the armoire doors at some point in time. What happens to me then, I'm not sure. Perhaps I'll face the same fate as Julia Helms. Perhaps I'll find a way to escape, although that seems doubtful. There's a crack in the door of the armoire. As I've been writing, I've peered through it and witnessed that thing pass through this room a few times. Each time it brings one of the frames from the wall and adds it to a line it started on the floor. It's laying each one out. At first I wasn't sure what it was up to, but I think I know now. I remember Julia's photo, the frame of roses that it lived in. I think that thing forced her to choose a frame for her photo, and now it was setting me up to do the same. Not that I'd have much choice. Mother had liked the uniform black after all. Please, please remember. My name is Nick Bannon. I'm about 6 feet tall, skinny build. My curly hair and eyebrows are a dark brown, and my eyes are bright blue. If you see me in your home, in a thick black frame, be cautious. Tell mine and Julia's stories. And if this thing comes for you next, I hope you can kill it. I only wounded it, it seems. This has been going on for a while now. At first it was harmless. Hell, it was even kind of funny, but now I'm scared and I don't know what to do. It started on a Monday afternoon. Greg leaned over his desk at me, grinning like a kid on Christmas, and said, "Dude, they installed a new vending machine. No more warm cans in my bag." I smiled back, mostly because Greg seemed genuinely excited about it. Me, I couldn't muster the same enthusiasm. I'm a broke college student, working this job for scraps of extra cash. So vending machines might as well be ATMs that charge you for looking. But hey, I was happy for him. By the time our break rolled around, Greg was practically vibrating with excitement. He bolted toward the vending machine like it was a long-lost love. I followed him mostly because it was on the way to the break room anyway. Now, the vending machine was different. Most machines have that clear front where you can see all the snacks and drinks lined up, just waiting to bankrupt you. This one wasn't like that. It was entirely red, shiny, metallic, and completely opaque. You couldn't see inside at all. Above the keypad was a simple list of drinks and snacks, and a faint red glow made the thing look like it was alive. Greg didn't seem to care. He jammed his spare change into the slot, punched in the number for a Diet Coke, and stood there, waiting with a dopey smile on his face. The machine hummed softly, and I could hear gears turning inside, twisting and shifting as it prepared his drink. It took longer than usual, like awkwardly long. I started to feel the drafty cold creeping in, and of course I sneezed. Great, just what I needed. A head cold on top of a miserable Monday. Finally the machine clunked and Greg crouched to grab his drink. "What the hell?" he muttered. "What?" I asked, stepping closer to see. He stood up, turning to me with a confused look on his face. In his hand wasn't a Diet Coke. It was a packet of tissues. Greg stared at the tissues in his hand, clearly disgruntled, but he just shrugged. "Must have punched in the wrong number," he muttered, tossing the pack at me before sulking off back to his desk. Weird. I didn't even know vending machines had tissues in stock, but whatever. I blew my nose, grateful for them anyway, and got back to work. Greg spent the rest of the afternoon pouting, griping about wasting his last bit of change on some bloody tissues, while sipping his warm Diet Coke like it was some kind of protest. The day dragged on as painfully slow as ever, and one by one, my colleagues packed up and headed out. I regretted taking overtime as soon as I realized I was the last one left in the office. But hey, a broke student's gotta do what they've gotta do, right? By the time I finally finished, it was pushing 7, and the hallway was eerily quiet as I made my way to the exit. Rain was hammering against the windows, long enough to make me groan. "Ugh," I muttered, pulling my thin jacket over my head in a pathetic attempt at protection. I was going to be soaked. Just as I reached for the door, I heard it. A noise. The vending machine's gears were turning again. The sound echoed through the empty office, weirdly loud in the dark silence. It made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. For a second I just stood there, frozen, telling myself it was nothing. Machines settle sometimes, right? That's just what they do. Then came the thump. It wasn't the light clink of a soda can or the soft rustle of a pack of tissues. It was heavy, much heavier than anything I thought a vending machine could hold. against my better judgment, and believe me, I knew this was dumb. I turned around and walked toward it. Let me tell you, I'd be the first to die in a horror movie. I crouched down, peering into the machine's dispensing bay. The item sitting there was too big to make sense, but I reached in anyway and gently pulled it out. It was an umbrella. The next day at work, I could hardly wait to tell Greg what had happened. I'd spent half the night tossing and turning, trying to figure it out, and by morning I'd convinced myself that the vending machine was some kind of experimental AI. Maybe it could somehow detect what you needed and just provide it. I wasn't super technical, so I didn't know exactly how that would work, but it was the only explanation that made sense. When Greg finally appeared and slumped into his chair, I leaned over and told him everything about the machine, the noise, and the umbrella. It didn't even ask for money, I added, trying to sound casual but definitely failing. Greg raised an eyebrow, clearly still salty about wasting his spare change. So you didn't even have to put anything in? He asked, deadpan. Nope, I said, grinning. And I got a sweet umbrella too. Held up against the rain perfectly. Didn't blow inside out or anything. Greg just grunted and went back to whatever he was doing, sipping his warm Diet Coke like it was a point of pride. Over the next few days, the vending machine became the center of office gossip. Everyone had a story about it. Mark, who forgot his gloves on a freezing morning, punched in a number and came away with a brand new pair. Sally, who was starting to get a migraine during a meeting, returned from the machine with 2 paracetamols. Sophie's phone was on its last legs, 2% maybe, and yep, the machine spat out a phone charger for her. It was bizarre. None of us could figure out how it worked. How would an AI, or whatever it was, know about Sally's headache or Sophie's phone battery? Theories flew around like confetti. Some people thought it was programmed with some crazy advanced algorithm. Others joked that it was possessed. It was impressive, but it was also unsettling. There was something about it that just didn't sit right with me. It wasn't anything I could put into words, exactly, just a feeling. Still, we kept using it. Curiosity won out over caution, as it usually does. Everyone, that is, except Greg. He hadn't forgiven the machine for stealing his last bit of change and replacing his Diet Coke with tissues. He continued to sip his warm soda defiantly, throwing occasional side-eye at the machine like it had personally wronged him. And honestly, I couldn't blame him. As amazing as it was, there was something about that vending machine that felt off. The items from the vending machine started getting weirder. It was subtle at first, but enough to make people uncomfortable. John was the first to mention it. He walked back to his desk one afternoon, holding a bloody bandage between 2 fingers like it was a dead rat. "Look what I just got," he said, half laughing, half grossed out. Everyone chuckled nervously, brushing it off as a glitch or a mistake, but later that day, John slammed his finger in the door frame so badly it split the skin. Angela's turn came a couple of days later. She walked up to the vending machine on her break, and instead of a snack or something useful, it spat out a photograph. It was of her, sitting in her car, completely unaware. Her laugh was shaky when she showed it around. "Okay, which one of you is screwing with me?" she asked, but no one confessed. Then there was Jessica. She didn't even get to make a joke about hers. She stood frozen next to the machine, holding up a small, delicate lock of blonde hair. It was eerily similar to her own. Everyone agreed it was strange, but we tried to laugh it off, like we always did. "Maybe it's possessed," Mark joked, earning a few strained chuckles. "It's trying to spook us for Halloween." But no one could quite shake the unease. The vending machine wasn't just helpful or quirky anymore. It was starting to feel personal. People got nervous, but they hid it behind sarcasm and half-hearted jokes. We told ourselves it was harmless, just a weird machine, Nothing to be afraid of. But deep down, I think we all knew it was only a matter of time before something worse happened. I was typing up a report when Megan, usually quiet and polite, stormed into the office screaming at the top of her lungs. "Is this some kind of sick joke? Do you think you're funny? Who did it?" Everyone looked up, startled. Megan was never like this. Concerned murmurs rippled through the room as she stomped toward her desk, still shouting. Her voice cracked with anger, or maybe fear, and before anyone could say a word, one of the managers hurried over and gently led her away. But as they left, something slipped from Megan's trembling hands and fluttered to the floor. I don't know why I grabbed it. Maybe it was morbid curiosity, or maybe I just wanted to make sense of the chaos. Either way, I snatched it up, and what I saw made my blood run cold. It was an obituary for Megan. Her name, her face, her details, everything was printed there, and under date of death it said today. I just stared at it, heart pounding, trying to wrap my head around what I was seeing. Was this some kind of cruel prank? My first thought was the vending machine. Could it have done this? Before I could say anything, the manager led Megan out of sight, her sobs echoing down the hallway. After 10 minutes later, I heard the front door open and close. Our office was right next to the exit, and the windows faced the street. I glanced out just in time to see Megan crossing the road toward the bus stop, still crying. I quickly looked away. It felt wrong to watch her, like I was invading her privacy. But then I heard it, a blaring car horn, the screech of tires skidding across the pavement, and a sickening thud. I whipped my head back to the window just in time to see Megan's crumpled body lying in the middle of the road. They said later that she'd been so upset she didn't look before stepping into the street, just walked right into the path of the car. The office was a mess after that. Management was understanding, giving us a few days off and offering counseling for those who needed it. There was an investigation into the note Megan found, but nothing came of it. No fingerprints, no evidence, and no one believed me when I mentioned the vending machine. They all said it had to be some kind of awful coincidence. Even so, no one went near the machine after that. No one wanted to take their chances. As the weeks passed, some sense of normalcy returned to the office. People were quieter, more subdued, but we managed to settle back into our routines. The vending machine was still there, looming in its corner like a grim reminder of everything that had happened. Most of us avoided it, treating it like it wasn't even there. I did my best to ignore it too, but it was hard. I was on my way to the bathroom one afternoon when I heard it, an unmistakable hum followed by the mechanical whir of gears turning. I froze. No one was using the vending machine. I was sure of it. The hum stopped, replaced by the dull thud of something landing in the collection bay. My chest tightened. Every instinct screamed at me to walk away, to pretend I hadn't heard a thing. But curiosity, or maybe something darker, drew me closer. I reached in and pulled out a folded piece of paper. It was similar to the note Megan had found, but this wasn't an obituary. My hands trembled as I unfolded it, revealing two simple handwritten words. "You're next." My breath caught in my throat. I stared at the note, my legs rooted to the spot as cold dread seeped into my bones. I didn't need to ask what it meant. I think I'm going to die. I haven't been to work in days, too terrified to return. I'm posting this here hoping someone has experienced something similar or knows anything at all that might save my life. Please. I need help. It all started when I woke up in the middle of the night and found a strange, suffocating weight on my chest. like someone was sitting on me. I could make out an outline of someone's figure above me, their back outlined by the orange light from the street lamps seeping through the window. I tried to scream for help, or turn my head to look at my husband, but I couldn't move. I didn't regain control of my body until after the weight had lifted, and I heard a deep male grunt from a man pulling himself off me. I heard his footsteps too. I saw his silhouette leave through the door, and it was only hours later of laying in that same position that I felt I could move again. It started with a pin-pricking sensation through my toes and fingers, then spread through my entire body, like the feeling you get when your leg falls asleep and you have to wake it back up. I immediately went to my husband and shook him awake. He was distraught and confused, asking me to slow down, to tell him what happened. He was so scared by my hysterics, he was moved to tears. Even still, he didn't believe me. He said he was right next to me. He'd have woken up if someone came inside our room. He assured me it was all a dream and rubbed my back to soothe me until I could fall back asleep. But a week later, the same paralysis came for me. It was after an argument with my husband over finances. The same terror, the same feeling of someone sitting on my chest, then getting up and leaving the room. This time I saw something in their hand. A knife? I couldn't know. It was far too dark. My husband again told me it was just a bad dream, that I couldn't afford to keep stressing myself out so much over money. Ever since I lost my job, we've been struggling to make rent. My husband keeps telling me he'll take care of it. He'll take care of us. I think that's some weird masculine BS from his time. He's 43. I'm 26. That's the other problem with all this. I'm pregnant. 5 months around this time. The financial strain had been weighing on my psyche and causing me so much stress that I'd resorted to my own means of making money for us, since I couldn't find another job. I'd been participating in paid clinical trials in order to make ends meet for us. My husband never asked where the extra money was coming from. He had no idea. He's always been so protective over me. He would have died knowing I was selling my body to Big Pharma. It was a clinical drug trial for preeclampsia, and all they did was give me a small pill, take my blood and my vitals, and send me on my way once a week. Maybe the pills were causing these sleep paralysis episodes. I wasn't sure, but I could never confide in my husband about it. Anyway, a week ago I went over to my neighbor's house with my husband for a little Halloween party. My neighbors Sarah, 40 female, and Tom, 40 male, are both so sweet. They left baked goods on our porch every Saturday since I announced my pregnancy. Sarah checked in on me almost daily, texting me, asking me how I am, how I'm feeling, if I'm having any morning sickness. Their kindness makes this whole thing all the stranger. At the Halloween party, I asked Sarah for a soda. Everyone else was having beer, but, you know. She told me they have some in her outside fridge, down the stairs in the unfinished basement/garage. So I headed away from the party, fumbled for the string light, and made my way down the creaky wooden steps to the basement. The floor was concrete and cold on my bare feet, so I tiptoed past Tom's latest mechanical mess to the kitchenette and old, rusted white fridge in the far corner. The first thing I noticed here was a red splatter of what looked to be blood on the inside of the wash basin. There were power tools and saws and such down there, as the basement is also Tom's workshop. He could have cut his finger, washed his hands, and not the sink. I shrugged it off and opened the fridge. I was immediately hit with a strange whiff of iron as I swung the door open. There were at least 3 dozen milk cartons coating the shelves inside, with 2 sprites on the fridge door. I didn't know what compelled me then to reach for the milk. Maybe I was really thirsty for it. Some pregnancy craving. Maybe I knew something was wrong. I had some intuition about it. But I grabbed a carton. It was heavy and the liquid inside didn't slosh the way I expected it to. It sounds strange, like something you wouldn't be able to notice, but I did. I placed it down on the single countertop on the kitchenette, found a glass in the top shelf of the cabinet above, unscrewed the cap of the milk carton, and began to pour. What came out wasn't milk. It was red. It was blood. I vomited in the sink. Tom must have heard me, or knew I was digging where I shouldn't have been. He came down and held back my hair while I emptied my stomach, whispering calm words like easing a brood mare. He called down my husband, who took me back upstairs. He threw my coat over my shoulders and talked quietly with Tom and Sarah by the door. She'll be fine. Just scared is all. No worries. Thank you, yes. I stood there with nothing to say, eyes wide, unsure of what to make of it all. My first ridiculous thought was that Tom and Sarah were vampires. It wasn't until we were walking back across the street to our house that I was able to ask Tom, "What was that?" Tom looked at me strangely, his brow furrowed. "Why are you poking around where you shouldn't be?" "Are you serious? They had blood in their milk cartons." Tom sighed, pulled away from me. He was obviously frustrated. "They own a farm, Liv." "Okay." "You don't know how slaughtering an animal works, do you?" He was so angry. I could see his hands bunched into fists, shaking slightly. "What are you talking about?" "They drain the pigs of blood after slaughter." I chewed on this, shaking my head. Both of us standing at odds with each other in the middle of the road. "So are you trying to tell me they've filled milk cartons with pig's blood?" "Yes." "Why would they do that?" "Because it's a thickening agent. High in protein. It's used in a wide variety of dishes. You've probably eaten it before and haven't even known it." I stared at my husband indignantly, feeling shame rising up in me. The last thing I wanted to do was apologize. But here I was, saying sorry in the middle of the street, just to get us back inside the house. My sleep paralysis stopped for a few months after. At my 7th month of pregnancy, it started again. Once a week, usually Sunday nights. I would take my prenatal vitamins before bed and wake up around midnight to find it almost impossible to breathe. At this point, I was no longer sleeping on my back. I was sleeping on my side. Still, the sleep paralysis demon, or man, would straddle my shoulders, his back rising above me like a mountain so I couldn't see anything but the bottom of his feet. Bare, black soles, long toenails that scraped against the sheets, dirty jeans. Sure enough, it should have been a dream, but one night I woke, crying once again, and after I settled I found dirt rubbed off on the white pillowcase by my head, a deep red stain on the bed. That same morning in the shower, I checked myself for any hints of damage. When I was paralyzed like that, I couldn't feel a thing except the relentless weight on top of me, the inability to fully breathe. The only injuries on me were the bruises on the inside of my elbows on both sides, right where I had weekly blood draws at the clinical trial. The clinical trial my husband still didn't know about, though he should have seen the discoloration on my arms when we had sex, which now was more and more frequent. Leading up to my birth, my husband's behavior toward me became even stranger. He worried incessantly over me, taking me to sleep trials which revealed no abnormalities, arguing with doctors that something was wrong, describing my dizziness, my fatigue, the bruising on my arms. The first time I realized he'd noticed. The doctor said this was all normal for someone during pregnancy. especially nearing the end. I remember at the end of my 7th month of pregnancy, I again had a bout of sleep paralysis. This time during it, I swear I could hear my husband crying softly. It was hard to make out over the grunts and heavy breathing above me. I asked him over breakfast what he'd been crying about. He was very, very quiet, and told me only that he had a bad dream that I was being hurt. Maybe, at the time, I thought my paranoia a problem. Either way, I obeyed it. I no longer trusted my husband, nor did I trust my neighbors, even my own parents. I stopped eating any food anyone made for me, and cooked only for myself. I lost weight, became even paler and weaker than before. I stopped attending the clinical trials, and my husband came home with more money, having recently gotten a promotion I didn't believe, as he clocked out of work hours early every day to come check up on me. Except, strangest of all, my sleep paralysis stopped completely. Instead, I slept dreamless, and it was nearly impossible to wake me. I slept for 12, 13 hours at a time without waking up once. One morning in the shower, weeks after I'd stopped attending the clinical trials and getting regular blood draws, I found strange bruising over my inner elbow, a small pinprick over the vein. In the dark, I hadn't been able to see the lack or presence of bruising, but under the bathroom lights, it was there. I confronted my husband about it. He said I probably injured myself somehow. I should go get checked out. I shouldn't be bruising so easily. I told him that it looked like a needle wound, traced the vein's blueness. He looked at me so strangely. Then his phone rang, and he disappeared into the bedroom. My suspicions had grown intense. Something was wrong. No more sleep paralysis, sure, but someone was visiting me in the night still. I knew it. A few weeks before my due date, I didn't take my prenatal vitamins. It was a Monday. It was midnight, and I was pretending to sleep. I didn't feel the usual unrelenting fatigue I did late in the evening. But still, awake, I saw him come in. I closed my eyes quick, heard his heavy breathing over me. Then he pulled the bedsheet over my face, whispered in a rough voice, "All right, girl." I recognized that voice. He reached under the blankets, his hand brushing mine above the mattress. I made a small noise of fear, flinched away. He froze. Then he put a hand on my shoulder, moved the bedsheet away from my face, and even though my eyes were closed, I could feel him studying me, watching me. Once I calmed myself, he continued, taking my wrist in his hand and holding the inside with his 2 fingers. He was wearing gloves, nitrile, and he was taking my pulse, I realized, counting to a minute, the longest minute of my life. Then he placed a hand on my belly, and it took everything in me not to scream. Something cold replaced his fingers, and he held it there. My stomach churned and my baby reared up inside me. I was going to throw up. No, I couldn't. "That's it," he whispered to me, to no one. I realized then how I recognized the voice. Tom. It sounded just like Tom. That was all I could take. I jolted out of my sleep and upright, my eyes meeting his in the dark. Sure enough, Tom was staring back at me. I screamed at him and he raised his gloved hand. There was a stethoscope around his neck, like he was cosplaying a doctor. My husband shot up from the other side of the bed. For a moment, him and Tom just stared at each other. Then my husband raised his voice in a way I'd never heard before. "Get out! Get out!" Tom shot out of the room quicker than I could process. My husband chased him out, his shouts and threats echoing through the house. When he came back, I told him we should call the cops. He said no, that wasn't a good idea. He would deal with it. He took a bat from underneath the bed and headed out with it. I tried to stop him, but he left out the front door and didn't return till the next morning. By then I'd found the milk carton laying on its side by my fallen bed sheets, a plastic funnel on the ground next to it. I felt sick, so sick to think about all that blood in Tom's fridge. My blood. I went to the bathroom and emptied my stomach till I couldn't anymore. When my husband came home, he told me he'd taken care of it. There was blood splattered on his face and the bat. He washed it off in the kitchen sink. I was silent, at a loss for words. Afterward, I watched him put locks on all the doors, draw the shades, and set the alarms. "Did you kill him?" I asked. My husband just shook his head no. As he locked our bedroom window, he said, "Just be safe, okay?" For the rest of the day, we cooped ourselves up inside watching movies, taking it easy, as he put it, laying low. I asked him what Tom would want with cartons of blood. My husband looked wildly uncomfortable, said that men are scary. It could have been anything. Could have been selling it on the dark web. That stuff makes a lot of money, supposedly. He kissed my forehead and pulled me close. I asked him for the second time then if we should call the police. He didn't reply. Over the next week, he told me I needed to stay home, that he'd go out for groceries, meds, etc. Almost my entire pregnancy he'd been pushing for a home birth, but now he was adamant about it. Meanwhile, I was having second thoughts. What if something went wrong? What if Tom came by? Whenever I shared these concerns with my husband, he got angry. Eventually, after a heated argument, I asked him if he planned to keep me cooped up like a dog till I gave birth or died. He just glared at me. I said I was going to leave for a little while, give him some time to work through things. As soon as I did, he grabbed me by the arm and begged me to stay. He burst into tears, saying that everything he did for me. That he was sorry for how he'd been treating me, how he'd scared me, but he was scared. God, he was scared. He asked me to stay with him. So I did. When he went to take a shower that night, I again checked our bedroom for anything Tom might have left behind. I don't know what I was expecting to find. Nothing on the floor, of course. It had been a week after all. I would have tripped over anything left over. But under the bed was a spool of rope, cable ties, duct tape. My husband and I had never participated in bondage or anything of the sort. That was my final straw. I had a horrible, horrible feeling. I called my mom and asked her if I could come over. She said of course. I tried to go out the front door, but it was locked from the inside. I didn't even know that was possible. I tried the back door, locked again. At this point I was so panicked I started to cry. I checked the kitchen window. Locked. Finally, the giant office window was open. 8 months pregnant. I hauled my butt out the window and dropped 5 feet into the garden. And I ran, caught an Uber, and made my way to my mom's place. I've been here 2 days now. I have endless missed calls from my husband. I don't know what to say to him. I'm not sure if I think he's just paranoid or if he's somehow a part of this whole thing with Tom. What should I do? Should I go back home? I don't want to give birth without my husband, but he's scaring me. Tom is a whole other problem I'm too afraid to fully confront. I'm thinking of going back home tomorrow and explaining myself to my husband, getting answers to the questions that have been plaguing me, and leaving if I need to. I don't want to do anything too drastic, like call off the marriage before I know the whole story, but I guess I'm afraid to know what the real story is. What do you think? Should I try and fix things before I give birth? Should I call the police? It all happened when I was on my way to visit my parents for some time away from the big city. My parents were always country folk who always loved to be out in the middle of the wilderness. As I was driving through the highway, it started to rain a little. Nothing I didn't really worry about. Tank was still full of gas. My music was on. It could have been much worse. But it did. Me and my big mouth, right? My car ended up making noises that didn't sound normal. As in, it didn't sound like a car should be if it was working properly. I wasn't an expert on cars, but something told me to pull over. I ended up kicking my car in frustration as I exhausted pretty much all of my options on trying to get it moving again. I ended up realizing that I had to start walking, maybe find someone who could help me with this. I couldn't call my parents because my cell phone had no service. I was in the middle of nowhere. I had to hurry and maybe find someplace I could spend the night. Maybe when the rain cleared up, I could sort out this car problem in the morning. After what seemed like hours of walking, I saw it. The hotel sat on a lonely stretch of highway, a flickering neon sign casting a sickly glow on the empty parking lot. At this point, I was desperate. My car had broken down miles from the nearest town, and the rain had turned into a downpour that had me soaked to the bone. Through the sheets of rain, the hotel loomed like a dark bruise on the side of the road, and I had no choice but to seek refuge. They always say hindsight is 20/20, but desperate people do desperate things. Inside, the place was even worse. The lobby was dim, smelling of mildew and something faintly metallic. The old woman at the front desk handed me a key with a smile that never reached her eyes, murmuring, "Room 13, the only one we have tonight." "Thanks, it'll do." Room 13. The number stuck to my mind. It felt unsettling, but I was exhausted and cold. I had no time to be picky or nervous. I just wanted to sleep. The room itself was no better than the lobby. Bare bulbs hung from the ceiling, and the wallpaper peeled in long strips, revealing dark stains underneath. But it was a bed, and at that point, I would have slept anywhere. I tossed most of my wet clothes onto the floor, climbed under the covers, and closed my eyes, trying not to think about the faint, sour smell wafting up from the mattress. I hadn't been asleep long when the scratching started. At first it was faint. I thought it might have been the wind rattling against the old windows, or maybe an animal crawling around in the walls. I rolled over, pulling the pillow over my head, but the scratching grew louder. It was coming from under the bed. That's when I started to get a bit creeped out. The sound was too deliberate, too precise to be an animal. I told myself not to look, to stay in bed and ignore it, but as soon as I thought that, the scratching stopped. A few seconds later, the bed shifted. I was shaking slightly from the sudden movement. It wasn't much, just a faint movement, like something or someone was pushing up from underneath. I felt my stomach tighten as I lay completely still, hoping that whatever was down there didn't know I was awake. But then, just as I began to relax, I heard a whisper. "Come closer." I squeezed my eyes shut, barely able to breathe. The whisper came again, rasping and dry, like paper tearing in two. "Come closer. I need to tell you something." I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. It felt like ice was filling my veins, freezing me in place. Then came a long, drawn-out sigh from beneath the bed, followed by a low, mocking laugh. "Fine. I'll come closer." The bed lurched, slamming hard enough to lift me up, and that was it. I couldn't take it anymore. I leapt out, scrambling toward the door, but it wouldn't budge. My hands were shaking too hard to turn the lock. I fumbled, feeling the growing pressure behind me, like someone standing close enough to touch, but before I could turn around, I heard the voice again, louder this time, whispering right next to my ear. "I just wanted you to know. It's not your bed you're sleeping in." My breath caught, my heart hammering as I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet. I fell against the bed, half expecting to feel something clawing at me from underneath, but there was nothing there, just silence and the dead, stale air of the room. In a panic, I ripped open the closet door, desperate for a place to hide. My mind raced. I had no phone, no working phone, no way to call for help, and the rain still hammered down outside, isolating me further. I crouched in the closet, heart pounding, trying to calm my breathing. But then I noticed the smell, a thick, cloying odor. It was metallic and wet, stronger now that I was in the closet. My stomach twisted as I looked down. There on the floor was a sticky, dark stain. It pooled beneath a pair of feet, their skin pale and mottled, visible under a tattered dress that hung from the figure like dead leaves. It was a woman, her face twisted in a silent scream, her arms contorted at unnatural angles. She stared straight ahead, her glassy eyes unseeing, or at least that's what I thought. As I watched her eyes flick to mine, the corners of her mouth stretching into a grin, and she whispered, "He doesn't like it when you hide." I stumbled backward out of the closet, my whole body screaming to run, but I couldn't take my eyes off her. She was still smiling, that awful, silent grin that seemed like it was stretching wider. Her lifeless eyes locked onto mine. My heart pounded as I backed away, feeling my way toward the door. But when my hand reached the knob, I found it was ice cold. So cold it burned. The air in the room was thick, almost suffocating, as if something was pressing down from every direction. I forced myself to look away from her, to try the lock again, but my fingers were stiff and clumsy from the cold. I twisted and pulled, but the lock wouldn't budge, no matter how hard I yanked. I was trapped. I was beyond terrified. A shuffling sound echoed from the closet. I didn't want to turn around, but some part of me had to. Against every ounce of common sense, I glanced over my shoulder. The woman in the closet was moving. She was crawling toward me inch by inch, her twisted arms scraping against the floor, her eyes wide and empty. As she dragged herself forward, her broken fingers left dark streaks in her wake, a trail of blood or something darker. "I tried to leave too," she hissed, her voice raw and brittle, as if it hadn't been used in years. "He doesn't let you go. He keeps you here." I backed into the corner near the door, feeling the wall cold and rough against my spine. My throat felt tight. My whole body locked in place as I watched her draw closer. Her eyes, hollow and sunken, had bored into me, full of something I couldn't understand. Rage, desperation, maybe even hunger. Then, just inches from my feet, she stopped. Her head jerked upward, and I felt a chill crawl down my spine as her gaze shifted, not at me, but at something behind me. "He's here," she whispered, a shiver in her voice. "He's always watching." I wanted to scream, to get out of this nightmare, but a noise stopped me. A soft creak, like the slow groan of a door opening. I forced myself to turn, and there in the shadowed corner of the room I saw it. A figure, tall and impossibly thin, with limbs too long and bent in the wrong places. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle. It was draped in tattered black cloth which clung to its form like a shroud. Its face? It had no face. Just a smooth, pale surface, featureless but somehow filled with malice. The figure didn't move. It simply stood there, a cold, hollow presence that sucked the air from the room, but then slowly it raised one hand, pointing a single, bony finger directly at me. "He's chosen you," the woman rasped. her eyes wide with fear. She was backing away now, retreating into the darkness of the closet. He always chooses someone, and once he chooses, he never lets go. No, I whispered, the word barely audible. No, stay away from me. No. But the figure took a step forward, the room growing colder with each movement, the walls seeming to close in. I could feel it pulling at me, dragging me toward it like an invisible hand clutching at my chest. My legs gave out, and I fell to my knees staring up at that faceless horror as it loomed over me. Then I saw what looked like its mouth open. It didn't just open, it tore it open as if it were ripping open its very flesh. It was open in a silent scream. Then in a voice that sounded like nails scraping over glass, it spoke. Stay, it said, the word echoing, filling the room. Stay forever. My body went rigid, every nerve screaming to run, but I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, trapped under that thing's gaze or whatever it was that served as its gaze. The shadows around me deepened, and I felt a weight pressing down on my chest, making it harder and harder to breathe. I tried to scream, to call for help, but no sound came out. The room spun, darkness creeping in at the edges of my vision, and just before I blacked out, I heard one last whisper, so faint I could barely make it out. Room 13 always needs a guest. When I woke up, everything was quiet. I was laying in the middle of the floor, the stale smell of the room thick in my nose. My head ached, and every inch of my body felt like it had been crushed under a rock. For a brief moment I thought maybe I dreamed it all, that it had been some kind of feverish nightmare. But then I looked around and the room was empty. No twisted woman, no faceless figure. But the door was wide open, and outside I could see the early light of dawn peeking through the old hotel windows. I didn't hesitate. I scrambled to my feet, every instinct screaming to get out. My clothes were still damp. My car was still broken down, but I didn't care. I sprinted out of the room, down the narrow hallway, through the lobby, and into the rain-soaked parking lot. As I stumbled toward the road, I glanced back. The hotel loomed behind me, dark and silent, its sign flickering in the dawn light, but there, in the doorway, I saw a figure standing, watching me. It was the woman from the front desk. She raised a hand, giving me a slow, sad wave, and in that moment, I saw her face clearly for the first time. She looked like the woman from the closet, older perhaps, but unmistakably the same. Her eyes were hollow, empty, as if there was nothing behind them. She had that same smile that seemed just as hollow. And as I turned away, a chill ran down my spine because I swear I heard her whisper, drifting through the cold morning air. We'll be ready for you whenever you decide to come back. I didn't look back. I broke into a full sprint. I kept running. I didn't stop until I was well down the highway, legs shaking, lungs burning. The sun was rising, casting long shadows across the empty road. My mind was a blur, replaying every horrific detail, every sound, every face. Finally, a car pulled up, a beat-up pickup with a grizzled old driver, who took one look at my drenched clothes and haunted expression, and without a word opened the passenger door. Trouble? He asked as I climbed in, trying to catch my breath. Yeah, I managed, voice hoarse. Broke down, stayed at some hotel. I realized I didn't even know its name. He didn't say anything for a minute, eyes on the road. Then he asked, almost too casually, That wouldn't have been the old highway hotel, would it? Little ways back, place with the busted up neon sign. I felt a shiver roll over me and nodded. How did he know? He sucked in a breath. Shame, he muttered under his breath, shaking his head. Folks around here stay far from that place. I wanted to ask what he meant, wanted to know if he'd seen whatever it was that I'd seen, but the words stuck in my throat, and after a few minutes of silence, I felt myself slipping into an uneasy sleep, exhausted from the night before. I woke up with a deep yawn. We were parked outside a small gas station on what seemed like the edge of a small town. The driver was talking to a mechanic, pointing toward my broken down car, which he'd somehow managed to tow while I slept. He gestured me to get out, handing me an old thermos of coffee before saying, "This is as far as I go, kid. You'd do well to get in that car and keep going. Some places ain't worth visiting." I nodded, barely able to manage a thank you, and watched as he drove off, leaving me in a town I'd never been to before. The mechanic gave me a sympathetic look as he worked on my car, and for a long time neither of us said anything. But just as he finished up, he glanced at me, a strange, unreadable look in his eyes. "You know, that hotel? Place has been closed for decades. Your friend told me about it. You should count yourself lucky. Not many people drive down that highway." I froze, my stomach dropping. "No, that's not possible," I stammered. "I was just there last night. There was a woman at the desk. I got a room." He gave me a wary look, like he'd heard this before. "You'd be surprised how many folks stay there, thinking it's real. I've heard stories like yours a dozen times over. Trust me, kid, whatever you think you saw in there was not real." I felt a chill wash over me. What happened there?" I forced myself to ask. The mechanic glanced around as if he didn't want anyone else to hear. Used to be a respectable place, that hotel, but something changed. Some say a guest went missing. Others say it was the owners, the husband and wife who ran it. One day, folks just stopped seeing them around. Only thing anyone knows for sure is that people who stay there, sometimes they come back, sometimes they don't. I wanted to protest, to insist that what I'd seen was real, but he was already closing up, giving me a look that said he didn't want to talk about it any further. I thanked him and got into my car, hands trembling as I gripped the steering wheel. As I drove out of town, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting to see something following me, but there was nothing. Just the empty highway stretching behind me, just miles of desolate road. Days went by and I tried to put the whole thing behind me, to convince myself it was just a nightmare. I tried to have a good time with my parents, but that night changed me. My dreams were plagued with whispers, scratching sounds, glimpses of pale, twisted figures, hiding in the shadows. I'd wake up in a sweat, heart racing, feeling that same suffocating pressure, as if something unseen was watching me. I decided to leave my parents' place a week early. They kind of already knew something was bothering me, but I couldn't bring myself to tell them. Maybe they knew about the hotel, but if they did, they would probably be like that mechanic. Probably would tell me to stay away or that what I experienced wasn't real. And then one night, as I was getting ready for bed after a long drive back home, I received a letter. It was placed right on my doorstep. I slowly picked it up. It arrived with no return address. The envelope was old and yellowed, as if it had been forgotten for years. I almost didn't open it, but something compelled me to. My hands shook as I slid the paper out, unfolding it to reveal 2 words, scrawled in faded ink. Room 13. I dropped the letter as my eyes widened and immediately ran to check every lock in my apartment. I even called the cops to have them do a full, thorough search. Nothing came of it. I swear it felt like I was losing my mind. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I felt that same chilling presence, That pressure building like something waiting for me to close my eyes long enough. In the days that followed, things got worse. Objects in my apartment would move on their own. A glass would slide across the table. The lights would flicker, and every so often, I'd catch a faint smell of mildew, that same metallic odor from the hotel room. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me, that it was waiting for me to return to room 13. Finally, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I'd go back, just to prove to myself that it wasn't real, that I'd imagined it all. Part of me wishes that I had. I drove out to that same stretch of highway, my heart hammering as I neared the spot where the hotel should have been. But when I got there, I slammed on the brakes. I grew cold. The color drained from my face. No. The hotel was gone. There was no building, no flickering neon sign, not even a foundation to mark where it had been. It was just an empty lot, overgrown with weeds as if nothing had ever been there at all. My mind spun, grasping for answers, for anything to explain what I'd been through. But as I sat there in stunned silence, I saw something in my rearview mirror. A figure standing at the edge of the lot. It was the old woman from the front desk, her hollow eyes staring straight into mine, her face twisted in that sad, empty smile. I wanted to scream. I tried to turn to look directly at her, but by the time I twisted around, she was gone. I don't drive at night anymore. I moved what seems like countless times now. I can't sleep. I can't eat. People have tried to reach out and check up on me. I ignore them. I don't want whatever this is to affect them too. No matter where I go, no matter how far I try to run, I can still feel them. Watching, waiting, and sometimes in the dead of night, when everything is silent, I can still hear that faint, rasping whisper. Room 13 will always need a guest. Mom, Dad, if you're reading this, I just want you to know I love you. I love you so much. And to whoever else is reading this, help me. Please, help me. People like to think the life of a high-end escort is glamorous. Luxury hotels, expensive dinners, inviolable vacations, men who worship you with gifts. And sure, sometimes it is. But it's also a world where power is currency, and the men who have it are often darker than anyone realizes. I've met politicians, tech billionaires, and heirs to empires, but none of them unnerved me like him. Anton von Teufel, the kind of man who only exists in myths and nightmares. It started with a phone call from an agency. My handler, Veronica, sounded nervous, which wasn't like her. "This one's different," she said, her voice taut. "Old money, real old. You'll meet him at his estate. No public venues, no hotels." "Why me?" I asked, more curious than worried. "He requested you specifically." That wasn't unusual. I had a reputation for being discreet and professional, but there was something in her tone, an edge that unsettled me. The estate was a 2-hour drive from the city, buried deep in the woods. The directions wound through narrow, unmarked roads that twisted like veins. The trees were dense, their shadows so thick they seemed alive. By the time I reached the gates, the sun was setting, casting the mansion in hues of deep orange and crimson. The gates creaked open on their own, and the driveway stretched endlessly toward a mansion that looked more like a Gothic cathedral. Its towering spires seemed to scrape the sky, and the windows glowed faintly, as though the house itself was breathing. A man in a black suit greeted me at the door. His face was pale and gaunt, his expression void of warmth. He didn't introduce himself, just motioned for me to follow. The house was cavernous, the air heavy with the faint scent of roses and something else I couldn't place. Something metallic, like blood. Anton was waiting in the library, sitting in an enormous leather chair by the fire. He was older than I expected, mid-50s maybe, but handsome in that weathered, aristocratic way. His salt and pepper hair was swept back, and his tailored suit hugged his frame like it had been sewn onto him. His presence was magnetic, the kind that made it hard to look away. "You're even more exquisite than I was told," he said, his voice smooth and deliberate. "Thank you," I replied, slipping into my professional charm. He didn't touch me, didn't move closer. He just studied me, his eyes sharp and unrelenting, like he was memorizing every detail of my face. "Do you like games?" he asked suddenly. "Depends on the game." His lips curled into a thin smile. "Good. I like a woman with an adventurous spirit." That was our first meeting. He didn't ask for anything physical, just talked. His words were strange, full of riddles and half-truths. He spoke of beauty and power, of how true worth lay in what couldn't be seen. When I left that night, he handed me an envelope. Inside was $50,000. I should have walked away. Something about him set my nerves on edge, but the money was too good. Over the next few weeks, I visited him several more times. Each time was the same. Cryptic conversations, no touching, and another envelope of cash. Then one night he asked me to stay. "It's late," he said, pouring me a glass of wine from a crystal decanter. The liquid shimmered in the firelight like molten rubies. "Why not spend the night? I have a guest room prepared for you." I hesitated, but the wine was already in my hand, and his gaze made it hard to say no. "Sure," I said, forcing a smile. The room was beautiful but cold, decorated in rich velvets and dark woods. The bed was massive, draped in crimson silk that looked untouched. I locked the door and climbed into bed, but sleep wouldn't come. At around 3 a.m. I heard it. Faint footsteps in the hallway, followed by a low, guttural noise that didn't sound human. My skin prickled, every instinct screaming at me to stay still. The noise grew louder, joined by a soft scraping, like nails on wood. It was coming from the other side of the door. "Hello?" My voice cracked as I whispered. The scraping stopped. For a moment there was silence. Then a voice, low and distorted, like it was being dragged from a deep well. "Let me in." I froze, my breath hitching. The voice came again, more insistent. "Let me in." The doorknob rattled violently, the sound echoing in the silent room. I grabbed a lamp from the bedside table and held it like a weapon, my knuckles white. The rattling stopped abruptly. Then came the sound of footsteps retreating down the hall. When morning came, I found Anton waiting for me in the dining room, his smile as sharp as ever. "Did you sleep well?" he asked, sipping his coffee. I stared at him, trying to read his expression. "What was that last night?" "What was what?" he asked, his tone as smooth as the marble floor. "The noise outside my door. The voice." He set his cup down and leaned forward, his eyes glinting like a predator's. "You must have been dreaming." I knew he was lying, but I didn't press him. I just wanted to get out of that house. As I was leaving, he handed me another envelope. "One last thing," he said. "I'd like to show you my collection sometime. I think you'd appreciate it." I didn't respond, but curiosity got the better of me. A week later, I agreed to see it. He led me down a narrow staircase to a locked door. The air grew colder with each step, and my stomach churned with unease. "What's in there?" I asked, my voice trembling. He smiled, the kind of smile that made you want to run. Beauty, preserved forever. When he opened the door, the smell hit me first. Chemical and cloying. The room was lined with glass cases, each one containing a figure so lifelike I thought they were mannequins at first. Then I looked closer. The eyes were too real, their expressions frozen in terror. You see, Anton said, his voice soft. True beauty transcends life. It becomes eternal. I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. You're insane, I whispered. He stepped closer, his smile widening. You're perfect, you know. You'd make a fine addition. I ran. I didn't even know how I managed to make it out of that house. My memory of the escape is a jumbled haze of blind panic, my heart thundering in my chest as I fled through vast halls. The walls seemed to close in on me, the air growing thicker, suffocating. My heels clattered against the marble floors, the sound echoing like gunshots in the stillness. I could feel Anton's eyes on me, though I never dared look back. His voice followed me, low and calm, as if he didn't even need to chase me to catch me. You can't outrun beauty, my dear, he called out. It has already claimed you. When I finally burst through the front doors, the cold night air hit me like a slap, and I nearly stumbled down the steps. The estate's grounds were a labyrinth of shadows and looming trees, but I didn't care where I was running as long as it was away from that house. The forest swallowed me. Branches clawed at my skin and hair. The scent of damp earth filling my nose as I stumbled and tripped over roots and stones. My lungs burned. My legs ached, but I kept going until the mansion's eerie glow was nothing but a distant memory. I didn't stop until I reached my car, parked by the estate's wrought iron gates. My hands trembled as I fumbled with the keys, dropping them twice before finally jamming one into the ignition. The engine roared to life and I peeled away from that place, my tires screeching against the gravel. But even as I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The shadows outside the car seemed too dark, too dense, as if they were alive and watching. By the time I reached the city, I was shaking so hard I could barely hold the wheel. I checked into the first motel I saw, a dingy place with flickering neon lights, and barricaded myself in the room. I didn't bother with the bed. I sat on the floor in the corner, clutching the lamp from the nightstand like it could protect me. Hours passed. My mind raced with images of Anton's collection. The frozen faces locked in glass cases, their eyes pleading for release. I thought about his words. Beauty, preserved forever. I wanted to tell myself it was some elaborate nightmare, but the smell of those chemicals, the glint of terror in their eyes, was too vivid, too real. Then, just as I was starting to think I might be safe, I heard it. A soft knock at the door. My heart stopped. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? My voice cracked as I shouted, though deep down I didn't want an answer. Silence. I crept toward the door, pressing my ear against the cheap wood. My pulse thundered in my ears as I peered through the peephole. Nothing. I exhaled shakily, backing away. Maybe it was just my imagination, paranoia playing tricks on me. Then I heard it again. Scrape, scrape. The sound of something sharp dragging along the floor. Let me in. The voice was low and distorted, the same one I'd heard outside my room at Anton's estate. My knees buckled and I dropped to the floor, clutching my mouth to keep from screaming. The doorknob rattled violently as though someone or something was trying to force it open. Let me in, The voice repeated, more insistent this time. I scrambled backward, my body trembling. "Go away," I shouted, but my voice sounded small, powerless. The rattling stopped abruptly, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. My breaths came in shallow gasps, my ears straining for any sound. Then, slowly, the door creaked. The lock hadn't turned, but the door was opening anyway, inch by agonizing inch. Beyond it was darkness, thick and impenetrable, like the void itself was staring back at me. I couldn't move. My body was frozen, paralyzed by fear as a shadow began to spill into the room, twisting and writhing like smoke. "You can't run from me," the voice said, now clearer and closer, reverberating inside my skull. The shadow stretched toward me, and I felt its coldness wrap around my legs, dragging me forward. I clawed at the floor, my nails splintering against the cheap carpet, but it was no use. The darkness consumed everything it touched, swallowing the walls, the furniture, the light. The last thing I saw was my reflection in the cracked motel mirror. My face looked different, distorted, wrong. My eyes weren't mine anymore. They were hollow, lifeless, the same as the figures in Anton's collection. And then, the world went black. When I woke up, I was back in the mansion, but I wasn't in my body. I was inside the glass. I could see everything. The room, the cases, the other faces staring back at me, their mouths frozen in silent screams. I tried to scream too, but no sound came out. My body wouldn't move. I was trapped, a prisoner in my own reflection. And somewhere in the distance, I heard Anton's voice, calm and unhurried. "Welcome to the collection." I used to live in the middle of backwoods Pennsylvania, near a set of train tracks that ran through the woods. About once, maybe twice a week, I would hear the cry of a train horn splitting the air. Always at a different time, but usually in the early morning or late evening. Sometimes it would even wake me from a deep sleep in the middle of the night. The little house I was renting was nice, at the very end of the cul-de-sac I lived in, and nestled back against a copse of trees. I wasn't entirely sure where the train tracks were, since they didn't run through town anywhere, but every time I was startled by the piercing cry, I thought it sounded like it was coming from the woods. The longer I lived in that little house, the more curious I got about the train. It probably sounds silly, but I've always liked trains. And even though I found the train horn startling, it was comforting in a weird way too. Every time it sounded, my ears would perk up, and I would find myself tracing the sound as it moved, trying to pinpoint exactly where it came from and where it was going to. Finally, after about a year of that, I decided to take one of my days off and go look for the train tracks. I put a few bottles of water and some snacks in a backpack, put on my favorite pair of walking shoes, and practically skipped out the front door. It reminded me of being a kid. I didn't have the best home life, so it wasn't uncommon for me to pack a bag with enough provisions and comic books for the day before disappearing into the woods near our house. The woods were my escape, a place where I was safe from anger, yelling, and whatever my parents were throwing at each other that day. The forest was always calm and quiet. It made me feel safe, a feeling I couldn't always get from home. As I walked out my back door, I was reminded of that and how much I loved going for those walks as a kid. I'll admit, I think I was expecting it to feel just as safe and magical now, but I was wrong. The forest itself was perfect. Silence punctuated only by the occasional bird call or rustle of the leaves brushing each other in the wind. It was an early spring day and earth was spongy from recent rainfall. Dew dripped lazily from the green trees and sparkled on the tall grass as I walked through it. I made my way in the approximate direction I heard the train horn coming from. No real plan in mind for when I found it, just enjoying the breeze as it played with my hair. After about an hour, I finally found the train tracks and let out an excited whoop when they came into view. I raced forward like a little kid until I got right next to them. Then I began walking parallel to the tracks, towards the mountains in the distance. My parents had always told me not to walk near train tracks, but I always wanted to follow them just once to see where I wound up. I followed the train tracks with a spring in my step, not noticing the sun sinking lower in the sky until the shadows grew long enough in front of me to blend together into one big pool of shadow. When I realized the sun was starting to go down, I stopped. I had been so lost in my thoughts, and in finally fulfilling a childhood dream, that I hadn't realized how late it was. I turned around and followed the train tracks, now at a quicker pace, until I reached the area I thought I had started from. I was still following the tracks when a figure emerged from the twilight on the path in front of me. I couldn't make out any details, but it seemed to be entirely gray, like a smudge of ash on the horizon growing steadily larger. Something about it really unsettled me, which I attributed to being a woman walking alone at night and seeing a stranger approach in the twilight. I veered off the tracks and made my way through the woods, emerging one neighborhood over from my own, and followed the streets back to my house, exhausted by the time I finally got there. I guess the stranger I saw on the tracks just left my mind. I didn't think about it at all for the rest of the night, and by the time I woke up the next day, I didn't even remember the vaguely unsettling encounter. It was a few weeks before I was able to make it back into the woods. But once another lazy day off came around, I packed my bag and escaped out the back door again. This time I left a bit earlier and went the other direction, towards what I assumed would be town, or maybe the next town over. I figured if I wandered to the next town by accident, I could always take a taxi home. This was before Uber was very popular. This time I took a can of spray paint and made a huge blue X on one of the trees that I could see from the tracks, so I would know where to head back into the woods to get home. I can't say for sure, but that decision might have saved my life. Again, time seemed to escape me, and before I knew it, it was late afternoon. I turned myself around and once again saw a smudge on the distant horizon, slowly approaching me and taking shape. This time there was enough light that I assumed it would be fine. Probably just another person wandering the train tracks to fill their empty Sunday afternoon. I kept walking, studying the trees surrounding the tracks on either side, and admiring the giant purple mountains in front of me. I was startled from my reverie to realize that what had been nothing more than a smudge the last time I looked was now a person. Just a few hundred yards away at most. I studied him as I approached. He seemed to be wearing a gray three-piece suit and gray shoes. His hair was gray too. He carried some kind of bag. It looked like a white trash bag, like one of the really heavy-duty ones, and it almost looked like it was filled with a liquid. It heaved and sagged, even though he carried it with such ease it could have been full of helium. I'll admit, I didn't find him terrifying at first. It was a lovely afternoon. I was enjoying myself, and I've always been a really friendly person, so it was actually kind of excited that I might get to meet one of my neighbors out on my little walk. But when we were close enough for me to greet him, I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. It was like my senses shut down, and the only thing I was left with was this awful feeling of complete and total revulsion. Despite my vision going gray around the edges, I forced myself to keep walking, to get past the mystery person and closer to home. When we were right next to each other, all my senses returned to normal, and I noticed with a pang of fear and concern that even the man's skin was an ashy shade of gray. He continued to face forward, but his face seemed to melt and twist in my direction. All the features remained clear, but it was like the skin behind his face was melting, allowing the face itself to slip in my direction. He smiled at me, flashing gray teeth and the corner of a gray tongue peeking out of his mouth. Then he passed me and I took a huge gulp of air, trying to calm my rioting stomach and nerves. Despite how badly I wanted to collapse to the earth and sob from whatever that was, I forced myself to keep walking. Now more than ever, I just wanted to get home. After a few more minutes of walking, I managed to convince myself I had just imagined it. Or maybe the man had some kind of medical condition, and I was being unfair to judge him so harshly. As I successfully guilt-tripped myself into brushing off the weirdness, I noticed something on the horizon. A gray smudge that seemed to be getting closer to me. I debated it for a moment, then allowed myself to stop and turn around. There was nothing behind me. No traces of the strange gray man. I turned back around and somehow he had managed to clear almost all the distance between us, in the time it took me to turn around and back. I forced myself to keep walking, insisting to my now terrified brain that it was a coincidence, or I had spaced out for longer than I realized. As I got closer to the man, I forced a smile onto my own face, and with every ounce of courage I had asked, "Hey there, didn't we just see each other?" The look on his face didn't alter in the slightest, and neither did his stride as he approached. His mouth opened and a voice as gray as a tombstone said, "We'll be seeing a lot of each other." The smile on his face stayed in place as mine faltered and crashed, and I picked up my pace to get past him as quickly as possible. As I did, a scent I hadn't noticed before wafted from his trash bag to my nose, and I had to resist the need. It was more than an urge to vomit. What I smelled can only be described as death, plain and simple. It assaulted my nostrils and filled my mind with images of death and destruction, things I could never have pictured on my own. War-torn battlefields scattered with the flesh and blood of innocent people, bodies torn apart by animals, corpses swaying in the breeze, glassy eyes still begging for a savior even though it was far too late. I gasped, pressing my hands to my mouth and nose, and hurried away. After a few minutes, the smell was gone, but the images and nausea remained. I couldn't understand what was wrong with me. And more than anything, I just wanted to get home, to safety and my comfiest chair, but I was still at least an hour away from my house. I glanced behind me again, let out a sigh of relief when I saw the gray man still walking away from me, then bit my tongue so hard I drew blood when I turned back and saw another gray smudge on the horizon. I whipped my head around again and saw he had disappeared. With resignation to my fate, I turned back around, already knowing what would be in front of me. Sure enough, the gray man, with the gray smile, was once again a few hundred yards in front of me. I bit back a little sob and looked around, wondering if I could get away from him somehow. Most of the area between the tracks and the trees was filled with grass and weeds that would go up at least to my waist. I would have been fine with that, except I'm terrified of ticks, and didn't want to risk taking one home with me. As the stranger approached in the distance, I weighed my options. Pass the creepy old guy again, or risk getting a parasite. It was a hard choice, but I finally took a deep breath and plunged into the tall grass. I glanced over at the tracks, almost against my will, and breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't there. He must have done his little disappearing trick when I stepped off the tracks. I smiled in relief and face front again, my heart shattering into violent little shards in my chest as I jumped backwards and to the side. He was directly in front of me again, with that same carved from stone, gray-toothed smile. He continued walking forward, eyes on the horizon, fist clenched around the trash bag in his hand. I stopped moving and simply stared at him as he passed, begging my mind to make sense of what was happening. Something in the bag sloshed, and the smell of blood and death overwhelmed me, making me feel sick all over again. I pressed my hands into my eyes, but when I opened them, the gray man was still there, walking away from me, his pace the same as ever. I forced myself to root to the spot and watch him walk away. I waited until the shadows grew longer and he was once again just a gray smudge on the horizon. When I turned back around, I was angry but not surprised to see the gray smear in front of me again. I sighed and continued walking, telling myself it was a coincidence or I was imagining things. But as he came back into focus, a distant part of my mind screamed that I was in danger. I made the mistake of shoving that voice and its wisdom to the back of my mind. I had to get home. I didn't want to walk in the tall grass and risk getting a tick, and the gray man was going to be there no matter what I did, so I might as well follow the tracks until I made it back home. This time when the gray man got closer, the smell was the first thing that greeted me. I choked down my vomit and blinked tears from my eyes as I took a deep breath and held it. When the man was about 10 feet from me, something in his smile changed. He didn't move exactly, but his lower jaw seemed to grow, as if the hinges of his jaw were melting and allowing his face to sink lower and lower. For the first time, his eyes met mine, and I knew I had made a horrible mistake. By the time he passed me, his jaw was down to his chest, but his eyes had never left mine. Once he was behind me, I began sprinting, only interested in getting home before it was completely dark. Up ahead, I could see the bright blue X I had spray painted on the tree, and I veered away from the tracks again, now running through the grass with no other thought in mind than getting back home. But as I ran, my vision began to blur slightly. The shadows of the trees turned gray and seemed to take on more form. Something gray appeared right in front of the tree I had painted on, slowly morphing into a gray man walking towards me, trash bags swinging from his hand. I halted, waited until he was a few feet from me, then bolted to the side into the tree line. I crashed through the trees wildly, paying attention to nothing except the gray smudges that would appear in front of me, taking shape into the man more rapidly each time. By the time I saw my house in the distance, the gray man was practically running alongside me, smile still carved into his face, bag still swinging in his hand, liquid and whatever else it contains sloshing around inside. I made it inside and locked the doors and windows, but outside I could still see the two pale shadows lurking, taking on the form of a man before disappearing again. I left Pennsylvania not long after that. It lost all its charm for me, but when I lay down in bed at night, all I can see when I close my eyes is the gray man, off in the distance. He gets closer every night, and I know someday he'll catch me. My wife's long black hair swept over her shoulder as she turned to tell me to hurry up. 6 miles into the hike, and she was still bounding with energy, while I neared the brink of collapse. Bang, 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 bang. Taking no notice of the pounding that had just drifted through the trees, she paused to allow me to catch up with her, and tease me for becoming an old man. Our 10th time making the trek, an annual tradition to return to the place where I'd proposed, and she looked as beautiful as she had on the first. Bang, 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 bang. It was louder now, enveloping us. Desperately I tried to ignore it too, fighting to stay in the moment, fighting to stay with her. I knew what was waiting if I gave in. Bang, bang, bang. I opened my eyes and she was gone, and I was back there. Light bringing no warmth streamed in through the window, and I shivered, uselessly pulling the meager, moth-bitten sheets tighter to my body. A full month's worth of frigid mornings had taught me to expect the chill air forcing its way through the cracks in the crumbling plaster walls, which brought with it the scent of fresh snow. And so continues the endless winter in hell, I grumbled, half awake as I reached blindly towards the bedside table and wrapped my hand around the glass that I knew would be waiting there, full to the brim with poisonous medicine. Swallowing its entire contents in 2 large gulps, I gagged on the flavor of tepid, watered-down, cheap whiskey, potent enough to keep the shakes at bay, yet not quite so strong as to bring any measure of real peace. At least its pain-numbing qualities exceeded those of the booze in the outside world, allowing me to choke back the tears brought on by my shattered back. Bang, 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 bang. The cacophony that had woken me continued down on the first floor. From the sound of it, our fresh arrival was still violently trying to come to terms with his new living arrangements, angrily shouting, pounding on the walls and based on the scraping and then the loud crashes that followed, attempting to hurl the dining room chairs through the windows. "Henry will be furious about having to rebuild those again," I murmured. I took another swig from the glass that, by then, had refilled itself, and listened more closely to the man's words. With only 2 semesters of college Spanish under my belt, it was some time before I recognized anything that he was screaming. "Donde esté la puerta?" was the only thing I picked out that I fully understood. It will return soon enough, I thought to myself, polishing off my second helping of swill and setting the glass back on the table, feeling the weight of those words more heavily given the events of the last couple days. Best not focus on that part, though. I shuddered, propping my back up against the metal bars of the headboard and reaching once again for my only comfort in there, topped off as it was, for a 3rd time. Confined to my bed for the foreseeable future, I heard Henry's door open and his footsteps thump past mine as I knew, for the 3rd day in a row, he was going to attempt and calm the fresh tenant. And watching the haggard, dirty, broken man in the mirror that faced the bed raise the glass once again to his lips, I reflected back on my first day in the winter house. 2 years. It was 2 years to the day that I lost Sherry. It all happened so quickly. We were on our anniversary hike when, for the first time in our relationship, she fell behind me. Then, without warning, collapsed in the middle of the trail. Hospital visits, tests, diagnosis, treatment, fighting, losing, withering. Dead. 6 months. It's all it took. 37 years of healthy existence. 10 years of happy marriage. So much life still left in front of her. Dead. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still hear the high-pitched squeal of the machine announcing to me that her heart had stopped when I felt the last of her strength evaporate from the hands I was holding. For the next 2 years, I tried to carry on without her. Did everything I knew to pull myself out of the swirling pit of despair I dropped into the moment she stopped breathing. Friends, family, hiking, lifting, church. I even debated going to therapy. But my father had always told me that that was only for weak men. Every day I fell deeper into the hole, and every day the bottle loomed nearer. You see, Sherry and I had met in Alcoholics Anonymous. She was already 3 months sober at the time and comforted me on the very first day. Helped see me through the worst of my detox. Kept me going back to meetings. Became my biggest advocate. We were 2 broken souls that had enough pieces left to hold each other together. And once she was gone, mine was shattered once more. But she had made me promise. that I would keep my sobriety in her absence. Made me swear it on the ring she'd worn on her hand every day of our marriage, and that I then wore around my neck every day after her passing. Yet one night I found myself in a bar I'd been to many times in my pre-Sherry life. A bar so familiar that, although I hung my head in shame, the feat I was watching carried me to a stool that, even after years of neglect, still felt like home when I sat in it. And without me uttering a single word, a drink appeared in front of me. Double whiskey on the rocks. The bartender winked and asked where I'd been before shuffling off to take another patron's order. Staring at the ice cube suspended in the amber pour of my failure, I apologized to Sherry before drowning it in one practiced motion. 5 more helpings of the same tonic at the bar, and a stop at the liquor store on the way home, and I was feeling the best that I had in a long while. In fact, it was the only time in the last 2 years that I hadn't felt the crushing weight of Sherry's death bearing down on my chest, and I was experienced enough to know that the minute I sobered up again, the pain of her loss would return even more intensely than before. So I decided that night, on the walk between the liquor store and my house, that I was never going to be sober again. My plan was to continue drinking in every waking minute of every hour of every day of the remainder of my life until my liver finally would give out on me. And in that instant, I felt an incredible sense of relief. Everything seemed so simple then. I was a locksmith who worked for himself, so I didn't need to worry about being fired for intoxication. All I needed to do from then on would be to make enough money to afford my rent, utilities, food, and booze, while I waited for death to take me. What I did not know at the time was that I'd just made myself a target. When I arrived home that evening, I immediately stumbled my way into the kitchen and grabbed a plastic cup from the cabinet. Given I was already nearly toppling over with each step, I was certain I'd shatter anything glass if I tried to use it, and therefore was more than happy to fill my NASCAR chalice with a heavy dose of whiskey and ice. The next hour or so, I melted into the couch watching trash TV, working myself halfway through the 5th I'd purchased. It wasn't long before I passed out, empty vessel in hand, dreamlessly fading into nothing. I awoke with a headache, around 3 in the morning, needing to pee fiercely, and stupidly, I tried to sprint to the restroom, kicking the coffee table on the way there. Blind pain seared through what I imagined was likely a broken pinky toe in my right foot, necessitating that I limp the rest of my way to the toilet in our master bedroom. After I had finished my business, I debated brushing my teeth and laying down in bed for the rest of the night, but with the way my head was feeling, I knew that if I didn't get some more alcohol into my system before I fell asleep again, the morning would be horrendous. And walking back into our bedroom, I caught sight of something I hadn't noticed when I'd crossed through the space with my eyes bleary from the tears of my shattered toe. There was a glass on my bedside table, brimming with a brown liquid and ice effortlessly floating through it, tinkling softly as the cubes moved up and down. It appeared as if someone had just placed it there a moment ago. I blinked repeatedly to make sure it didn't disappear, but after closing my eyes and opening them for the 4th time, I resigned myself to its reality and focused then on how it could have gotten there. As I mentioned, I was only planning to drink out of my plastic cup for the evening. Moreover, as far as I was aware, I'd been knocked out on the couch until about 5 minutes prior. Had it been there when I came into the room initially? I pondered. It must have been, unless there was someone else in the house with me. My heart rate increased, considering the possibility that someone had invaded my home, and I stood stock still for a minute, listening intently for the sound of any other movement in the house. But all that met my ears was the gentle click of the ice, which I felt should have settled by that time. Yet when I looked back at the table, it was impossibly still stirring, as if disturbed by an unseen hand. Grabbing a baseball bat from the closet, I planned then to search the house and started first by checking that I had, in my drunken stupor, remembered to lock the front door. Sherry and I had had a break-in a couple years before she passed, and I had personally installed a special deadbolt that used keys which I'd made myself. Of those keys, there were only 2 in existence, and of those 2, I retained sole possession. So when I reached the door and found that I had indeed thrown the bolt behind me when I had returned home earlier, I relaxed slightly, confident that no one could have picked the lock and entered through the main entrance. I conducted a thorough search of the remainder of the modest domicile. In doing so, I established that all other doors and all of the windows were locked, sealed, and undamaged, and I detected no trace of anyone besides myself within the walls. I was alone. So, I returned to my bedroom, praying as I crossed the threshold that the beverage would simply have vanished, and I could chalk the whole thing up to a hallucination. But I was sorely disappointed. There it still stood, solid as the moment I first laid eyes on it, ice continuing to bob up and down. The only explanation that I had for its presence then was that I had woken up, or maybe even sleepwalked, some time before I had arisen to pee, made myself a drink, placed it down next to my bed, and wandered back to the couch. But why would I do that? I confusedly considered. If that had been what happened, I would have had to have it done it very recently, as the ice looked unmelted. And it seemed so odd that I wouldn't have drank any of it before heading back to the living room. However, as it was the only explanation I could come up with that made any sense to me, and given I had been on my way to the kitchen to fix another drink before I spotted the one already waiting for me, I begrudgingly accepted that it must be the truth, brushing off the concerns that kept popping up in my head. With that, I approached the table and saw that as I did, my footsteps shook the contents, answering for me how it had appeared to be in a constant state of disturbance. I had been stomping around the house and creating the vibrations that were making it look alive. So easily, I ignored all of my worries. So easily, I lifted the glass from the table. So easily, I took a sip. And it was euphoria. The most delicious drink that had ever passed my lips. In fact, the most delicious thing I'd ever consumed in my life. Far beyond the quality of the piss I knew to be sitting in the plastic bottle in the kitchen that it should have tasted like. But I didn't care. I couldn't stop myself. Down, down, down. I gulped its entirety down in a wild frenzy, unable to move from the spot. Unable to care for anything else. I ate the ice. I licked the inner walls of the glass clean. I was about to bite down on the glass itself when I snapped out of it. For a moment I felt nothing, but then as I lowered the empty container from my face, I was struck with an intense surge of pleasure. Every nerve ending surged with warmth. Every pain I'd ever known drifted away. Sherry's hollow, sickened face dissolved from my memories and was replaced with the smile that greeted my mornings for so many years. I needed more. Then, as if a bartender had heard my thoughts, I looked down to see the glass was full again. Madly, I snatched it up, draining the elixir even faster than the first helping. And I was rewarded. I began tingling with the sensations of every joyous minute I'd ever experienced. The best days of my life all flashed before my eyes. The smell of Sherry's perfume crept into my nostrils. At that moment, I was positive that I was happiest being on the planet. While I basked in bliss, a voice rose from the back of my mind, carrying with it only one word. More, it demanded. The glass was full again, and the third dose barely lasted a second. I felt Sherry's arms around my waist, wrapping me in a hug from behind. The weight of her head pressed down on my shoulder as she pulled me gently down onto the bed. Lovingly, she ran her fingers through my hair and whispered tenderly in my ear, "Don't worry, I've got you now." It was so sweet to hear her voice again, so sweet to feel her warmth beside me. "I've got you now," she repeated, yet this time the tenderness was gone. This time, a darkness filled each syllable. Panic replaced ecstasy, but I was helpless to do anything about it. Overwhelming exhaustion overcame me, and I was forced powerlessly into a heavy and dreamless slumber. Sunlight shone on the inside of my eyelids, and I cracked them open to find it was morning. Nothing about my bedroom appeared different than any other time I'd woken up there, besides that it was absolutely freezing for the middle of summer. Yanking the covers closer to me, I cocooned myself to attempt and warm my bones. But it was to little avail. A pounding headache prevented the events of the previous evening from returning immediately. But when I rotated my head to look at the clock on the bedside table, there was an empty space on it that I knew, for some reason, should have been occupied. The glass was gone. It all came back to me, and I, with a start, sat up in bed, quickly to be greeted with an incredible bout of nausea. Frantically, I ran for the restroom and began to vomit so furiously. I worried that I might not just expel what was inside my stomach, but actually launch my stomach itself into the toilet. It was the most miserable I had ever felt, a hangover so severe that I legitimately considered calling for an ambulance. You would have thought that in that instant, I'd be swearing off alcohol forever. Yet in reality, once I felt assured that I had nothing left inside my body to chuck up, the first thing I did was crawl like a baby to the kitchen to find my leftover whiskey from the night before. Any alcoholic can tell you that the fastest way to cure alcohol withdrawal is to consume more alcohol. So with trembling hands, I snatched the half-empty bottle down from the counter and, foregoing any imitations of sophistication, took 2 large pulls directly from it. I gagged and my stomach churned. It took every ounce of my fortitude to keep it down, but I was able to hold it. Sitting on the floor, I leaned against a cabinet and continued to take small sips every few minutes while I waited for it to take effect, and gradually I began to feel the hangover symptoms subsiding. Once I was able to focus on anything other than feeling horribly ill, I thought again about the night before, about the mysterious glass, about how perfect it made me feel. With its conspicuous absence that morning, I wondered if it had all been a very lucid dream. Maybe it really had been a hallucination brought on by the binge I'd gone on after such a long period of sobriety. Whatever the case, as the whiskey displaced more and more of the healthy ingredients of my blood, I focused less on the likely imagined events of the night before, and more on the growing hunger. With that sensation returning, I knew that I would be feeling well enough to stand and hold myself to my feet. Swaying a bit more than I expected, I continued to take intermittent gulps of drink as I managed to fumble my way through a shower, teeth brushing, and getting dressed, so that I could at least head out to get a greasy fast food breakfast and another bottle for the afternoon. Feeling at least presentable enough for the liquor store, I stepped out through the front door, closed it behind me, and turned my key in the deadbolt to lock it, and when I spun it back to the center position to remove the key from the door, it got stuck. Yanking on it as hard as I could, it refused to pull free from the lock. I tried jiggling it a bit, but couldn't shake it loose. Then I tried twisting it back to the locked position, but it wouldn't budge that direction either. Annoyed, I was about to head to my truck to grab some of my smithing tools to force it to come out, when something happened. The key rotated on its own to unlock the door. I stared at it in disbelief for a moment. There was no way that should have been possible. Even if someone was standing on the other side of the door and had spun the deadbolt handle, it wouldn't have moved the key externally. Confused but significantly inebriated such that I was more frustrated than scared at the time, I tried to turn it back to lock the door again, but found it was now frozen in the unlocked position. Unsure of what to make of the situation, I decided to open the door to begin investigating the entire mechanism that was met with a sight that I'll never forget. My living room was gone. Instead, the door had opened to reveal the dingiest interior I'd ever seen. From what I could make out under a thick coating of dirt, there were wood floors where there should have been carpet, a dining room with a sloping table, and 3 crippled chairs took the place of my kitchen, and a sitting room with one tattered sofa occupied the space where my recliner and TV should have been. Every surface was topped with such a thick layer of dust that the only distinguishable color was gray, and the most confusing part was that directly in front of me, straight away from the front door itself, was a flight of stairs leading up to a second floor. But I lived in a 1-story home. I moved backwards 1 step and surveyed the exterior of the house just to make absolutely sure that I hadn't somehow blacked out, and found my way to the wrong abode. But there were the numbers of my address on the letterbox right next to the door. As I had the night before, I blinked again and again in the hopes that my living room would return, but the decrepit image beyond the entry remained unchanged. There were the stairs leading up to the floor that could not exist. Fear began to eat its way through my liquid courage, and I reflected back on the glass from the night before. Maybe it hadn't been a dream. Maybe I'd been drugged. Maybe it was part of a government experiment of some kind with LSD. There needed to be a sane explanation for what I was seeing, as it was impossible that my door had randomly decided to open itself into another home. I went to take another step back, as my instinct then was to take off running, but before I could, a hand shot out from behind the door, a hand the size of my chest, a hand with haphazard, jagged spines jutting from the back of it, pointed fingers as long as my forearms wrapped themselves around my wrist, and I was pulled inside the dismal foyer before being violently thrown to the ground near the foot of the steps. I felt my elbow shatter as it slammed into the floor, and I heard the door crash shut behind me. Screaming in pain and terror, I turned now to face what had just ripped me into a nightmare, only to find my concept of a nightmare had been childishly underestimated. A naked, pale creature towered over me. Moving on all fours, it circled me like a predator, considering its next meal, and given the dagger-like carnivorous teeth, it displayed in a mouth that opened wide enough to consume my whole head in one bite. I believed it would not be too long before I discovered what it felt like to be prey. Its face was rounded, containing slits for nostrils and sunken black holes where there should have been eyes, but even lacking those, I knew it could see me. It met my gaze no matter what angle I watched it from. If not for the shape of the head and the humanoid hands, it would have appeared much like a 12-foot-long, hairless dog, but for one additional feature: the spines. I'd seen them on the back of the hand that grabbed me, but now that my eyes were adjusting to the light, and I'd blinked away many of the tears that had formed from the pain in my arm, I could see clearly that there were 4 to 5 inch spikes sticking out from its flesh on nearly every part of its body, sans its face, palms, and soles. Hundreds of them. There was no pattern of organization, and when they caught the light from the sun streaming through a window, I took them to be made of bone. On top of the talon-like fingers and the razor teeth, I then pondered that the spines on this thing might be venomous. and I started to cry once more, thinking through the horrible, painful ways in which I was about to die. It moved closer to me, and I braced myself for the inevitable, but then it simply stepped over my body and climbed the stairs behind me. I heard it make the hallway above, its steps receding further and further into the house, and then a door slam, and I was alone again. Gingerly, I got up from the floor and backed myself towards the entrance, never taking my eyes off the stairs in case that thing came charging back down them. I felt behind me for the wall and eventually made contact with it, blindly running my hands along its surface. I searched for the handle, but continued to feel nothing but smooth wood. Getting nowhere, I risked a look behind me to find the door, but was met with yet another shock. It had vanished. Staring at a bare wall between two windows, my brain broke momentarily and I began laughing hysterically at what I wasn't sure. But I knew one thing. It wasn't real. It couldn't be real. It was a joke of some kind. It had to be. I turned around expecting people to pop out from behind the moldy sofa, but no one came. I pulled my cell phone from my pocket to see if I had any messages from friends saying they got me, to find that it wouldn't turn on, though it had had a full charge when I'd walked out of my house just minutes earlier. Surveying the room around me further, I saw only candles and oil lamps for lighting, no outlets or appliances. I wondered if I'd somehow stepped outside of time. With the dire nature of my situation setting in more and more by the minute, I again felt panic building in my chest. Sprinting to one of the windows that flanked where the door should have been, I peered outside to see if I could flag down someone from the street to help me. But my street was not outside those windows. I don't know what I'd expected. I'd been pulled into a home not my own, and could then see that the world outside was not the one I'd left behind earlier. The world outside didn't even appear to be in the same season as the one I'd come from. Thick snow blanketed the ground in a sea of trees that stretched further than my eye could discern. Somehow I'd traveled from summertime in suburbia to a winter forest in an instant. What little buzz I'd had going before leaving my house that morning was fading rapidly, and I was not going to be able to contain my terror much longer. Feeling that fleeing on foot through the woods would be better than exploring any deeper into the house and possibly running into even more terrible creatures, I tried to pry open the window I was looking out of, but it wouldn't move. I searched for a lock that might be holding it shut, or nails, or screws, anything that could prevent it from letting me out, but there was nothing that I could locate. Throwing all caution away, I started to punch and kick the window, following my body's instinctual desire to run, but it seemed nothing I did could crack the glass. Overtaken by dread, I forgot even the fear that the monster I'd already met would come soon to devour me, and yelled for someone. Anyone to help me, while I smashed my body into the panes. Eventually, I even tried to throw a chair through it, and it did nothing more than break the chair into pieces. And it was when I did this that I heard a voice behind me curse in a thick French accent. "It took me weeks to mend that last time," it snapped. I shouted and jumped back against the wall, after finding a waif of a man behind me, dressed in the remains of what had possibly been business attire at one time. He'd previously had a mustache, but now above his lips were a few tufts of unkempt mange, and much of the gray, matted hair on his head looked to have been yanked out. His teeth were rotting, and his skin browed with dirt, but not enough to cover the needle marks in both of his arms. A junkie. "Where am I? What do you want?" I blurted at the man, who threw a finger in front of his mouth and shushed me threateningly. "I want you to shut up and quit breaking stuff." "It doesn't like when we fight," he whispered ominously, eyes darting to the second floor. I dropped my voice lower. "Who are you? What is it? What is this place?" I asked. I, he indicated himself, am Henry Laurent. This, he gestured to the room around him, is the Winter House. And it, he pointed up the stairs where the creature had disappeared, is the house. And the house is it. He was speaking nonsense, clearly high on whatever he'd shot into his veins. My face must have shown my distaste for his BS when I was clearly in distress, as he smiled and continued, "You think I'm messed up and spouting gibberish at you, no?" He gave a quiet chuckle. I thought the same thing when Beau explained it to me, but he tried to, gently, deliver the news. I feel it's easiest for you to hear the blunt truth. You'll come to accept it more quickly that way. Accept what? I inquired. That you are dead, he said nonchalantly. I'm dead? I snapped involuntarily. Not quite yet exactly, but you will never leave here alive. Think of this place as a sort of purgatory, a miserable purgatory. He trailed off. Please, I pleaded with him. I just want to go home. Can you help me get out of here? Were you not listening? He quipped. You cannot leave. No one leaves the house once it has them. It brought you here to feed on you, and there it will never let you go. Stop, I begged him. It was too much. My whole body was shaking, and I was struggling to breathe. Please, I don't want to hear anymore. I just want to go home. I sniffled with tears returning to my eyes. Oh, but you are home, he said unsympathetically. There's already a room prepared for you upstairs. This isn't my home, I shouted. Of course it is. You accepted the invitation. He gave a yellow-toothed smile. Invitation? I racked my brain for a memory of accepting an invite to live with a monster and a junkie Frenchman when it hit me. The glass. The drink. You remember now, no? He pestered. What was it? Pills? Cocaine? A whiskey, I stammered. Ah, yes, alcoholic then. Mine was heroin, the best I'd ever had. 3 needles full. The stuff here is terrible, but it's all there is. His expression dropped to one of deepest longing. There's heroin here? I was astonished. Heroin, alcohol, pills, meth, cocaine. Whatever brought you here will be here for you. Always. He paused momentarily. The house provides, he finished, then walked towards the shattered chair and picked up some of the pieces. There was a pile in the corner of the room with the remains of several other pieces of furniture, and it appeared he was going to try and mend the chair using pieces of different chairs and still more pieces of chairs as tools. You'll see. He started up again. Go check your room. Up the stairs and first door on the right. There will be something waiting for you in there that I'm sure you're beginning to get desperate for. Upstairs? Are you crazy? That thing is upstairs. I had every intention of keeping as much space between me and the monster until I could figure out what was going on. Oh, it won't bother you now, he said. It was only down here to let you in. It'll stay in its room until it's time to feed again, or unless we try to kill each other. He could see that I did not trust him at his word. Fine, he sighed. Would you like me to show you to your room? I did not want Henry to show me anywhere. I wanted to wake up. I tried to slap myself several times, but only found Henry's laughing face staring back at me each time that I did. Follow me. He made a motion behind him and walked towards the stairs. Come, there is something in your room that will make this easier. I saw no reasonable alternatives. I could continue to try and smash unbreakable windows and find an invisible door, or I could follow Henry to my room, being I was unwilling to explore any of the rest of the house alone. So trepidatiously, I accompanied him. Henry showed me up to the second floor, which comprised a single hallway that led straight back to a door at the end, with 3 others branching off on the sides. The warden lives down there. He pointed to the door at the end of the hall. I'm in here. He threw a thumb towards the first door on the left. Beau's in there. He jabbed a finger to the second door on the left. And that leaves you in here. We stopped in front of the only door on the right-hand side of the hall. I opened my mouth to ask him more questions, including why he'd referred to the creature as the warden, but he shushed me for a second time. Just go in and get your head right. I'll explain how it all works. Well, at least what's been passed to me, and the little I understand of it. Once you've taken the edge off a bit. He gave an encouraging nod towards the door, and I opened it to see a small and rather shabby room. My initial reaction was that it had no redeeming qualities whatsoever, and I was unsure what Henry was referring to as something that would help inside. A small cot, one might generously call a bed, sat under a window on the right-hand side with a mirror facing it from the opposite wall. On the left, there was a putrid-looking toilet, and the only other furniture was a small nightstand which was barren except for a glass of whiskey. The adrenaline had been masking it, but now that my body no longer felt it was in imminent threat of death, the withdrawal symptoms were encroaching and the pain in my elbow was peaking. I don't recall entering the room or walking to the edge of the bed. All I know is 1 second I was at the entry with Henry, and the next I was holding the glass in my hand. Hesitating and remembering the many warnings I'd been given during my life to not accept strange food or drinks, I turned back towards the door expecting Henry to be there providing affirmation that it was okay to take a sip. But he'd gone. Instead, I was startled by the touch of another hand on the one that was holding the drink. A gentle hand. Sherry's hand. My body was frozen by its presence, other than the arm she was guiding. She pushed the glass towards my mouth, and from behind me, she cooed when it reached my lips. It's okay, baby. You need this. So I drank. It was a pale imitation of the quality of the invitation, warm and with a flavor more reminiscent of top-shelf booze than the transcendent experience I'd had the previous night. However, in that moment, it was everything that I craved. My body relaxed the instant the liquid touched my tongue, and while the powerful ecstasy did not return either, the calming effect was exquisite. Even the pain in my elbow receded. Though the high was muted from what I knew was possible, it was still enough for me to beg for more, and my wish was granted. I stood, rooted in place, while Sherry's hands nudged me through 2 more helpings, and while I considered that it could have just been due to my intoxication level increasing, I couldn't help but notice each glassful tasted less potent. When I set the glass down the 3rd time, Sherry left me. No, come back, I yelled, but she did not return. Alone once more, and with my fear then sufficiently muted that I could begin to process the position I'd landed in, Henry's words floated through the drunken haze. The house provides. Looking down at the table, the glass was yet again full, and the meaning of that statement sank into my mind. The house could give me a chance to feel my wife's touch again, hear her voice, see her smile, and it would furnish me with as much alcohol as I wished to drink. It brought you here to feed on you. But it would also take from me. Sherry was not there to show me real love, and she would not stay to bring me real joy. She was part of the house. I reflected on Henry's sallow features, and wondered what he might have looked like when he first arrived, contemplating who might be handing him the needles in his suite. You will never leave here alive. And I was going to die there. Studying the room threatening to be my tomb, I caught then something carved into the walls. Names. So many names. A shaking hand darted for the glass again, and I dumped more relief into my stomach, pushing the doom as far from my thoughts as I could. It took 7 more doses before I stopped sobbing, replacing horror with tiredness. I lay down on the mattress, somehow more concerned with sleeping than finding a way out of there. The house provides. In the weeks that followed, Henry taught me more about the winter house, so called by its tenants for the perpetual season it resided in. Lacking insulation, it was always cold within the walls, and as I learned with any discomfort there, the only respite could be found on the table in my room. Hunger, thirst, tiredness, cold, boredom, depression, fear, even arousal. Alcohol was all the house lent for me to cope. For Henry, it was the needle. For Beau, pills. The human body behaved differently within its confines than it did in the outside world. One could not starve there or dehydrate, though the sensations of needing food or drink would become overpowering if you tried to stop consuming your vice. And it was not possible to overdose, but rather overindulge would merely bring a relief. Restless sleep, carrying with it only nightmares and painful memories. All residents, male and female, found themselves impotent there. Not that desire was removed, it could just only be managed with narcotics or drink. And while we were not discouraged from interacting with one another or leaving our rooms, were free to converse and roam as we pleased, I quickly learned that addicts made poor conversationalists, and there was no more to the house to discover beyond the dining room, sitting room, and our bedrooms. No kitchen, no library with books, or living room with television. One afternoon, I asked Henry why the house even bothered with the dining table we were sitting at, being we didn't need to eat, or a couch being we had no entertainment to enjoy on it. Reminders, he told me. Reminders of what? I responded. Of the lives we left behind, of a meal with family, of a movie night with a lover. The house is clever. If it just trapped us, alone in our rooms, and forced us to use all day and night, no one would last more than a few weeks here. But it lets us talk. It lets us come downstairs and see a sunrise, sit at the table and imagine being back in our own homes, at our own tables. And in doing so, it lets us keep a fraction of hope alive, a sliver of a dream that we'll make it out of here someday, allowing it to savor its meals for longer. He paused. But no one can hold out indefinitely. The door will return soon. I do not think Beau will last much longer. He cared for Alice. He was not the same after she left. He dropped his face into his hands and said the last few words through his fingers. Beau had not emerged since I'd arrived at the house nearly 4 weeks earlier. I'd initially surmised that Henry had made him up, having been driven mad by his 3-month stay there, consuming nothing but heroin. But sometimes at night, I'd hear movement from Beau's room, or a moan of anguish, confirming his reality. The door will return? I asked. Yes. Once an invitation has been sent, the door will materialize, but an invitation cannot be sent until a room has opened. His voice faltered slightly near the end. And how does a room open? I pressed. I told you on your first day here, you will not leave here alive. He shrugged. So I'll just keep drinking until the alcohol finally kills me? The house had chosen well if that was its goal, given I'd already decided to do that the night that it invited me in. No. He stood from the chair and walked towards one of the front windows before continuing. No, it will not let your vice take you quietly. Your body will not eventually just give up, nor will you be able to overdose, as you are aware already. Your body will rot from the inside, and you will feel pain, unbearable pain, but you will not die. So you're saying, I believed I knew where he was going, but wasn't ready to speak it aloud myself. Yes, if you want this to end, if you want to leave here, you will have to end things yourself, violently, painfully. It knows that you want to die, that's why it brought you here. It knows that you'd given up on fighting your addiction, and were just going to passively drink yourself to death. That's why it targeted you. It's why it targeted me, and Beau, and Alice, and the hundreds of others that occupied all of our rooms before us. We are its favorite meal, those so unwilling to seek help or feel our pain that we'd rather mask it until we simply expire. If our addiction is its dinner, our suffering its seasoning, then our deaths are its dessert. You will find that one day, when you begin to wish to die more than to alive, the house will change. It won't send your wife to put a glass in your hand. It'll send her to hang a noose. Tears were welling in his eyes. Beau warned me it would happen. Alice had been looking worse and worse for weeks. Her skin and eyes yellowed. She said her son had been telling her that it was time, and then one day she stopped coming out of her room and we heard something kicked over. Choking, gagging, silence, and Christ, I can't. He wiped his face with his soiled shirt. Overnight the door formed. I tried to open it, of course, but it was locked. It needed a key. He finished. I was feeling sick to my stomach, something I knew I could easily fix by heading back to my room, but I wanted to know more, so I asked, "What do you mean it needed a key?" "You will see soon. I do not think my description would do it justice." And with that, he headed back up the stairs to shoot up. Henry refused to say more on the subject when I inquired further, but I did not need to wait long for answers. It was just a couple nights later when I was laying in my bed and powering through enough whiskey to knock myself out for a few hours, that I heard the same sounds Henry had described from Alice's demise coming from Beau's room. Something climbing on top of something, a chair being kicked over. Choking. I tried to block it out, even covered my ears with my pillow, but it forced me to listen, to hear every agonizing gurgle of Beau's final moments, to foreshadow what it had planned for me, somehow amplifying every excruciating detail directly into my brain. Yet as traumatic as it was to eavesdrop on another man hanging himself, Henry had not prepared me for the noises that would soon permeate the walls. Maybe it had been too horrible for him to wish to recount. First, it was the door at the end of the hallway bursting open, followed by the heavy clunks of the warden moving towards Beau's door, and finally the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor, being dragged back to its lair. Then, squelching, crunching, chewing. Again, I tried to obscure the sounds, but it was no use. So, as I'd been trained to do, I reached for my glass only to find that, for the first time, it was empty. The house was not going to give me anything to dull the moment, and I knew it had done the same to Henry when I heard his anguished screams blending with the chorus of consumption. I considered running from my room, but was too terrified to what I'd see, as I had not heard the warden's door close behind it. There was nothing I could do but wait. Wait, and shake, and cry, and vomit. The house relished in its dessert, relished in every second of our combined despair, until silence fell again. A weight pressed down on the bed beside me, and as I turned to see Sherry, holding the glass in her hand, topped mercifully with salvation. "Shh, it's okay, baby. You can have this now," she purred. I hungrily pulled the drink from her and poured it down my throat. "That's it. It's okay. Your age is away from that. You still have so much left to give me. Rest now." And she was gone again, only there to feign comfort, only there to imitate compassion, a phantom that, if Henry was to be believed, when I was all used up, would walk me to self-imposed gallows. I had avoided it to that time, but I could not help a glance in the mirror to see what I'd become, and was appalled with the man reflected back at me. The fat had melted from my cheeks, and deep bags sat below bloodshot eyes. What color had remained of my hair was now replaced with gray, and the majority of it had receded. I looked like the face of a dying man. The house could not refill my glass quickly enough that night, and eventually I collapsed back onto the bed, preferring the nightmares I might find in my dreams to the one before me. The following day, I did not leave my room until I heard Henry venture from his, which was after nightfall, and I only did so cautiously, first peeking to see if the warden's door was opened. Upon finding it shut, I ventured down the stairs to find Henry swaying in front of something that had sprung up between the two front windows. A door, which, as with the rest of the house, was ancient, heavy, likely made of oak, and had an iron doorknob that sat beneath a lock carved, from what I could tell, out of bone. See, I told you. Here it is. An invitation has been sent. Now we wait for it to be accepted. Though he spoke calmly, his face appeared to have aged years overnight. Well, he had not indicated to me that Beau was a friend, or that they were close in any way. I knew from his stories that Beau had been there since Henry had arrived. With Beau's death, I wondered if Henry was considering how long it would be before the house would take him too. How will we know if it's been accepted? I asked, trying to focus the subject on anything other than the events of the previous night. The warden will make a key, came his cryptic response. What do you mean, it'll make a key? I annoyedly followed up. You will see soon, he said, before reaching forward to try the knob. It was, as he indicated it would be, locked. I tried it myself, though it might have remained a wall for all the success I had. But I was not completely deterred. I studied the lock, wondering if I might be able to find something laying around that I could use to pick at. Yet, it was unlike anything I'd seen before. In fact, it looked to me as if it were still waiting for a key to be designed for it. Still, I thought it might be worth a shot to see if I could get it to turn, and finding a nail on the floor, I stuck it into the opening. Immediately the nail glowed orange and burned my fingers before melting to the floor. Henry chuckled while I shook my singed skin through the frigid air. I guess I must applaud you for trying, but this door can only be opened by one of the warden's keys. He snorted. So, we just need to steal one of those then, right? I asked. He laughed harder. Oh, if only it were that simple, my friend. His mirth was cut short when a bang came from upstairs. Henry exclaimed. We had no time to react. It was only in that brief flash that I truly appreciated how small the house was compared to the size of the warden. In what must have been seconds, it made its way from its room down the stairs and had grabbed us both around the ankles. Then it madly dragged us by our legs, smashing our bodies step by step, up to the second floor before unceremoniously throwing each of us into our respective rooms. And as I lay there, certain I'd broken several ribs in the journey, I heard it tear back down the stairs, screeching horribly as it did, clearly in terrible distress. Reaching for my whiskey to numb the pain in my chest, I next tiptoed to my door to see what was going on below, and when I made it to the hallway, I saw that Henry was leaning out from his room, a fresh needle mark in his arm, to watch the scene unfolding downstairs as well. Down on the first floor, the warden's shrieks became more and more intense as it slammed itself around, pounding on the walls, charging to and fro. Confused, I wondered briefly if it was trying to escape when suddenly it stopped just in front of the door, holding one of its hands out before its face. There, in the palm, a spike was forcing its way out, exactly like the ones that covered the rest of its body. A pointed bone jammed through its skin before, slowly, the tip began to form into a jagged but methodical shape. A key. I couldn't believe I didn't recognize them before, but I had only seen the warden the one time previously, and my eyes had been somewhat clouded by painful tears. The spines protruding from its skin were not tipped with venomous points, but with keys. Hundreds of keys. Various shapes and sizes dating back to locking mechanisms in the early 1800s. I understood then why Henry had thought the idea of stealing a key from the warden to be so humorous. One would literally need to be snapped off of its body. The warden continued to bellow until the key finished glowing and taking shape before it fell silent again. And then it waited. Patiently it hovered in front of the door, anticipating something that did not come until well after the sun rose the following morning, when a noise I recognized all too well met my ears. The turning of a key in a lock from outside the house. I watched then, as the warden inserted the newly formed key in its palm into the lock on the door and, pausing but for a moment, rotated it to the unlocked position. Silently I screamed in my head for the person on the other side to run away, to not be as stupid as I was to crack the door open. But it was no use. I saw the knob turn. The warden hid behind the door as it crept open, and I observed in the opening a man confusedly scanning the space before his eyes. There, behind him, was a rainy street with cars splashing through puddles, and I considered for an instant sprinting down the steps and diving out to freedom. Yet before I could start my legs, the warden reached through, just as it had for me, and yanked the man inside. He was forcefully smashed to the ground, and I heard something snap as he began to wail in pain and fear. But I was not watching him. I was watching the warden slam the door behind him, watching it remove its hand from the lock and the key retract into its palm, watching a new quill spring up in the forest on the creature's back, and watching the door dissolve once again into a solid wall. The warden circled the new arrival once before climbing the stairs again, and my first inclination was to withdraw into my room before it passed by, but I was overcome with an impulse that I could not ignore, a wildly stupid impulse. As it lumbered by my door, I waited until its back right leg was set down in front of me. Then I reached forward, wrapped my fingers around one of the spines on its ankle, and snapped it off. It howled with shock and pain, whipped around, and struck me with such force that I was knocked clear across the room and into the wall. Something cracked in my back, and I was met with the worst agony in all my days. I was sure that the warden was going to come in and crush more of my bones, but its head just hovered in the doorway. It looked to the key I held in my hand and observed the anguish on my face before simply turning away and continuing back to its hole. Perplexed, I could not believe that it allowed me to keep the key, wondering why it had not pursued to wrench it from my grasp. But when I looked down, I solved the mystery quickly. The spine in my hand was only that, a spine. The key had not been intricately carved out of its point when I removed it from the warden's leg only moments before. It was smoothed out. It was useless. And my back was broken, a fine reward for my brazen idiocy. I screamed from the torment racking my nerves, but also to the futility of my situation. For a brief second, I'd allowed myself to believe there was a way out, to believe I was not going to waste away for months, to hang myself, to be eaten by a monster. Henry left his room once the warden was safely locked away, and paused at my door long enough to say, "You are a moron," before heading down to the first floor to attempt and calm the new arrival. He had explained to me already that we could not enter each other's rooms, so I knew he could do nothing to help me, but his lack of empathy still stung on top of everything else. At least I'd tried to do something to get us out of there, rather than just waiting for the house to consume us. "You're a very naughty boy, William," Sherry's mocking voice cut in, as I felt the glass slip into my hand. "Drink up. That back is going to take a long time to heal. You'll need a lot of this." It was 2 days before I was able to move from the floor. The drink helped with the recovery, but only enough that I could get to my bed where I remained for the next week. From my convalescence, I could hear Henry trying to communicate with our new tenant, Manuel, but they had not made much progress yet. Henry spoke French and English, and Manuel only Spanish. While I was confused, I had nothing but time to think, and I delved firstly into why I'd done what I'd done to begin with. Why was I even searching for a way out of the house, when the house was giving me exactly what I wanted before it brought me there? All I had to do within its walls was drink and die. It even removed all other worries from the outside world. Bills, food, injury, work. The house provides. So then, why the impulse to survive? Why the drive to escape? Was it just that I could not stomach the idea of dangling myself from a noose? Or was it that, by forcing me to listen to Beau's death, by refusing to let me be deaf to his final consumption, the house had inadvertently sparked my will to live? Whatever the case, as I lay in that bed, I resolved that I would not die there. I resolved to go home. And I believed that it was not impossible. The house had shown me something the day Manuel arrived. It was vulnerable. If we truly could not leave the house, then why would the warden have bothered to return us to our rooms before it opened the door? What would it care if we were down there when it pulled someone new inside? Unless it was worried that while it was open to someone entering, someone else could exit. I mulled over plans for some time that involved me sprinting down the stairs the second the door was cracked, and I considered the timing of it, and the sheer size of the warden, and every scenario that I played out in my head, ended with it breaking several of my bones well before I reached the portal. I did not think it was wise to test the warden's speed and strength, and while I did not think that it would outright kill me, as the house would then lose one of its meals, I had just been made brutally aware that it was willing to destroy large parts of my body in defense of itself. However, I thought again on what had happened when I snapped one of the keys from its leg, and I felt there was another clue in the warden's behavior afterwards. It had made sure that the spine in my hands had ceased to be a key before it returned to its hovel. Why would it do that? If it knew any key removed from its body would become useless in human hands. With that question in mind, I examined what I knew about the winter house worked from Henry's descriptions and my own observations, and I arrived at a conclusion. I could use my own key to escape. The house needed to put a piece of itself out into the world to invite us in. The drink I'd found on my nightstand, the needles Henry had discovered on his dresser, and when we had accepted the invitation, we'd given a piece of ourselves back to the house, a piece which it used to create the key and bridge the divide into our world. It was a theory, obviously, but if I was to hold on to any hope of surviving the nightmare, it was one that I needed to believe in. The key was created equally by me and by the house, and only its makers could use it to access the outside world. And while I had firm faith that my key would retain its form in my hands, I had two major issues to overcome. The first was finding my key amongst the hundreds the warden retained on its body. Though I was certain I could recognize the cuts that I'd personally designed, it would take careful and close inspection for me to locate it. The second, and no less daunting, would come after I'd discovered it. That was how to remove it and fit it into the door without the warden mangling my body. Over the next several days, a plan took shape in my mind, a plan that would require the help of Henry and Manuel. Neither man was very keen on my proposal when I shared it with them after finally recovering enough to leave my room. Manuel could not understand much of it, but he gleaned enough from the conversation to surmise that it was very dangerous. Henry simply thought it would never work. Around the splintered table in our 3 ramshackle chairs cobbled together by a bored and restless Henry, we discussed my fantastical plan for escape. "You're going to get us killed," Henry said. "I don't think so," I replied. "I don't think the warden will take it that far. You forget what you told me on my first day here. It is the house, and the house is it. Remember? It doesn't want to take our lives. It wants us to do that ourselves. Otherwise it can't savor its meal the way it wants to. Break us, sure. I have first-hand experience with that one. But we can recover from those injuries quickly here and try again." While our vices did speed the recovery process, they also never allowed the damage to our bodies to fully heal. My elbow still bothered me daily, and the destruction of my back made every move agonizingly tedious. I'd also noticed that every drink the house gave me was weaker than the last. It was very slowly working to wear me down and increase my suffering, but I was willing to weather significant pain if it would afford us the chance at freedom. "Even if that's true, you'll never find your key," Henry quipped. But I was confident that I could. I would just need their assistance. The warden rarely emerged, so there would normally be few opportunities to search it, yet Henry had said that it would come out to separate us if we tried to murder one another, as it would be a wasted meal too, if we were to die by each other's hands. So in my mind, it was a simple proposition. We would need to fight one another, often brutally, seriously. We would need to be convincing enough that the house would have to intervene, and while the warden was punishing us, I would have a window for an up-close inspection of its hoard. It took several days to convince my compatriots to join my resistance. I believe Henry capitulated, as his own mortality weighed on him more and more by the hour. Manuel, I think, was simply afraid, and looking for anything to distract him from the bleak world he'd been unwillingly forced into. In all actuality, I did not necessarily need their endorsement for my plan to progress. I could have just as easily attacked either of them without permission, but I felt that if they did not know why I was doing it, they might ambush me someday, and quickly finish me off before the warden could stop them. As well, my conscience just would not let me keep it a secret from them, especially considering the second piece of my strategy. I dreaded discussing it, and was hoping I might be able to leave it as something to be sorted later, but Henry figured it out on his own. But of course, this is only half an idea. Even if you can locate your key, and even if you could remove it from the warden, you would need the door to return to use it. And for the door to return, one of us must die, Henry somberly stated. And as you believe you must be the one to wield your key, it must be either me or Manuel. I could not look him in the eye when I replied with a quiet, "Yes." Manuel caught on, and holding up a couple fingers said, "Only 2? "Yes," I added. "Only 2 of us will be able to leave, and I must be one of them. Once I locate the key, we'll need to wait for the door to return, and once it's arrived, we'll stage one more fight. When the warden attacks me, I'll snap the key off, and one other spine, so it will, hopefully, only see the one that isn't mine turn into a useless spike. Well, in the confusion, I stash the real one in my pocket. Then when it leaves us alone again, whatever state we're in, we'll drag ourselves to the door. All let us out and we're home free. It's all we've got, I concluded. Though, while the pain sounded straightforward enough on paper, it turned out to be much more difficult in practice. Henry's body was deteriorating rapidly. All of ours were, really, as we had to continue to use our vices in order to get through the day. Especially considering that if we did not, we became so sick and weak that we would not have the energy or strength to convincingly try to kill one another. However, Henry was so far gone already that, on our first attempt, I broke several of his ribs with a half-hearted punch before the warden fractured his skull. It was a brutal game we played. Desperately in each trial, I scanned the warden for the telltale cuts of my key, but the warden was fast and violent. Still, we were undaunted. We tried again and again, with Manuel and I taking the brunt of the punishments as Henry took far longer to recover than either of us. Then, after 4 months and countless failed attempts in which I suffered innumerable injuries, included a crushed foot, broken arm, broken nose, several deep gashes, and a dislocated shoulder, Henry stopped emerging from his room entirely. I tried to speak with him through the door, urged him to carry on. I promised him that we were close, and that he could maybe go home soon. But it was too late. I could hear him speaking softly in his final hours. Okay, yes, you're right. I'm ready. It's too much. I'm ready. He had never told me who it was that haunted his room, but I knew there was a loved one in there, someone that he trusted, convincing him that it was time for him to die. The house had squeezed every ounce of life from him that it cared to take. The meal was finished, and it was ready for its dessert. I care not to describe the sounds of that evening again, but suffice to say they will never leave my ears. Henry was not someone I would have called a friend, but he had been there since my very first day, and his passing was difficult for me to stomach. With his loss, I felt the walls of the house closing in on me ever more. However, as bleak as the morning following Henry's death was, there was one macabre upside to his demise. When I went downstairs to inspect, I found Manuel standing in the living room staring at the space between the 2 front windows, where the door had materialized once again. Manuel turned to face me, and I could see from his mostly vacant gaze and the bloodshot eyes that he'd likely swallowed an entire bottle of pills after the house had finished with Henry. Yet, buried beneath the stupor of blunted horror and disgust, there appeared a determination which I had not recognized in him before. Manuel had, assuredly, gone along with the escape attempt so far, but with a hesitation that suggested he felt it wasn't the only way we might leave the house. I don't think he had truly believed that he would die there, and still held on to hope he may one day just wake up in a hospital bed recovering from a near-fatal overdose. It had clearly been a humbling experience for him, as it had been for me, to listen to another man's life end in such harrowing fashion. Without a word to one another, we both understood the opportunity that lay before us, and that, for at least one of us, this would be the last chance to get out alive. A small nod from Manuel told me that he was ready, and I charged him with all the remaining strength in my body. Tackling him to the ground, I pummeled his ribs with my fists, not bothering to hold back this time. He, having spent far less time in the house, was not nearly as diminished, and was able to flip me over onto my back with relative ease before he pinned me down and closed his fingers around my windpipe. Blackness began to press in on my eyes as my brain was refused oxygen, and when I was on the brink of losing consciousness, I heard the familiar blast of the warden's door smashing open. It came more furiously, and more quickly than it had any time previously. Even though I was hovering between life and death at the time, I was sure it was mere seconds between it leaving its room and it hurtling Manuel from atop me. There was an incredible crash as Manuel landed on the table, and it collapsed in a flurry of splinters. And the warden followed him to dole out more abuse, while I gasped air into my lungs, trying furiously to regain my vision. The snapping of bones jolted me from the floor, and I rolled to see that the warden had stomped on Manuel's ankle, cracking it in two. He cried out in torturous suffering, and I felt a pang of sympathy, but I was not looking at his newly crippled leg. I was looking at the leg the warden had used to inflict the damage. There, on the back of the thigh, just above the bend of the knee, was a familiar shape. With the warden distracted and raising its fist to deliver a blow I knew would be aimed at knocking out several of Manuel's teeth, I crawled as quietly as I could towards their struggle, inching closer and closer, eyes locked on our only hope. When I was just an arm's length away, I raised myself to my feet and braced for the onslaught I was sure would be rained down upon me momentarily. Then, swiftly, I threw my hands forward, wrapping my right around the base of the spine, tipped with my key, and left around a random second. With a twist of my wrists, I snapped both of them clean from its body in one motion, and I was met instantly with a backwards kick to the diaphragm. The blast sent me through the air, 10 feet across the room, the shock of which knocked the decoy from my left hand, but miraculously, I managed to hold on to the true one in my right, working to recover my breath yet again, having had it knocked from me by the powerful shot to the chest, and blinking the stars from my eyes brought on from the slam of my head against the ground when I landed. I cautiously looked upon the item I gripped tightly in my palm. The key remained at the tip. I had precious little time to celebrate, however, as the warden had rounded on me. It directed its wicked focus to what I'd stolen from it, and my planned subterfuge was thwarted instantaneously. We would not be able to slip out quietly like I'd hoped. It was now or never. Where I'd fallen, I was directly in front of the door, and the warden looked from me, back to it, and back to me again, both of us recognizing the gravity of each of our next moves. I rolled towards the door, reaching from the ground for the knob with my empty hand and aiming the key for the lock. But before I could insert it, I felt the monster's hand around my leg pulling me back. It grabbed my right arm, and with its incredible strength attempted to crush it with the aim of forcing me to release my grasp. But I held firm, struggling fiercely to rip myself away, knowing that if I dropped the key, it would lose form, and I would be dooming Manuel and I. Yet, the pain was becoming unbearable. I could feel the bones in my forearm beginning to splinter when suddenly I was released. Manuel had dragged himself across the floor and had picked up the spine I'd naively believed would work to fool the warden. In a stroke of improvised genius, he jammed the point of it into one of the empty black sockets of the warden's face, causing it to recoil in pain and confusion. In the brief reprieve this granted us, the warden ran around the room trying to pry the impalement free. I was able to lift myself from the floor, slide the key into the lock, and rotate it. A loud, beautiful click told me that it had worked, and understanding that any hesitation would cost the both of us our lives, I threw the door open to find my front yard before me. A gentle summer breeze met skin that had not felt warmth in months. I breathed in the miraculous smell of fresh-cut grass as I spun and reached for Manuel's hand. Hobbled as he was, I did not want to waste time trying to get him to his feet to limp out, and instead began yanking to drag him through the opening behind me. But the warden had finally been able to pull the intrusion from its face and recovered. Witness that we were nearly free of it. It latched onto Manuel's broken leg and pulled him the opposite direction of me, back into the house. back into hell. I tried with every ounce of fortitude left in my emaciated body to heave him loose of its grip, but it was of no use. Slowly Manuel's hand slipped through my fingers. The last my eyes met his, I tried to wordlessly let him know how sorry I was, tried to thank him for all he'd done, tried to find any measure of forgiveness in his expression, but all I saw was fear and pleading for me not to leave him behind. Yet I knew that it was over. There was nothing more I could do for him. If I did not leave then, neither of us would be getting out. So, too fearful of that prospect, and truly hating myself for it, I turned away from Manuel. I pulled the key from the lock, I stepped through the portal, and I slammed the door behind me. It's been 2 years since my stay in the winter house, and up to this writing, I had not shared the details of my time there with anyone. Who would have believed me anyways? The instant the door had closed, the key turned to dust in my hand, and though I was confident the bridge between this world and there was broken, I did not dare immediately check whether the door now opened into my house, or its. With the only evidence of my experience being my extensive injuries and significant liver damage, I chose to explain those as having been acquired through a lengthy bender, and having lived on the streets for the few months that I'd been missing. Even considering an attempt to explain the truth of what had happened to me filled me with terror, guilt, and shame. I convinced myself that no good could come from it. Barely alive, the first 2 weeks after my return were spent in a hospital being pumped with nutrients and receiving several considerable surgeries to begin to correct some of the damage to my body. And luckily, with several months of treatment and a few more surgeries, my prognosis for a full recovery was good. It was not until my return from the initial stay in the hospital that I first opened my door again, which, bringing with it a powerful wave of relief, revealed behind it my living room, just as I'd left it those months before. Upon entering, the first thing that I did was dump out the remnants of the whiskey I'd purchased on the night I'd relapsed, the only glimmer of positivity from the whole experience being that it strengthened the resolve in my sobriety. I told myself that I would never touch another drop, that I would live the rest of my life trying to help other addicts reach recovery, that I would keep as many away from the winter house that I could, as I know it's still out there. I know it's just on the other side of the door waiting for me. It knows I have my moments of weakness. It knows I suffer, and it hungers for my return. I'm writing this now to remind myself of the horrors it put me through. I'm writing it so that I never forget the torment I endured at its hands, because its temptations are difficult to resist. For the last several nights, when I've laid my head down to sleep, I've been greeted with the sound of tinkling in a glass. The invitation rests beside me, waiting for me to accept it. I'm flooded with the memory of euphoria it contains, and the unbridled ecstasy I could experience once again. A familiar, chill air sweeps through the room, and Sherry's whispers meet my ears. "Oh, baby, I've missed you. It's okay. Just take it. Come back home." Let me just start this by saying, if you're looking for a big confrontation or a satisfying conclusion, I'm sorry, but I don't have one. I am a junior in a university in a small town in northern British Columbia. The population is no larger than 200 people. It's currently summer break, and I'm working at the only grocery store in town as a stock boy to save up some extra cash for the upcoming semester. The store was open and ran by a local family called the McLeans. The founder, Jim, Took over the store 30 years ago after the local superstore decided to sell it to the family after about 10 years of making no money. After Jim retired, he left the store in the hands of his two sons, Rob and Carl. I think Carl handles the business side, accounting and marketing, stuff like that. But Rob is the day-to-day store supervisor. As an employee, I almost never see Carl. The few times I have met him, he seems nice enough, if not distant. And when he's around, Rob, he gets quiet and looks extremely uncomfortable. That isn't out of the ordinary, though. Spend enough time around Rob and you'll wish you hadn't. It's hard to describe, but have you ever met anyone who's really nice and polite on the surface, but you look into their eyes and just feel deep unease for a reason you can't quite put your finger on? That's Rob. The store is the only place in town where people, mostly senior citizens, can do their grocery shopping. The store itself is definitely the largest building in town, but that's not saying much since we all have to compete with a gas station at the edge of our parking lot and a Chinese food restaurant that's been there seemingly since before documented human history. The rest of the town is just houses, sheds, a single baseball diamond, and outdoor hockey rink. A few kilometers out of town is the sawmill that employs 95% of the population of our town. In fact, my dad works there, and his dad worked there, and his dad's dad also worked there. My father is utterly confused as to why I chose to go to a fancy general studies course at the University of British Columbia instead of taking up the family tradition of back-breaking labor for 30 years straight. The only claim to fame we have here is the murders that happened here a little over a year ago. Not much has been released to the public because the investigation is still ongoing, but word spreads like wildfire in small towns like this. The few young people living here like to make their own theories because this is by far the most exciting thing that's happened here since the town's inception. I personally don't like to talk about that stuff because frankly it freaks me out. The little information I know about the case is basically local legend and the occasional news updates on the store radio I hear from time to time. There's about 20 people total on staff at the store, but that has dropped to around 15 in the last 3 weeks due entirely to people quitting. Some people left amicably, and others not so much. Now, like I said, Rob is a nice man on the surface and very patient with his staff when it comes to mistakes made while on the job, but he has been known to have an extreme temper at seemingly random things. A story that first comes to mind is this girl used to work here a few months back. She was chewed out by the cranky old lady at cash one night over the price of some cat food, and after the old lady left, she called her a nasty old B word to some of her co-workers, and Rob overheard. Rob then asked her to join him in his office and screamed at her so loudly, the other workers at the front of the store heard every word of his unhinged verbal barrage. She left crying and quit a week later. Something else that added to the bizarre nature of the exchange was Rob himself has called rude customers mean names all the time. So why did this one crabby old lady spark such fury? That's when I really started looking at Rob differently, and started picking up on weird behaviors that originally flew over my head. But the last straw, and what made me decide to write this story out, was what happened last week. To give some context, we are dead almost constantly. Our busiest day is Saturday when everyone in town needs to do their weekly shopping, and even then it's not that bad. Since it's dead so often, me and the only other stock boy here, Tony, who comes in high more often than not, don't really put much care into the displays, and so the shelves are often a bit underwhelming. Rob doesn't really care about the presentation of products, because we are the only grocery store in town. Why would we need to show off with immaculate displays of perfect shelving? So it's not uncommon going down the aisles that things will be in the wrong place or flipped around or whatever. That is except for one part of the store. We don't really have a toys section, but we do have an aisle of dolls. All kinds of them, from Barbie dolls to Raggedy Ann dolls. This is the only part of the store Rob demands stay perfect. Every doll facing forward, lined perfectly with not a hair on a single doll's head in the wrong place. Last Wednesday we had maybe 10 customers all day, which is actually pretty busy for a weekday. With the harsh fluorescent lighting of the high ceiling and the same 3 radio pop songs playing over the loudspeakers all day while staring at the identical aisles over and over for 8 hours straight, can drive a man to what I can only describe as hypnotic madness. So when I got to doll aisle, I gave it a lazy once-over and continued on. A couple minutes later, when I was at the brink of dissociation, in the canned soup aisle, I was shook out of my haze when I heard my name being screamed out, as if they had just discovered me laying dead on the floor. It was Rob. Seems that in my half-asleep march, I didn't notice one of the dolls had fallen on its side on a shelf. It should have been sitting up like all the others. When Rob pointed this out to me, he gave me a look that made my blood run cold. His eyes looked like a hungry panther staring down a wounded deer. "Do you want to tell me what you think you're doing?" Rob said, never breaking eye contact. "Oh, sorry, I must have missed that. Let me fix it," I said, shakily, trying to get out of the situation as fast as possible. I reached quickly over and tried to prop up the knocked-over doll when Rob put his massive hand on my chest to stop me, pushing me back. "Do you know that some of these dolls were made before you were born, and you come in here and disrespect them like this?" Rob said, his face getting redder with every word. "Look, I'm sorry. I genuinely didn't see that, but you don't have to shout. It's not that big of a deal. The rest of the aisle looks perfect," I said, trying my best to calm him down. He looked at me for what felt like 30 minutes, with a cold stare, as if he was going to wrap his massive hands around my throat at any second. Then, as if flipping a switch, his mood completely changed. "No worries, pal." He gave me a pat on the shoulder that I think was meant to be friendly, but was just hard enough to be menacing. "Just make sure to keep an eye out in the future. Keep up the good work." He looked above me robotically and walked away without saying another word. I was left there frozen in the aisle, utterly perplexed as to what just happened. I've worked customer service long enough to get used to being yelled at. I think anyone who has worked any form of customer service has had angry customers yell and swear at them, and over time you just learn to get over it and laugh it off most of the time. But the way Rob looked at me when he was yelling, to give you a better mental picture, Rob is a huge man. He's about 6'7", give or take 300 pounds. Having him yell in my face was like a gorilla preparing for a brutal attack. I stood in the aisle motionless for what felt like hours, but couldn't have been more than a few seconds when one of the cashiers, Holly, walked up to check if I was all right. "Is he crazy?" she asked with a sympathetic yet angry tone. It's okay. I'm fine. I think he's just on edge because a few people have quit these last few weeks," I said, as if trying to convince myself that this interaction was somehow normal. "Yeah, I wonder why," Holly added, smiling. Holly always had a way to make me feel better. She had blonde hair and green eyes, and looked straight out of a high-fashion magazine. After our nice little chat, I didn't see Rob on the floor for the night, but I saw him in his office when I was walking to my locker in the break room after finishing up. He was mumbling to himself something I couldn't quite make out, but it looks like he was angry. Not angry at me or anything, but angry with himself. Holly was in the break room grabbing her stuff right next to Rob's office. I wanted to tell him off, saying something like, "You ever put your hands on me or anyone else, I'll kick your butt." But who was I kidding? With one hand, he could fling me across the room like one of his precious dolls. Besides, I needed this job to save up for school, so I don't have to come back to this crappy store ever again. So with gritted teeth, I said, Good night, Rob. He turned as if snapped out of a trance and said, Good night, buddy. See you tomorrow. I walked with my head swiveling back to my car. Sometimes I give Tony a ride to and from work, mostly because he's usually too high to drive, but I also like his company. He's funny and gives almost no craps about the job or where he's going in a refreshing sort of way. Why should I stress if he isn't? I heard you almost got your butt kicked by Rob last night, he said once he settled into the passenger seat of my car. Yeah, it was the dolls, I replied with a sigh. Freaky dolls, man, Tony added as he was fiddling with my car radio trying to get his Bluetooth to work. When we pulled up to the store, the parking lot was empty except for Rob and Holly's car. After we park and start walking up to the store, I notice Holly is still sitting in her car, hand hanging out the window holding a still burning cigarette, as she stares off into space, not even acknowledging Tony and I as we walk past. Once we are inside and clocked in, Rob is sitting at his desk in the same position as if he had been there all night without moving a muscle. I think he might apologize for last night, but to be honest, I don't want him to. I have always felt awkward about apologies for some reason. I would much prefer we just move on like nothing happened. Walking out onto the floor, I crossed paths with Holly, getting a better look at her. It's clear she had been crying from her puffy cheeks, and her normally beautiful green eyes had a hint of red and exhaustion as if she hadn't slept in days. Derek, good morning, Chris, the assistant manager, said as he appeared out of thin air, scaring me into near cardiac arrest. Man, we gotta put a bell on you or something, I said, catching my breath. It's 10 a.m., Derek. That means the store is open and we use only professional language on the floor. He responded as if there was literally anyone in the store at all. Right, sorry. Bad habit. I said, hoping he would just tell me what to do and leave as fast as possible. Daniel called in sick again this morning. We have only one cashier. I am gonna get Tony to replace him on cash with Holly, so I am gonna need you to do backstock inventory on your own today, Chris said, tapping his pen on his clipboard. I felt a sudden rush of dread, partly because I hated doing inventory, but mostly because I wanted to talk with Holly, maybe figure out what was bothering her. Do you really want Tony handling cash unattended? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Chris thought for a moment. Good point. You're on cash. Tony can handle backstock. Sometimes it pays to have degenerate friends. When I got to the registers, it took another 20 or so minutes before Holly reappeared from the back. It looked like she had been crying even more now. Maybe that's why she took so long to come out. We sat in awkward silence for what felt like 4 hours, but couldn't have been longer than 5 minutes when Chris, ever the most vigilant and compassionate soul, came by, and barely looked either of us in the eyes as he explained what tasks around the registers he wanted us to complete. Once he left, I finally mustered up the courage to ask Holly what was wrong. It was a rough night, she began. When I got home, She was interrupted by the slam of a large box of industrial-grade garbage bags hitting the counter in front of me. What was standing at my counter was a lanky white man in a black trench coat and large leather boots that added about half an inch to his already immense height. Seems in my anxious desire to spark a conversation with Holly, I had completely missed this lamp-post-sized, hollow-looking figure walking in. Find everything okay today? I began the first part of the script I had read what seemed like 1,000,000 times, not even looking at him. He said nothing. When I was done ringing through his garbage bags and went to tell him his total, I finally met his eyes. I felt a jolt of fear shoot through me like a stray bullet. He was looking directly into my eyes with a look of fury and hatred, as if he took extreme offense to the fact that I just existed in front of him. That'll be 1955, please, I said, trying my best not to show my ever-growing fear. He handed me a crumpled up $20 bill, and as I was opening the register to get him his change, I could feel him staring at me like someone was poking me in the back of the head with a red-hot iron. I handed him his change, and he only broke his death stare as he began to walk away. As I watched him leave, a wave of relief and adrenaline washed over me, like I had narrowly escaped being hit by a car. I snapped back into the reality of my conversation I was having with Holly, but when I turned to face her again, she was gone, leaving her cash register vacant. Did the weird tall guy freak her out too? As soon as the question popped up in my brain, Tony came around the corner, stomping towards me. That weird tall guy just messed up the whole bathroom. He shouted as if I had something to do with it. What do you mean? I replied. Come look, Tony said, waving me over. As we walked into the bathroom, I felt my heart sink into my shoes. Written on the bathroom mirror in black marker, with text so big you could barely see your own reflection, were the words, I am not done. The letters were scribbled in such a way that made it clear how intensely he had been writing. The same line would have markings over and over as if he wrote it 100 times in the same spot. That's not all, Tony said after a long, shocked silence. He then opened the stall door and revealed he had also written it all over the walls, floor, and even the toilet. I am not done, I am not done, I am not done. Over and over again for what looked like 1,000,000 times. I had no idea what to think. I have seen vandalism, dicks drawn on walls, crude messages, but nothing even remotely like this. It's as if someone had a psychotic break and just wrote it all out in an attempt to release whatever beast lay dormant inside of them. After leaving the bathroom and getting back to my register, I barely even noticed Holly was back. Chris was yelling at me for leaving the register unattended, but I could barely hear him over the sound of my heart beating in my chest as my mind raced for a rational explanation. My mind only began to focus when I heard a news bulletin on the radio at the customer service desk. They found a body. It started on a Wednesday. I remember that because nothing ever happens on a Wednesday. I was at work, sitting in my cubicle, scrolling through emails when I felt it. A sharp tug in my mind, like something had clicked out of place. It wasn't much, just a fleeting sensation, but it was enough to make me stop mid-scroll. I blinked, shook my head, and kept going. It was nothing, probably stress. But on my way home that evening, the world felt different. It wasn't obvious at first. The bus ride was the same, with the same people. The woman in the red coat, the old man with his briefcase, the kid with headphones too big for his head. They were always there, except today, they weren't quite right. The woman in the red coat kept glancing at me, her eyes darting away every time I caught her looking. The old man gripped his briefcase tighter than usual, his knuckles pale, and the kid, he wasn't listening to music. I could hear the static leaking from his headphones. Just static. No rhythm, no melody, just white noise. When I got off the bus, I felt eyes on me, that prickling sensation that makes you glance over your shoulder to see if anyone's following, but no one was there. Everyone was moving the same as usual, filing off the bus, walking down the street, but it was like their steps were too deliberate, too synchronized. When I got to my apartment building, I practically ran inside, feeling a sense of unease gnawing at my chest. My neighbor, Jenny, was standing in the hallway fumbling with her keys. She smiled at me, but something was wrong with her smile. It looked forced, like her mouth was too tight. Too strained, like she wasn't sure how to move her face anymore. Long day? She asked in that casual, neighborly way, but her voice was flat, hollow almost, like she didn't care about the answer. "Yeah," I mumbled, fumbling with my own keys. "You?" She blinked at me, too slowly. "Same as always." I went inside, closed the door, and stood there for a long time, my back pressed against the wood listening. Her footsteps didn't move. She stayed in the hallway for far longer than she should have, just standing there. I could hear her breathing. When I checked the peephole, she was gone. That night, I couldn't sleep. It wasn't that I felt watched, although that was part of it. It was more that everything around me felt wrong. The silence was too thick, too dense. I could hear the faintest hum, like the world itself was vibrating beneath my feet, waiting for something. I stared at the ceiling until my eyes burned, until I finally drifted into a restless sleep. And when I woke up the next morning, everything was the same, but also not. People were acting normal, or at least they were trying to, but as I walked to work, the cracks started showing. A man in a suit stood perfectly still at the corner, waiting for the light to change, but when I looked closer, I realized his eyes weren't blinking. He was staring straight ahead, unblinking, motionless, not even breathing. A woman with a stroller passed by, and I swear to God, the baby wasn't moving, just laying there, its eyes wide open, staring straight up, mouth slightly open in a frozen expression. At work, things were worse. My coworkers, people I'd known for years, were acting off. They'd smile too long, their mouths twitching at the corners. They'd laugh at things that weren't funny, and sometimes in the middle of a conversation, they'd stop. Just stop and stare at me like they were waiting for something. At lunch, I asked my friend Mark if he'd noticed anything strange. "Strange?" he said, stabbing at his salad with his fork, his movements too mechanical. "Like what?" "I don't know. People, they're acting weird." Mark gave me a look, but his face didn't seem right. His eyes were too wide, his mouth stretched unnaturally. "You're just tired, man. Maybe you need a break." Maybe I did, but as we talked, I couldn't stop staring at his hands. They didn't stop moving, even when he wasn't talking. They twitched, flexed, tapped at the table, like they had a mind of their own. I looked around the cafeteria and suddenly I noticed it. Everyone's hands were moving, twisting, tapping, fidgeting, but their faces stayed perfectly still. I left work early that day, telling myself it was just in my head, but deep down I knew something was happening. The world wasn't the same anymore. People weren't the same. And the worst part, I could feel it starting in me too. That evening, I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, staring at my reflection. My face looked the same, but I didn't feel like me. My smile didn't look right. I tried to smile, tried to make it normal, but the corners of my mouth stretched too wide, too tight, like I wasn't in control of it anymore. My hands were shaking, and not just from fear. They wouldn't stop twitching, jerking in tiny, uncontrollable movements. By the time I got to bed, my whole body felt wrong. My skin felt too tight, like it was stretching over bones that weren't mine. I lay there staring at the ceiling, trying to calm myself down, but the hum was louder now. I could feel it, like a low, vibrating pulse under the mattress, in the walls under my skin. I closed my eyes, but it didn't help. The darkness behind my eyelids was alive, shifting and pulsing, full of shadows that shouldn't have been there. And just as I was drifting off, I heard it. A knock. It was faint but unmistakable, a slow, deliberate knock at my bedroom door. I sat up, heart racing, listening. Another knock and then a voice. "Let us in." It was my neighbor Jenny, but her voice was wrong, just like her smile had been. Flat, hollow, like a recording. Another knock. "Let us in." I couldn't move. I couldn't. Then more voices joined hers. Mark, the old man from the bus, the woman with the stroller, their voices all layered together echoing through the door. Let us in. I pressed myself back against the headboard, trying not to breathe, trying not to make a sound, but the knocking grew louder, more insistent. Then the door handle began to turn slowly, deliberately. My heart hammered in my chest. The knob twisted with a soft click, but the door didn't open. I didn't breathe. Let us in. Jenny's voice whispered again, but this time it was joined by others. Mark's voice, the woman from the bus, the baby's laughter, they all murmured in unison, voices layering over each other until it became a low, rhythmic chant. I pressed myself tighter against the headboard, feeling my skin crawl, every fiber of my body telling me to run, but I couldn't move. I just stared at the door, watching the handle twist back and forth like someone was playing with it. Then came the scratching. Soft at first, like fingernails dragging across wood, then louder, more desperate, scratches, scrapes until it sounded like claws raking the door from the other side. My throat tightened. My hands began to shake. I wanted to scream, but my voice caught in my chest. All I could do was press my hands against my ears, trying to block it out, but the sound, the voices, the scratching, was inside my head. Let us in. My reflection flickered in the mirror across the room. I hadn't noticed it before, but now I couldn't look away. The dim light cast strange shadows on my face, and for a moment, it didn't even look like me. The scratching stopped. The door didn't move, but the air felt different now. Heavier, thicker, like I was underwater. I glanced at the mirror again. My reflection stared back, but something wasn't right. My smile was wrong. I wasn't smiling, but the reflection was. It stretched unnaturally across my face, too wide, pulling at the corners of my mouth. I blinked and the smile vanished, but the feeling stayed. The door handle clicked back into place and everything went silent. I don't know what's real anymore. I don't know if it's them or if it's me, but every time I look in the mirror, I can see it. The twitching, the smile that doesn't fit, the way my hands won't stop moving. I think I'm becoming one of them. And I don't know how to stop it. I was told to be off the land before sundown. The park ranger was very adamant that I had to be gone by then tonight because that's when the park closed. He really emphasized tonight, which I thought was strange. But I followed his rule. I was the only person fishing the lake. It was beautiful and the fish were still biting, but I turned back plenty early. It was a decent walk on the trail because of the way the trail winds around the outer part of the property. I just got back to the truck when several vehicles pulled up to the parking area. What the? I said out loud. I could see the ranger in the entrance gate building, and he just let them through. Then several more came in. So much for the park closing by sundown. All the people getting out of the vehicles were elderly folks. I thought, what do these old people need the whole park for? It's a state park. They don't deserve the whole thing. I remember thinking some of these small town people around here think they own all this. But we all do, right? So F 'em. I grabbed my stuff and headed back out to the lake. I had time to get some more good fishing in. I figured no one would even notice I'm there, and I really wanted to bring home some keepers. God, I wish I could have just left. On my way back, I decided to go off the trail and cut through a part of the forest. I remember thinking, is this a good idea? Then continuing on my way. It really wasn't that bad at first, and I wasn't carrying that much other than a pole, a small tackle box, and a bucket. Though the fish were biting, they weren't big enough to bother bringing home, so my bucket was empty. The walk started to seem like it was taking a little too long when I noticed the sun was completely gone. The sky was black. It was a clear night and there were stars, but there was no moon. As I went further, The ground was more and more covered in brush. It was tripping me up. With no light except for stars, only feeling my way through. It was like sinking deeper and deeper. Everything seemed larger, or I felt smaller. But I continued on as my instinct told me to. I got a strange chill and I stopped, froze completely, then I threw my gear down and froze again. Everything was silent for a moment. Then I heard a cracking noise. Probably a small animal, I thought. I heard the same noise but a little louder and closer. Then crunching and crackling surrounded me. And a large dark figure, the size of a tree, raised from the ground around me. It was like the forest was a giant moving being that had awakened, suddenly and angrily. A deep, low growl followed the crunching noise of the branches that were enclosing me. And then I was running. My feet taking me so quickly I couldn't comprehend it beginning. I don't remember the surroundings, just the feeling of the cool air and branches cutting against my face. Then, up a hill, a light. There was a small pavilion with lanterns around it, and a few picnic tables. People were all around talking casually. It was the old people I had seen earlier. The tables were set up with food and drinks. It was so surreal. But I was too panicked to care. I tried to speak, but was too out of breath. "Whoa, where'd you come from?" one person said. Still out of breath, I tried to reply. "Sorry, couldn't understand ya, buddy," he said before turning away from me, continuing to his conversation with the others at his gathering. It was all very odd and frustrating. Then I gathered myself enough to speak. "There is something," I said while pointing to the woods. Now they all paused their conversations and are looking at me curiously. "Something big is out there," I said. But confusingly to me, they all started smiling. I was irritated by them, thinking they thought I was crazy. "What are you all doing out here anyway? You've got to listen to me," I said. I glanced around at them as they just stared at me. Then they all started moving in a little closer. Okay. One of them said in a trying to be calming but condescending way. His hands motioned a "let's bring it down" kind of motion. I was annoyed and looked away from him and glanced over at their picnic table. A shiver went down my spine. That's when I actually got a look at what was on the table. It looked like raw meat. Hunks of flesh in foil pans and Tupperware containers. One with scalps, hair hanging over the side of it, and part of a human face inside it. They lunged toward me and pulled me to the ground with strength and speed unbelievable for the look of them. An old woman in a giddy voice said, "Our meager offering just got a little more tantalizing." The deep growl came out of the forest behind them louder this time than before. They turned and I broke free and ran. "No," yelled the woman that was so giddy before. But a man stopped her and snapped, "We have no time. Get into place." From a distance I watched a giant figure, dark as the night, emerge, horns or branches coming from it at all sides. They gathered to the sides of the pavilion, showing their offering. A man stepped forward and said, "Our Lord of the New Moon, please accept our offering for another month of youth." The figure engulfed the pavilion, but must not have been satisfied. The man that spoke screamed, and I could see blood gushing everywhere as if he were squeezed. I ran, found my way to the trail, sprinted the whole way to the parking lot, got in my truck and sped off. About a week has passed, and that night all seemed like nothing more than a dream. A really messed up dream. In fact, my luck has been pretty good since then. Work is going good. I work in an auto shop and my boss hasn't been on me all week like he usually is. I won $50 on a scratcher. Not much, but I'll take it. And I hit it off with this girl who brought her car in, which never happens to me. All seemed great in my week, which really had me questioning what I saw. At dinner, me and Heather, the girl I met earlier, were really getting along. She laughed at all my jokes, which is always a good sign since they aren't really that funny. Everything was great. Something about her seemed familiar. We were talking about where the rest of the night should take us. Then she said, "We could just head over to my place." I was all in. Then she said, "At home I can change into this new thing I bought." I was choking on my words, just nodding. Then she said, "It might be a little more tantalizing," with a giggle. The life fled from my body. Her voice, the word tantalizing, the way she said it, it was her. This was the old woman that was in the woods. They knew where to find me. They are probably going to kill me because of what I've seen. I'm in the restroom of the restaurant now. I think she might know that I know. My exit was less than graceful. I've peeked out the door to see if anyone else is watching, but I don't know. I don't know who to trust. That's why I'm reaching out for someone to believe me. I don't know who I know that will actually believe me. I'm afraid I might be kidnapped and fed to some woodland beast. It happened abruptly on a plane. I was woken up by some turbulence, and instead of going back to sleep, I stood up and demanded the nearest stewardess to bring me some sugar water. My voice was coarse, and I could feel every muscle tense across my body, as if I was preparing to do a backflip. After crushing a Mountain Dew, I practically barked like a dog. More sugar. It was terrifying. Something awful had seized all executive functions of my brain. That's the best way I could put it. It's like my consciousness got kicked out of the driver's seat and was forced to watch everything from a cage. I could still see and hear and feel every sensation in my body. I just had no input, no control over what I did. "Ma'am, please calm down. We'll get you some soda." "Sugar me now." Horror quickly blended with embarrassment. I guzzled a dozen soft drinks in less than 3 minutes, which resulted in vomit all over my pants. People gasped, got up and moved away. I became that woman on the plane. "Do we have to restrain you, ma'am?" "Not if sugar I more have." Instead of heading home towards my husband and 2 daughters in Toronto, I went straight to the travel counter to book a new flight. Lost Angels. "Excuse me, ma'am?" "Plane me." "You'd like to book a flight to Los Angeles, is that right?" Despite shaking in broken monosyllables, everyone was very willing to help. Now don't get me wrong, I'm very thankful that I live in a very progressive, nice part of the world that somehow tolerates strange speech and vomit-stained pants. But for once, I just wanted someone to call me out for a random screening. I wanted someone to detain the insanity controlling my body. Instead, I helplessly watched my visa get charged a fortune. First class, extra leg room, next available flight. Upon arriving in California, a group of women dressed in very fancy blazers held out a sign for me. The sign said Simone, which was my name. The palest one wearing cat-eye sunglasses approached with a glossy-toothed smile. "Hello, gorgeous. How was the flight?" "Divine," the thing controlling me said. "Good. Let's freshen you up." In public, the women laughed and talked about fictional renovations. Everyone would take turns talking about sprucing up their patio, or how they were building a yoga den. In private, however, the women spoke in wet, gagging noises, as if they were trying to make speech sounds not designed for human mouths. The whole car ride from the airport, I was engulfed in drowning duck sounds. As a means of distraction and potential escape, I tried to focus on what was being squawked. But that got me nowhere. The language was indecipherable. The one who wore a sun hat which obscured her eyes was honking at me especially. "Honk," she said, pointing at me over and over again. The only consistency I could make out in their language is that whenever they spoke to the sunglasses leader, they would make the same double gagging sound, "Gwok, gwok." And so, imprisoned in the back seat of my brain, I mentally started to make notes. The leader I will call Gigi. My name is Honk. As we swerved through a busier commercial district, Gigi slowed her driving. In fact, everyone in the minivan became quiet and started scanning the surroundings. The car pulled over a curb near a preacher who was proselytizing by a rack of pamphlets. He might have been a Mormon or a Jehovah's Witness. Gigi stepped out first, followed by what I would call her right-hand loyalist, a woman who perpetually wore a violet scarf. From the crack of my window, I watched Gigi and Violet introduce themselves as fellow evangelicals. They said we were all going to a public prayer, and that we could use more preachers outside to attract attendees. "That's very kind of you to invite me," the man said, "but I'm used to just sticking to my corner here." They insisted and said it was all for the greater good, but the man still politely declined. "You should know something," Gigi said, and took off her sunglasses. Something in her eyes had the man absolutely captivated. "We are angels, sent by God." There was a pause. The preacher continued to stare without blinking. "You're what?" "And we're having a congregation." The car's windows rolled down, revealing our 6-woman crew. At this point, I should mention that before I became body snatched, and before I became a mom, I was a fashion model for many years. In fact, all of these possessed women looked like idyllic models. With their long, shiny hair and unblemished faces, we were basically a postcard for Sephora. "You," the preacher gawked at all of us. "You're angels?" He didn't object when Violet grabbed his rack of brochures and placed it in the trunk, and he also didn't object when Gigi led him into the passenger seat in front of me. The car doors closed and we were off again in seconds. "So does this mean the end times are near?" He was visibly stunned, laughing. Violet, who sat beside me, secured a gold ring along her finger. A dart-like needle protruded from it. "Something like that." She slinked an elbow over his shoulder and stabbed the ring into his neck. "Ow, hey, what is that?" Violet pulled away. "What, this? It's Bulgari, off Saks on Ventura." "Why does it burn?" The man clasped his wound, patting it as if it were on fire. After a few squirms and moans, he fell completely limp. All the women honked an aggressive, nasal sound. A celebration, the thing controlling me joined in, honking at full volume. The abandoned hotel they inhabited was somewhere between Los Angeles and Bakersfield. It was hard to be precise because my eyes weren't always looking out the window. "Let me give you the grand tour," Violet said. Or at least that's what I assumed the seal-like barking coming from her mouth meant. The foyer was filled with flats upon flats of energy drinks. Monster, Red Bull, Rockstar, and dozens of other brands that all looked the same. Our bedrooms looked all like normal hotel bedrooms, except there were massive locks on the outside handles. Violet also gave me a peek at the rooftop balcony patio, where I wish I could have averted my gaze, or closed my eyes, instead of staring right at the pile. There were about 24 bodies, each one lifeless, each one dressed in very nice clothes, their Sunday best. The preacher was dumped to the back half of the pile, the side with all the priests. It reeked bad as some of the corpses were clearly decomposing, but the thing controlling me wasn't bothered by the smell. Violet laughed her goose honk laugh and took me downstairs. It was in the dining room where everyone stood in a circle, awaiting my arrival. Formerly, this must have been a space where they held buffets and parties, but now it was just a completely bare room with energy drinks and glass pipes on the floor. Gigi came up and handed me a 4-pack of Guinness tall cans. The thing controlling me proceeded to guzzle each one. For the first time, my conscious state became fuzzy. The jet lag and sleep deprivation was finally catching up. I slowly brought myself to the floor. The rest of them smiled and honked as my hands curled beneath my head. I fell asleep. A kick to the stomach woke me up. I rolled away and grimaced, staring at the black Prada heels worn by Gigi. It was a full minute of reflexive dodging before I realized that it was now me who was crawling and sniveling. The real me. I was moving my own limbs and shielding my face. I was shriveling up in a corner and screaming like a maniac. Please, let me go. Please. Somehow, the thing controlling me fell asleep. I was able to take command again. The honking entities surrounded my corner and nudged another frightened young woman towards me. I had never noticed her before because she had worn that massive sun hat that whole day. It was Shula. I was so caught off guard, I barely realized that I had control over my speech too. Shula? She used to work at the same modeling agency as me, and we often booked the same gigs because our skin tones were complementary. We even did a big eyeliner commercial for MAC once. You have to do everything, exactly as I say. Shula's MAC eyeshadow now streamed down her cheeks. She looked as sorrowful as I felt. If you don't listen, they'll only hurt us more. I stood up in my corner, eyeing the 4 other possessed humans. Their pupils were all dilated, probing me with intensity. What do you mean? I asked. Shula's head hung low. This is your initiation. They want us to fight. Fight? She stood up with reluctance and rolled back the sleeves of her oversized sweater. We are going to have to make it look like I beat you up. What? No, Shula, I'm not fighting you. It's not up to us. You have to do it. I wasn't about to fight in some perverted boxing match, so I decided to run. I tried to bolt to my left, past Violet who was watching Shula, but the entity's reflexes were too quick. Violet seized my wrist and hurled me against the back of the room. I slammed into a vinyl counter, breaking a nail, but miraculously, not my skull. By the time I stood up, the circle of women had surrounded me again. There's no escape, Simone. Shula curled both her fists. Her sadness looked terrible and deep. You need to fight. To show you're strong. Let's get it over with so they don't toss you. Toss me? Shula nodded, fighting back tears. They've tossed bad picks before. Weaklings. So you have to put up a fight to show you're worthy. I don't want them to toss you. I looked at the counter behind me. It was adjoining a kitchen. I didn't know how long my free will would last, and I also didn't know if I would ever have it again. I could have made many other decisions, but the mantra in my head was, escape now or die trying. Although their reflexes were quick, I thought maybe if I vaulted fast enough, I could grab a kitchen knife in time to properly retaliate. So that's what I tried to do. I flipped myself over into the kitchen, and this time no one grabbed my wrist. Scrambling off the linoleum floor, I shot past the fridge and industrial sink. I shot past the walk-in freezer and fryers, but footsteps weren't far behind. By the time I reached another exit, someone grabbed my hair. You have to fight. Shula screamed and dragged me to the ground. In seconds, I was pinned with a ladle against my throat. She held a knee onto my stomach. That's it. Just thrash around a little. It doesn't have to last long. I flipped her over and grabbed her ladle, putting it on her own throat instead. Shula may have been taller, but she did not have tennis lessons with her kids. No, Simone, they can't see you beat me. I pressed on the ladle like I was testing one of my rackets. I was single-minded in escaping, and if it meant I had to choke out my friend, then that's what I had to do. You've got to stop. Please, please. Her strength was fading, but I held on. It was only once her cheeks had turned blue that I finally let go. Gigi bent over next to me with a smile. Well done. What a fine vessel Ergic has chosen. My friend lay passed out on the floor. I stood with 4 smiling women who all smirked and patted my back. Flats of drinks were open in the foyer. They handed me rock stars like candy, honking and ululating in some kind of trance. All the while, Gigi held onto my shoulder, not seeming to care that I was still Simone. Her squeal whispers felt like slugs entering my ear. A new supplicant for thee, soon ours, one and all. During the chanting ceremony, Violet's purple scarf was taken off her neck and then wrapped around my own. The entities circled around me. They bowed and breathed at me, anointing me with their exhalations. Gigi took me to my room and squawked to the entity inside me. I could feel it trying to wake up, playing a cerebral tug-of-war with my body. Then Gigi looked in my eyes without her sunglasses. She didn't have pupils like a normal human. She had the grid-like ommatidia of an insect. You are now Ergic's tool, human. This is a high honor. Ergic is vice praetor of the Old Ones. The thing controlling me, or Ergic, had briefly seized control of my head and nodded. Gigi put sunglasses over her eyes to speak to me, the real me directly. Cooperate with Ergic, and you will triumph. Resist, and we'll toss you like the others. Understood? I didn't know what to say. Gigi squeezed and held onto my cheek like I was some toy. Then she left without a word and turned all 6 deadbolt locks. I wasn't certain, but I had a feeling that if I fell asleep, I would lose all control again, that Ergic would reassert himself. That's why I was left here with more beer cans around me. They wanted me to doze off. I had to stay awake. There was a discarded laptop in the room. It was probably planted to test my allegiance or entrap me, but I didn't care. I used it to email my husband and people I trusted. I told them I was taken hostage somewhere in California, and that I needed their help. I told them my kidnappers were part of some bizarre cult, but I didn't tell them about my possession, the preacher, or any of the crazy body-snatching stuff. I didn't want them to think I was insane. They would never believe me, but hopefully you do. That's why I also posted this here. If you live between Bakersfield and LA and have ever driven past a pink, run-down motel, please call the police. Send someone. Save me before the thing controlling me takes over again. I feel absolutely sick writing this, but I've been told by a friend that writing this stuff down might be important. That same friend also told me that it wouldn't be a good idea to share my name, so I won't. I'm writing this from a Hilton Garden Inn, about 5 minutes from my apartment. I haven't been there in 2 months, but my neighbor texted me an update about it today. It sounds bad. They have torn up all of the carpet, large sections of drywall are missing, and they've started ripping out the ceiling. When I say they, I'm not sure if it's still the police, or if the leasing agency has hired someone to clean up. I have pictures, letters, furniture, and memories in that apartment. It was home for almost 5 years, and I just don't care. I'll never, ever set foot in that place again. 2 months ago, we had a massive storm roll through Cincinnati. I lived in an apartment complex closer to the edge of the city. I don't want to give too many specifics, but imagine one of those cookie-cutter standalone complexes that has a few apartment buildings and a crappy pool. The rent wasn't the cheapest I could find, but the complex is gated, so I justified the cost with an increase in safety. I'm a single woman and have always been a little paranoid about living alone. Once I finished college and took a graphic design job here in the city, I realized that I no longer had a pool of college friends to choose a roommate from. I was faced with two options: either live by myself for the first time, or play random roommate roulette. Unimpressed by either, I decided to create a third option: my Murphy. Murphy is, or was, the greatest thing that ever happened to me. I know a lot of dog owners say that about their pets, but Murphy really was my saving grace. Moving to the city was hard for me, and starting my first real job was even harder. Being greeted by Murphy's big, goofy smile was the highlight of coming home every day. When I adopted Murphy, he was about the size of a soccer ball, and almost as round. However, it didn't take more than a couple of months before that soccer ball began growing into a mountain. Pun intended. My Murphy was a Bernese mountain dog, and at just under 120 pounds, he was more mountain than dog. He was a gentle giant, and probably not the stalwart guardian I'd adopted him to be, but he was my very best friend. We'd sit on the couch together every night, and he'd lay his head in my lap. We'd go for walks in the common areas, and the handful of older people who stroll around our complex would always give him a treat. Every night, we'd lay in bed next to one another. This nightmare began with the storm. Our complex is kind of in the middle of corporate chain hell, surrounded by gas stations, a Red Lobster, an Outback Steakhouse. You get the gist. However, despite our proximity to the center of this commercial purgatory, we always lose power during these nasty storms. What's worse, we must be near the end of some network or grid, because we're always the last group of buildings in our area to have power restored. This storm was particularly bad. I remember getting home sometime after dark, and it was pouring down rain. The leaves hadn't begun to change yet, but there were twigs and leaves all over the parking lot from the wind. Luck would have it that I slipped into my apartment just before the complex's streetlights went out. I was greeted by a dark apartment. I don't think people realize how poorly apartment complexes like this are designed in terms of natural light. My whole apartment has only 2 windows, one at the front in the kitchen and one in my little bedroom. That leaves the main hallway, both bathrooms, and the living room without light for most of the day. During an outage like this, and especially after the sun goes down, you open that door to a pitch-black apartment. The primal fear one has when they're met with such darkness evaporated the minute I heard Murphy's collar jingle in from somewhere in the dark. He came bounding out, and I felt him barrel into my leg and up onto me. I scratched his heavy head, and he plopped down, trotting back into the darkened living room. I did what every sane person does when returning to a dark apartment on a stormy night. I walked through every room with my phone's light to make sure there weren't any unwelcome visitors lurking in the shadows. That split second before you throw back a shower curtain, when your mind has prepared itself for the small chance there's actually something there, can leave you on edge. Anyways, after making my rounds, it was time to brave the dreaded rain to let Murphy use the bathroom. I had been diligent in training him, and we'd actually gotten to the point where I could just stand at the top of the stairs while he'd run down to the bushes next to our building. With a quick clap, he'd bound right back up the steps and into the apartment. As I opened our front door, it really struck me just how dark it was outside. Not one of the nauseatingly bright restaurant signs was glowing, and the handful of headlights I could see through the rain were far off in the distance. The project I'm toiling on at work is for an overseas client, so I'd have to keep some weird hours to keep my meetings with him. I hadn't checked my phone when I got home, but I'm sure it was at least 11 p.m. Murphy must have darted past my leg without me even knowing, not an uncommon occurrence, and was doing his business somewhere in the dark. I couldn't see much in the murky night, but I did catch a glance at one thing as the beam of a distant car danced down the sheets of rain across the parking lot. I saw a man turn 90 degrees to my building, and he was relieving himself. He was only illuminated for a second, but I swear I saw it. It isn't unusual to see drunk people stumbling around the complex at night, and I've seen a lot worse in this parking lot than a drunk dude pissing. Even still, there was something so creepy about it. The rain, the darkness. It was like he was hiding out there. Murphy took longer to come back than usual, but he eventually crawled up the steps out of the rain. I could hear him panting as he reached the top step, and he began a half-hearted shake to get the water off of his fur. We both moseyed back into the apartment. I felt my way back inside and plopped down on the couch. I used my phone screen to light my path as the little flashlight on my phone stopped working after I dropped it a few months earlier. I pulled up a blanket and started scrolling on my phone. I kept the brightness low to conserve battery. I heard Murphy thumping his way down the hall towards me, and I realized that his cadence wasn't quite right. Maybe 6 months previously, Murphy had injured one of his front paws on a piece of glass in the parking lot and developed an odd walk for the better part of 2 weeks. His cadence now was similar to that, irregular and slightly off kilter. Even still, I felt his weight impact the couch cushions as he jumped up to join me. As I scrolled, Murphy's head nuzzled under my arm. His head felt big, and I winced at the water still clinging to his fur. Something else struck me too. Murphy stank. Don't get me wrong, a wet dog smelling bad isn't exactly unheard of, but I mean he smelled bad. It wasn't dog bad either. The only thing I could liken it to was a smell I'd encountered while I was working at Dollar General in high school. There was this guy who worked there, probably 18 or 19, who just smelled terrible all the time. Just the worst body odor you could imagine. The guy obviously didn't bathe a lot, as evidenced by his perpetually greasy hair. Murphy smelled something like that as he nuzzled his snout into my chest. I briskly patted his head and told him to go on and get off the couch. He snapped up and lumbered elsewhere. Scrolling on my phone got kind of old, and the rhythmic pattering of the rain outside was tempting my eyelids closed. Once again, feeling my way through the dark, I made my way into the bedroom, feeling bad about the scolding I had given Murphy. I called for him to join me in bed. I know some people think it's gross to let their dog sleep with them, but Murphy has always been a great pup to sleep next to. Sometimes he sleeps at the end of the bed, and other times he snuggles right up next to me. I hoped that Murphy didn't smell quite as bad now that he had some time to dry off. As I heard him in the hallway, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I heard footsteps in the hallway. Not the friendly trotting of my Murphy, but the distinct, menacing footfalls of a human being. My ears rang in the silence. Just as Murphy came bounding into the room unbothered, I sighed in relief. Hearing the neighbor's footsteps isn't that uncommon, but they seldom sound that loud. I guessed that the power outage had killed all of the background noise I was used to, as there was no air conditioner or refrigerator running to muffle the sounds of apartment living. The darkness is one thing, but the silence is another. I'm glad I still had the sound of rain to serve as my white noise. Murphy jumped into the bed with one big leap. He wasn't wet anymore, but he still stank to high heaven. As he pawed at my side, I decided to pet him a little before banishing him to the end of the bed. I rubbed his big head and realized just how big he'd gotten. Looking at him grow little by little every week, it was easy to forget how large he was. I rubbed his head in the dark, marveling at how big my little pup had gotten. It seemed like Murphy was getting bigger by the hour. While I was rubbing his fur, I felt Murphy jump up and begin uncharacteristically licking my face. He'd licked and nibbled on me as a puppy, but I'd broken him of that habit a long time ago. He got in 4 or 5 licks to my face before I scolded him and pushed him off. He went silent and still. Then, without warning, he did it again, jumping up on me with his weight and licking my face. This time I yelled at him and felt his weight shift to the end of the bed. At this point I was convinced that Murphy had gotten into something outside. Maybe he'd messed with a dead animal or gotten into some garbage. Either way, he was acting odd and continued to stink up the room. I resolved to check him out in the morning and call the vet if he still wasn't acting right. I laid back down and with Murphy perched by my feet, I checked the time on my phone. 1:15. Right as I checked it, the screen froze and the 3% battery marker in right-hand corner invited a black screen. With my phone finally dead, the decision was made for me, and I closed my eyes to go to sleep. I woke up disoriented in the dark. It had to be sometime later in the night. As my room remained dark as pitch, I woke to that foul smell and a warm sensation over my shoulder. As my wits returned, I realized that Murphy had migrated up the bed to sleep next to me. However, unlike his usual posture of curling into a massive ball, it felt like Murphy had one of his paws resting on my shoulder. I could hear him breathing, almost snoring, in a way dissimilar to my memory. Once again I felt the hair on my neck stand up, as if I sensed something imminently wrong. That feeling faded though, as I reached out to grab my Murphy's fur. He felt soft and warm, and I felt him heave with every breath. I went to move his paw off my shoulder when I realized how swollen it felt. Usually I could wrap my hand all the way around Murphy's leg, but his leg felt thick and swollen in my hand. It also felt heavy as I pushed it off me. Murphy stirred and stopped his snoring but didn't move or stir. I turned around to avoid his smell and drifted back to sleep. I woke up to the earliest signs of light outside. It couldn't be any later than 7 or so. All I could see of my room was the vague outline of my door and window. Feeling the urge to pee, I rolled out of bed, only to jolt at the sound of a thud in the hallway. I froze momentarily, wondering where Murphy was. We weren't in the room, which almost certainly meant that it was him thumping around in the hallway. I made my way to the doorway, freezing once more. The door was closed. Had I closed it when I went to bed? I usually closed it, but I couldn't remember. Either way, the door was closed and Murphy wasn't with me. I twisted the knob and gently swung the door inward. Peering around the corner, I stared down the darkened hall. All at once, my heart stopped itself and retreated to the furthest reaches of my stomach. There at the end of my hallway stood a figure. It must have been at least 6 feet tall, bulky and unnatural in the bluish hue of the rainy morning. Its unnatural frame held something in its hand, but I couldn't make out what it was. What I could make out was the head, which betrayed the unquestionable silhouette of a Bernese mountain dog. It was my Murphy, but it wasn't my Murphy. Not at all. In an unnaturally swift motion, it fell from its human stance and crashed to the floor on all fours, shaking the apartment as it did. It let out an unconvincing bark, loud and guttural, staring at me through the dark. Before I could register it, the thing was bounding down the hall at me, sloppily crawling towards me on all fours. I don't remember screaming, but the hoarseness in my voice and my neighbor's call to police suggest I must have. I remember retreating to the bedroom. I remember locking the door. I remember the banging and howling from the other side as the blows to my door hit around the height of a human fist. The howls weren't my Murphy, or any dog for that matter. They sounded like the growls and screams that echo through a mental institution. There are gaps in my memory. Locking the door is so vivid in my mind, and so in the howling and screaming of that monster. What I don't remember is opening the bedroom window or jumping into the hedges below. The rain-soaked ground must have made for a soft landing because I didn't break anything despite falling from a story up. What I haven't forgotten, and what I'll never forget, is the look he gave me from that window. The pale blue of the early morning coupled with the cold indifference of the still pounding rain framed that horror in my bedroom window. I looked up from my place on that muddy ground to see him glaring down from my bedroom. Tattered fur across his torso gave way to a decidedly human, albeit grotesque, human head. Stringy hair framed a pale, sickly face grinning with a nauseating row of yellowed teeth. It was the face of a man no older than 30, though twisted and aged by unspeakable depravity. He winked a soulless eye at me and closed the window. I learned later that what he'd been holding in his hand was a large paintbrush, the kind you use to paint a wall. The innocent thuds I heard that morning were the sound of that freak painting my name on the walls of my apartment with the blood of my Murphy. His name was Winton Morris. I'd never seen the man in my life. At least if I had, I'd never realized it. I knew the neighbors to the right of me, but I'd always figured that the apartment on the other side of me was empty. Sometimes it was. Sometimes it wasn't. The same goes for my downstairs neighbors, too. I always thought the unit was owned by somebody who didn't have the good sense to rent it out. For at least 2 years, I never saw anyone come or go from those apartments. In hindsight, there were always clues that something was amiss. Little cracks in the seams of wall paneling, small holes drilled in the living room wall, floor vents that never seemed to have any airflow. I always chalked it up to the shoddy maintenance work you often find in these apartments. The detective told me there were at least 9 peepholes looking into my apartment, spread out between the downstairs unit and the one next door. Winton Norris owned them both. Winton wasn't on anybody's radar, from what the police say. He'd lived a quiet life as a programmer for the better part of his career, living in a filthy little apartment somewhere across the complex. The detective suspects he saw me walking Murphy one day, and what might have started as some creepy crush snowballed into a sick infatuation. At some point they think he got jealous of my sweet Murphy, as strange as that sounds. The prosecutor shared Winton's bank records with me a couple of weeks ago. He spent almost every penny he had on those 2 units, setting them up for his grand plan. His biggest investment, however, came in the form of that vile creation, the suit. There's a man in Japan that the detective told me about. I don't remember his name, but I do remember the photo he showed me. It was an article from Business Insider that read, "Japanese man spends $15,000 on lifelike dog costume." I encourage you to look it up, just to give you an idea of what this thing looks like. Winton had every post from this guy saved on his computer, and an endless number of computer sketches of his own dog costume. He must have spent hours upon hours, months upon months, watching Murphy and I in our home. He had to practice walking, panting, and laying down, just feet from where we lay every night. This creep was mirroring us, and longing for the night he'd replace my dog out in the rain. I don't know if he waited for the perfect night when the power was out, or if it just worked out that way. Either way, it's clear he was going to be caught. Even after closing my bedroom window, he didn't have the sanity to flee, or even to off himself. When the police arrived, they found him in the middle of the living room on all floors, completely naked, and panting like a dog. He was extremely thin, I was told he likely lost weight in the months leading up to the night in an attempt to weigh the same as my Murphy, but he never quite lost enough. That night never ends. The sense of dread I have laying awake in this hotel room is immeasurable. The determination he had to invade my life, to take my Murphy, and to spend an evening in my puppy's place, the nightmare won't end until he's gone. There's a hearing tomorrow down at the courthouse, and the detective tells me that the monster will be there. I bought a pistol from the pawn shop this morning, and have been practicing with it in the mirror all afternoon. I'm going to get a good night's sleep again, no matter what it takes. Yeah, that's right. I heard my name in the woods. If you're Appalachian, you shuddered at the title of this alone. If you're not, I'll explain. My grandfather went to be with the Lord a few years ago now. He grew up in a small wooden shack a mile off the road. There's a small hellfire, brimstone, Pentecostal church off the main road. We attended there a few times with him for revivals, but oftentimes we would park there and walk to his small house. Along the road he would tell us all kinds of spooky stories, which I'll perhaps share one day. He also told us about all kinds of stories through his life, about his parents and what it was like growing up in such harsh conditions. The conditions I'm talking about is probably what you expect to hear coming from poor Southerners in Appalachia. No power, cooking only over an open fire, etc. He also told us about how he would stuff hay through the cracks of the wood to try to provide some insulation against the harsh winters. The cabin wasn't much, probably 150 to 200 square feet. There were 2 bedrooms, and by that I mean one very large room, where the family would gather, eat, bathe, and the kids would sleep. The second room was where his parents slept, along the creek bed near his house. There was a fresh spring you could get water, and there was a house attached to a school bus where his uncle lived. It's been years since I had visited the house. Occasionally, we would have family meals out there for a picnic, bringing friends to come see the place. Some land disputes got in the way as the land had been split and divided and drug addicts had gotten into the mix. Grandpa went up there often during the last few years of his life to tear down fences people put up trying to keep us out. During those walks, my brother and I used to talk with Grandpa. He told us all kinds of superstitions, many of which I hold today. Examples would be to not show my teeth to a writing spider, or to close an open pocket knife. He also would tell me about things like hearing your name in the woods. In the words of Grandma, there are haints and boogers in the woods. I was visiting Grandma lately, and we were talking about Grandpa and the old cabin, and I got the itch to just go sit there for a bit and think. See, Grandpa really was the greatest man I knew. I figure maybe I could go sit on the steps to the old cabin. I could have some form of communication with him. Now, I didn't make it clear at the beginning of this post. The road to the cabin was somewhat accessible in a vehicle, provided you had a 4-wheel drive, which I did. But it make more sense to me now why we always walked it. Grandpa wanted us to have that quality time. So when I got off the main road, I parked my SUV at the church, thinking back on the times I'd see Grandpa lifting his arms and praising Jesus, about how the first girl I had ever loved used to go there, and how the preacher man would be running around the congregation feeling that Pentecostal fire. Getting out the car, I took a slow walk to the cabin. I enjoyed hearing the acorns under my boots pop and the leaves crunching, a few birds tweeting their familiar songs, and the water from the creek a short ways yonder. When I made it to the cabin, I had a bag of mixed emotions, I suppose. I missed Grandpa a whole lot. I was angry that the meth heads who lived nearby had littered the cabin with drink bottles, and I was bothered by the men who thought they should restore the property when all they did was take away the character of the place my grandpa loved. I went by the creek and there it was, familiar. The school bus was still there. There was a bicycle wheel stuck in the ground that Grandpa would put a stick in when he was a young boy and roll around the property, and I filled my water bottle with some of that spring water. As far as I was concerned, that was holy water. After kneeling down for a quick prayer and let a small cry out, I decided it was time to make it back to my car. That's when I heard it. "Philip." It was almost a whisper. Surely I'm hearing things. Nightfall wasn't too far away and I brushed it off as a small fear, but then again a man's voice. "Philip." I now noticed I couldn't hear squirrels rustling in the leaf piles or the birds chirping. I tried to think. That wasn't any of my family's voices. Grandma was the only one who knew I came here, and she isn't the kind of woman to use a phone to tell family I had came by the old house. It couldn't have been any of the tweakers that lived on the edge of the property. None of them would know my name. "Philip," came a tone that was giggling and somewhat sinister. This was it. This is what my grandparents had told me about. There were haints and boogers trying to get me. I never knew what they meant by get me, but I sure didn't want to find out. I paced quickly towards my car. Mind you, it's only about a 15-minute walk. 10 if I jog. "Philip, Philip, Philip," the haint screamed. By now I started jogging. This would save some time and the sun was setting. "Philip," came up the noise, like how a man will jokingly make the vibrato that a female opera singer has. Lord only knows why I turned. I broke the rule and acknowledged it. "Who's there?" I asked. "Philip, Philip, 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 Philip." I closed my eyes and slapped myself a couple times. I was going crazy. None of this could be real. Then I saw something standing about 50 yards away. It was the size of a short man, and he had on a devil mask and cape. Very cartoonish, like something someone would buy for Halloween, holding one of those plastic red pitchforks. A distorted, mangled voice came from it, howling and laughing. "Philip." I know what you're thinking. Run. And that's what I did. I ran. I only had maybe a quarter mile left to the car. I ran like never before, and this thing was hot on my trail. "Philip," it sang out. It cheered as it tackled me from behind. It quickly flipped me on my back and started digging into me. They were not hands. They were claws. Skinnier than a nun's finger and sharper than nail. It drove both into my chest, scratching me all up and down and singing my name continuously. The primal noises that came from it and gleeful cheers mixed with the fast breathing of my name had to have echoed the woods. It eventually wrapped the claws around my throat. "Shh, Philip." I could see the strain in its eyes and the pure hate this booger had. I chokingly reached for anything I could get and managed to get a rock. With any strength I had in me, I swung the rock into its head. Plastic didn't crumple from a Halloween mask, though. The rock caused a bludgeoned dent, like when you hear bone get hit through paper skin. As it rolled off me to howl, I managed to catch my breath and get up. There I ran as hard as I could. There wasn't much. I could see the car and the church. It took one last tackle at me and scraped my ankle on its way down, but I didn't. I made it to the church parking lot. The creature stopped where it was and wouldn't enter the lot. It just kept stomping and saying, "Come back, Philip. Come back. Come back, Philip. Come back. We need you, Philip." I climbed in my car and took off down the road, watching it dance by the moonlight in a circle with 3 others just like it. My boyfriend and his roommates don't understand the privilege of not having to lock their door. When I come to visit, it's like they experience culture shock when they try to barge in and they find it's locked. None of them even carry keys. I once accidentally locked one of his roommates out for the night and he had to walk to a friend's and sleep there. They never got mad at me for it. They all understood why it was a habit I wasn't willing to break. My boyfriend and I were long distance. Since I worked from home and he and his roommates were out of the house for the majority of the day, I would come and stay for a week at a time. They all worked Saturdays, but I had weekends off, so I was laying in my boyfriend's bed in the room closest to the front door, having locked it, and snuggled back in to relax until I felt like getting ready for the day. The apartment complex they lived in comprised of buildings that connected, but had separate staircases and entrances pertaining to that section of apartments. My boyfriend's apartment was all the way at the top left of the last building, nearest to the woods. It was in a nice neighborhood in the suburbs of 2 busy metropolitan areas. The front doors of the building were never locked. The residents didn't even pretend that they were locked. They would even leave them propped open with large rocks for most of the day and night. On the occasions the door wasn't propped open, when someone came into the building it would slam loudly before bouncing back to an ajar position. My boyfriend always told me to never answer the door, especially if I was alone. On this morning, about an hour after the guys had left, I was reading a Tumblr post on my phone when I heard the door slam and what I swore was a cry for help. I sat upright in bed and listened again, sure that I had gotten it wrong. I was prone to anxiety, diagnosed OCD, and knew I could let my thoughts twist and turn into the worst case scenarios that frequently went beyond realistic. As I listened, there were no more cries, but it sounded as though someone was laboriously attempting to climb the stairs. There were 2 flights between the entrance and my boyfriend's front door. As the sounds of fumbling footsteps, high-pitched panting and grunting and palms on concrete neared the door, I heard another cry for help, and I knew for certain I heard it this time. Instead of concern, my blood ran thick with fear at the sound. Something about it seemed off. Wrong. I quietly crept out of bed and neared closer to his bedroom door. I heard the woman clamber to the top of the steps and cry for help again. Instead of going for my boyfriend's front door directly to her left, I heard the woman start pounding on the door of the person across the landing. Guiltily, I felt relieved. There were only 2 doors between my boyfriend's and the person across from him. After having tried the 2 in the middle, the woman finally came pounding on the front door. I gasped and jumped, and my hands flew up to cover my mouth. I pushed my boyfriend's, thankfully silent, bedroom door open and peered into the hallway. I weighed the risk of checking the peephole, for I knew if she noticed a shadow, she'd know I was in there ignoring her. Also, I was scared of what I would find on the other side of the door. To my further shock and horror, the door handle started to jiggle as well. The pounding was frantic and louder and longer than she had done on the other neighbors' doors. I gathered all my courage and took careful steps toward the entryway. I tried my best to make no noise, even though I doubt she'd hear me over her violent knocks. Once I was close enough that I was confident I could check the peephole, whilst also not casting a shadow under the door, I leaned forward and squinted into the tiny glass circle. My mouth went dry and I had to suppress a scream-turned-cough. Standing unnecessarily close to the peephole was a man, a grown, disheveled beard, cracked lips, runny nose, crazy-eyed man. I cursed myself for leaving my phone in the bed when all of a sudden the noise stopped. I was paralyzed in my spot. I waited to hear him give up and walk away, but he never did. I wanted to sprint and grab my phone to call 911, but was scared he would break down the door if he heard me. With nothing else to do, my morbid curiosity and flight instinct propelled me to look back into the peephole. He was just standing there, breathing heavily at a high pitch with a wide, delirious smile on his face. Some of his lips started bleeding from a crack being split open again. He barely had any teeth, and the ones he did have were either completely black or a combination of brown and dark green. He took a large inhale through his nose, and his eyes rolled in his head. "Why won't you help me?" He cried out in that near-perfect impression of a woman's voice. It took every ounce of my self-control and patience to let me go back to my boyfriend's room at a pace that didn't expose me. Once inside, I hurried across the carpet to sift through the sheets and blankets for my phone. Once I had it in my hands, I immediately moved to call 911, but a different idea popped into my head last minute. With swift fingertips, I searched "man angry, someone at door audio." I turned down my volume so only I could hear and quickly sifted through my options. Having chosen one I hoped would work, I went back and held my phone through the doorway and into the hall, volume on full blast. Who the hell is pounding down my door at this hour? They must be crazy. You know what? Let me grab my gun so we can both say good morning. There was the sound of a gun clicking at the end of the track, and that was the one thing that finally made the man flee down the steps. I heard the door slam as he left the building. Shaking, I went back and checked the peephole to confirm he was actually gone. I considered still making a call to the police, but knew I wouldn't have much else besides my story. I decided to head into the kitchen and dining area to grab a bottle of water and take a seat. On the way, I passed the small balcony that was rarely ever used. Suddenly filled with fear again, I ran over and moved back the curtain to find nothing. I finally let out a sigh of relief when I remembered the apartment wasn't on the first floor. Still, I reached up my fingers and turned the lock. Every evening, at precisely 10 p.m., the man appeared in the window across from mine. I first noticed him on a foggy October night. I was pacing around my tiny apartment trying to work out a problem for a client, when my gaze wandered to the old building across the street. Through the dim haze, I could just make out a figure, barely visible, framed in the dusty glass of an upstairs window. At first, I thought nothing of it. He was probably just a neighbor, taking a quick look outside, but the next night, at exactly 10 p.m., there he was again, standing in that same spot, staring into the street. Something about the way he stood made my skin crawl. His face was barely visible, shrouded in shadow, but I could make out the pale outline of his eyes. He was watching me. I closed the blinds that night, uneasy, but every evening after that, no matter how hard I tried to ignore him, I felt his presence. Curiosity, or perhaps a growing sense of dread, got the better of me. Each night I would watch the clock, my heart pounding until the hour struck 10, and there he would be. Days turned into weeks, and the man never missed a night, always standing in the same spot, in the same eerie, unbroken silence. He never waved, never moved, just watched, as though waiting for something. One night I decided to wave to him. I wanted to see if he'd respond. As soon as the clock hit 10, I pulled back the blinds and raised my hand hesitantly toward the window. His eyes met mine, and for a brief moment, I thought he was going to lift his own hand. Instead, his lips curled into a small, unsettling smile, revealing darkened, uneven teeth. My skin prickled. I quickly closed the blinds, trying to shake off the creeping chill that had settled over me. That was the first night I heard him. I had started drifting off to sleep when a faint tapping echoed through my apartment. My eyes snapped open, heart hammering. The tapping was steady, deliberate, like someone lightly tapping their knuckles against glass. I lay frozen, listening, trying to place the sound. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from my window. Slowly dreading what I might see, I turned toward it. Through the thin fabric of my blinds, I could make out a shadowy outline standing on the fire escape outside my apartment. A face pressed close to the glass. A wide, toothy smile just barely visible through the slats. My blood ran cold. I wanted to scream, but I was paralyzed. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping it was just my imagination, that the man in the window was only a trick of the light, a shadow cast by passing cars. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. Tap, tap, tap. Somehow I managed to bolt upright, grabbing my phone and dialing 911 with trembling fingers. The dispatcher answered, her voice a steady anchor in the dark. I whispered, terrified he might hear me, that there was someone on my fire escape. Within minutes, I heard the wail of sirens. I didn't dare open my eyes until I felt the reassuring presence of the police officers. They searched the fire escape, the alley, the entire building, but found nothing. No footprints, no fingerprints, nothing to indicate anyone had been there at all. The officer suggested it was just a nightmare, a figment of my imagination, but I knew what I'd seen. I could still feel the weight of his gaze, the pressure of his face pressed against my window. That night, I barely slept, the man's smile haunting my every thought. The next day, I tried to convince myself it was over, that he wouldn't return, but as the clock struck 10, I found myself unable to resist looking out the window. He was there, staring back at me from across the street. This time he looked different. His face was somehow clearer, his features sharper, more defined. His eyes were glassy and dull, his skin pale and stretched tight over his bones. And there was something else. He was holding up a piece of paper against the glass. It was small, yellowed scrap, crinkled around the edges. I squinted, trying to read the faint, scrawled words. I'm watching. I stumbled back, heart racing, but when I looked again, the note was gone. The man was gone. The window across the street was empty, as though he had never been there at all. For days I waited, dreading the hour of 10 o'clock. The silence gnawed at me, filling my mind with dread, but after a week, when he didn't reappear, I began to hope that maybe it was over. One night, weeks later, I was drifting off to sleep when a loud knock jolted me awake. I froze, straining my ears, praying I'd imagined it. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was coming from my front door. My heart raced as I forced myself to get up, creeping slowly toward the door. As I got closer, I could hear something, a faint, rasping whisper, barely audible through the thick wood. Let me in. The whisper was dry, hollow, like dead leaves scraping against pavement. I backed away, shaking. I turned on every light in my apartment, trying to drown out the darkness, the growing terror that filled me. The knocking continued, steady, rhythmic, unyielding. Let me in. Desperate, I dialed the police again, but by the time they arrived, the knocking had stopped. The officers looked at me with pity, clearly doubting my story. They left soon after, telling me to call if I had any more trouble. For hours I sat in silence, barely breathing, waiting for the knocking to start again. But it didn't. I never heard it again. A few days later, I noticed the building across the street was empty. No lights, no movement. It was as though the place had been abandoned. Curious and maybe a little desperate for closure, I went over to ask around, hoping to learn something about the man in the window. The landlord, an elderly woman, looked at me with wide eyes when I mentioned him. "No one's lived there for months," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "The last tenant, well, he disappeared. The police never found him. The only thing they found in the apartment was a note left on his window. It said, 'I'm watching.'" Her words chilled me to the core. That night, as I lay in bed, I realized something. I could still feel his eyes on me, watching from somewhere unseen, waiting for the moment I'd let him in. Back over the 4th of July, my family all got together at my parents' house. And while I was over there, my mom told me that she and my dad were remodeling their basement and asked me to get the rest of my stuff out. And as a quick side note, I'm going to change or omit my kids' names for privacy, but didn't think it much mattered with everyone else for reasons you'll understand later. I'm 39 and haven't lived there in years, and had a handful of old belongings that I'd never bothered to take with me. Mostly old things from my childhood that I didn't have much need for, and held sentimental value, like a few favorite dolls and stuffed animals, old art projects and the like. Thankfully, my mom had it all in storage containers for years, making it easy to grab a few and take home with me. My sister Nat and her family live out of state, and were staying at my parents' through the weekend, and my kids had their cousin, Nat's daughter, Big Z, it's a nickname, stay at our house the following night since it was Friday. Looking for something to keep the kids busy that night and feeling nostalgic, I went digging through the storage bins I'd taken home with me and found some old VHS tapes with haphazardly made labels reading things like "The News with Lizzie at 5" and "Primetime Update." When we were kids, my sisters Nat, the youngest, Steffi, the middle, and I, the oldest, used to have a blast making home videos, and our favorite subject by a mile was to create news shows, with an anchor and then cut to different reporters on scene, covering stories consisting of either sensational events acted with our toys, human interest stories of us showing off our childish talents and hobbies, or ambush interviews and coverage of our parents and their friends. And one time, the pizza man, who in hindsight was a pretty good sport about it. The subject matter, more often than not, was not only ridiculous but also rather morbid, or at least grotesque, since vampire Cabbage Patch Kids attacking pet rabbits was much more fun and imaginative than more realistic news. This seemed like a perfect opportunity to show my kids and my niece what their moms got up to when we were their age. Well, I took a walk down memory lane at the expense of my husband cracking jokes and never letting me live it down. I randomly grabbed one of the tapes and gathered everyone in the basement where we still have an old DVD/VHS combo player hooked up for the kids to watch old DVDs on occasion. After a minute or two of messing with the tracking and making sure the component cables were in their right spots, I got the tape playing to see my 8 or so year old self sitting at a little blue and yellow plastic table with a notebook and pencil in hand, and giant glasses from the 70s on, trying my darndest to look like a serious and sober news anchor. 8-year-old me had hardly gotten through saying, "Welcome to Lizzie's News tonight," when my husband, oozing sarcasm, said, "So exciting, I better go make popcorn," and got up to head upstairs before adding, "See kids, Mom looked like a lollipop with her giant head on a tiny body too." The kids and I watched through the first segment, featuring me reporting on the amazing Steffi, a magician who was going to saw Nat in half inside a cardboard refrigerator box using a plastic toy saw. Nat, wearing her favorite Discovery Channel tee that she would never grow into, climbed inside the box, sticking her head out one end, while what were supposed to be her legs emerged out the other side. As I watched, it crossed my mind that I had no idea whose legs those were. I know we occasionally would make these movies with friends and other neighborhood kids, but couldn't remember who would have been with us by themselves, since all of our friends would come with their siblings, or whose legs would have been close enough to match Tiny Nat's. Looking closely, I also noticed something that initially seemed curious, but came to feel deeply disturbing. That pair of legs also didn't seem to look quite right. It was hard to tell since they were only visible below the knee, but they seemed to bend the wrong way, were a bit too grayish for healthy skin tone, and the overall shape and curvature just wasn't quite right. For the time being, I shrugged it off, chalking it up to poor VHS image fidelity, and made a mental note to go back and show my husband when the kids weren't watching. By the time the segment was over, the kids had already began to get distracted with other things and grown bored of the 4 minutes of old video. So I turned it off and we went on with our night. Later, after the kids were asleep, and my husband was upstairs entranced with his video games and giving me that "do not disturb" on penalty of death vibe, I got the urge to go watch some more. After another few news segments, of which the only real value is in sentiment to me and my sisters, so I won't bore you by recounting them, my 8-year-old self cut into her own report with breaking news about a tragic accident that had taken place. The hair on my neck raised a bit as the tone of this segment took a turn, like a dark pull had come over us, and even though we appeared as though we were outwardly having fun making the video, we were emptily going through the motions. Something just felt off. I was playing the reporter again, on the scene in our room, covering the tragic story of a little girl gone missing. Steffi played the distressed sister, who explained that they missed her so much, and that after everyone and the police had searched for days, they were alerted by a really, really gross smell to discover that the girl, played by Nat, had fallen backwards off the top bunk, breaking her neck and getting lodged between the wall and the lower bunk. And while Steffi sat up on the bed holding her nose from the stench, I brought the camera over to show Nat curled up awkwardly upside down between the bed and the wall, pretending to be dead. This shocked me, to say the least. I certainly don't remember every little video we made, but I have a vague recollection of a lot of them, and even though we often enacted macabre stories, even involving someone dying, this felt outside our realm. Having had enough at that point, I turned off the TV and called it a night. The next morning I heard the kids awake much earlier than I'd have liked, but wasn't too surprised given the sleepover, and reminded myself to be thankful that at least it was Saturday, and popped my head in to say good morning and see what they wanted me to make for breakfast, since it was a special morning with their cousin here. I opened the door and said, "Good morning, rise and shine," with my biggest, kid-patronizing smile, to find my kids horsing around together on the bed, and then immediately noticed something odd. "Where's Bigsy?" "Right here," my youngest daughter exclaimed, grabbing her pink dinosaur stuffed animal and proudly holding it up. I played along. "Oh my, you look quite unwell this morning, Bigsy. Maybe you need some breakfast." But while the youngest laughed, the older two gave me a confused look. I closed the door and let them be for a few minutes, figuring it was better to let their game run its course. But when I came back, they still seemed to be at it. Okay, enough fun, but we need to have some breakfast and get Big Z back over to Nana and Nano's. And Auntie Nat. My youngest laughed again and said something like, No, Big Z lives here. But the other two seemed suddenly concerned. I don't get it, said my oldest. Get what? I said, now confused myself. Who's Auntie Nat? The whole room went cold, like the curtains had suddenly been drawn, and I immediately switched to serious mom mode. Okay, it's not funny anymore. Where is Big Z hiding? Right there, said my oldest, pointing to the stuffed dinosaur, and looking alarmingly earnest. Stop it now, or no fireworks tonight. But that's Big Z. I'm serious. I will go get your dad, I said sternly, but was more frightened than angry. The youngest had started crying, and tears were welling up in the other two. That is, Mom, I swear. I don't know what you want me to say. What did we do? Everyone swore they had no idea who Big Z was, and I turned the house inside out trying to find her. At first I thought maybe my husband got the kids to play a very unfunny prank on me, because that is totally something he would do. But after angrily arguing with he and the kids for a half hour about it, I called Nat but got no answer. So I tried my mom and dad. They claimed not to remember Big Z either, and when I got frustrated and asked how on earth they couldn't remember Nat's kid, they hung up on me. I called Steffi, who I knew wouldn't ever have participated in this obnoxious joke, and was momentarily relieved to hear her say, Of course, I know Big Z. Oh, thank God. I thought I was losing my mind. And then when Nat wouldn't answer her phone, I thought I was going to fall to pieces. Okay, that's not funny, Liz, Steffi said, suddenly very serious. What? I responded, confused. Don't ever say something like that again. Like what? I said incredulously. Yeah, I'm done with this conversation, Steffi said and hung up. Ignoring her for the moment, and more than a little annoyed, I walked into the other room to triumphantly gloat to my husband that Steffi confirmed Big Z, and I'd had enough of the stupid joke, so she could come out from wherever she's been hiding now. Steffi remembers Big Z, and is on my side and doesn't think the joke was funny. You're so mean. Well, of course she is. Whatever. Seriously now, though, we need to get Big Z back to my parents or Nat will be mad, since they have to drive home today. We don't have time for this anymore. Wow. Who's the one making unfunny jokes now? He said with added condescension. I don't get it. What do you mean? What do you mean? Bringing your sister that died when you were little into this. That's not something even I would joke about. It has been months now. No one remembers Big Z as anyone other than my daughter's pink dinosaur. I can't find any evidence of my sister Nat, and everyone swears that she died horribly as a child in a story that made the news after she fell behind the bunk bed, and we unknowingly slept next to her dead body for days. The girl who knew too much. The first time I met Grace, she was sitting on the curb outside my house, cradling a stuffed animal with its seams coming apart. I thought she looked lonely. I was 7 years old, and naive enough to believe that everyone just wanted a friend. She turned to me as I approached, her dark eyes locking onto mine like she already knew everything about me. Want to play? She asked, tilting her head with a grin that didn't quite reach her eyes. Sure, I said, shrugging. We played catch at first, but it didn't take long before she started making up rules. Rules that made no sense. You have to throw with your left hand or you're cheating, she said. If you miss the ball, you owe me something. What would I owe you? I asked, confused. Her grin widened. I'll tell you later. Over the next few months, Grace became a regular presence in my life. She lived a few streets over and her parents were always busy, so she'd show up unannounced, ready to play. At first, I didn't mind, but the games started to get strange. One day she brought over a leash with no dog attached. Let's play vet, she said. When I told her I didn't know how, she grabbed my arm and squeezed hard enough to leave marks. Just do what I say, she hissed. I didn't like Grace much after that, but avoiding her wasn't easy. She had a way of showing up exactly when I wanted to be left alone. My mom thought she was sweet and told me I should be nice to her because she didn't have many friends. You're her favorite person, Mom would say, as if that was supposed to make me feel better. Then came the day Grace accused me of stealing her puppy. I didn't even know she had a puppy. She marched up to me during recess, her face red with anger, and shouted, "You took him. I saw you." What are you talking about? I stammered, feeling every pair of eyes on the playground turn toward me. You took him from my yard. You're a thief. She grabbed my arm and dragged me toward the teacher, shouting about how I'd broken into her house and stolen her dog. The teacher separated us and sent us to the principal's office, but no matter how much I denied it, Grace stuck to her story. He even tried to hide the collar in his room, she said, her voice trembling with fake tears. The principal didn't believe her, thankfully, but the damage was done. The other kids started calling me dog thief and avoiding me. My mom said I should make peace with Grace. When I told her I hadn't done anything wrong, she just sighed and muttered something about me needing to learn how to get along with others. I tried to stay away from Grace after that, but she wouldn't leave me alone. One day she cornered me in the alley behind our school. Her expression was cold, her hands hidden behind her back. "You need to learn to listen," she said before shoving me to the ground. I didn't see the knife until it was too late. The blade was small, more like a letter opener, but the pain was sharp and immediate. I screamed and tried to fight her off, but she was stronger than she looked. By the time she ran off, my shirt was soaked in blood and I could barely move. When I got home, my mom was furious. Not at Grace, but at me. "What did you do to make her so angry?" she demanded as she cleaned the wound. "You're always causing trouble." I wanted to tell her everything, but what was the point? No one believed me when it came to Grace. Years passed, and I didn't see Grace again until high school. By then, I had almost convinced myself that she was just a bad memory, something my mind had exaggerated to explain the scars on my arm and the pit in my stomach. But then she walked into my study hall like nothing had happened. She smiled at me, that same unsettling grin, and sat down across the table. "Hey, remember me?" My stomach dropped. "What do you want?" "To be friends," she said like it was the most natural thing in the world. I spent the rest of the semester avoiding her, but she seemed to be everywhere. At lunch, in the hallways, even at the convenience store where I worked weekends. It was like she was haunting me, reminding me that no matter how much time had passed, she still had control. One day she showed up at the register with a pack of gum and a sly smile. "You've gotten better at hiding," she said, sliding the money across the counter. "But you can't hide forever." I didn't respond. I couldn't. That night I dreamed of the attic in my childhood home. I hadn't been up there since I was a kid, but in the dream, it was exactly as I remembered. Cold, dark, and filled with shadows that seemed to move on their own. In the corner was a box, and when I opened it, there was the leash Grace had brought over all those years ago. Only this time it wasn't empty. Inside was the collar of a puppy, its tag etched with a single word: promise. I woke up drenched in sweat, the sound of Grace's laughter echoing in my ears. She hasn't shown up again, not yet, but sometimes when I'm alone, I feel like someone's watching me, and every now and then I hear a faint tapping at my window. For years, my family and I have all experienced the same things. Not like normal deja vu, but I can tell my dad, who he talked to at work yesterday 300 miles away. Everyone has a story. They're always written off as dreams. When I was a kid, my mom busted me for partying. She woke up in the middle of the night and called me. I'll never forget the tone in her voice when she recalled exactly what I had done. I told you not to hang out with those two. They're always drinking that cheap beer and they brought that girl with them. That girl was my current addiction, and thankfully she didn't mention the things I had tried to do, or wanted to do, that is. I know she knew because I would have known. Maybe that's just her intuition wanting to preserve her baby's innocence. After all, we were all high schoolers once. The ones that really sit hard are the older generations. My grandpa used to tell the story of when he was deployed to France. Of course, he wasn't in the war. He's far too young. His dad was a hero, though. I've seen his medals and read about him in my history books. That's never how I heard the stories, though. Do you know what it's like to hear a mother scream? That sound when her baby dies in her arms? They weren't supposed to be there. It was only supposed to be Germans. It's not my fault they got caught in the fire. It's the Jerrys. They shouldn't have been there. We should have checked. My grandpa would talk in ways that would make you think he was suffering just like the boys that made it back. But that's nothing new. We all suffer from what they call lucid dreams and night terrors. But I would swear it's real. I felt the joy of my mother when she held her child for the first time. I felt the grief of losing a pet long before I was born. That's just our curse. Now my daughter is involved. They say a parent should never have to bury their child, but I wish that's all I had to do. She was 4, out playing in my dad's back 40, just being a kid. What she didn't know was how to identify a copperhead. I'll never forget the scream of its fangs tearing into her little sausage arms. The doctor said she was lucky. We got her to them in time, and it hadn't deposited all of its venom. It was a defensive bite. She must have stepped on it by accident. The medicine would keep her asleep for a while, so we should get some rest. Obviously, we couldn't leave her there. So I curled up in the dad chair, and my wife had a cot brought in. No sooner did I drift off to a restless sleep did my arm start to burn. I was jolted awake by the feeling of 4 knives entering my forearm and setting it to light from the inside. I caught my breath and made sure no one else was disturbed by my noise. Sarah was awake. "Daddy, can you turn on the light? I'm scared." She never did like the dark. In her time of need, I would have taken the roof off this hospital if I could to brighten up the room. I switch on the light and wrap my bare paw around her hand. "Don't worry, sweetie. There's nothing that can get you while I'm here." I must have dozed off there with her. I was running through the woods. Everything felt so large. The trees must have been 40 feet tall. In the distance I could hear something, but couldn't quite make it out. The creek was so big. I tried to jump it, but my boots got wet. I caught a rock and woke up from a sensation of falling. Her hand was cold. The doctors told me that was normal, slowed heart rate to prevent the spread of the toxin. The next day we went home. She was still exhausted, as we all were. I carried her into her room, laid her on her bed, and placed a kiss on her cheek. As I turned to leave, a weak little voice in the darkness pleaded, "Get the light, Daddy." "Of course, sweetie," as I plugged in her Sesame Street nightlight. My wife and I went to bed, waking up every hour to check on her. Never did get much sleep. We agreed that I should take a couple hours and then we'd switch. When I finally drifted off, it was dark. I had a feeling like something was sitting on my chest. I couldn't breathe. I tried everything, but I couldn't move either. My hands were pinned to my sides, and there was something on top of me. I woke up screaming, nothing like my wife, though. She came rushing in to tell me we had to go. Now. By the time we got to the hospital, it was too late. Doctor said it was an allergic reaction. To what, we don't know. All I can remember are those little bear pajamas that she loved and her favorite blanket. Her grandmother made that. The last thing she did. She knew she wouldn't get to meet my daughter, but wanted her to always know that Grandma was there with her to protect her. It's times like this a man needs his mom. It must have been 2 days without sleep. I couldn't get that feeling out of my mind that I failed. My only job was to protect her. It couldn't have been that hard, but somehow I failed. My wife suggested something to help me sleep, said something about making plans tomorrow, so I needed my rest. The warm blanket of Ambien overwhelmed me and I fell asleep on her floor. Darkness again. This time it was cold. I don't know why I was cold. I must have been under a pretty thick blanket. The blanket moves and I'm blinded by the white lights. There are people walking around me, speaking in words I can't understand. There is no noise. I can't move. I feel trapped. All I want is to see my mother again. I feel like I need to cry, but I can't. I feel a familiar blanket laid on top of me and I'm tucked in. I can't make out the face responsible, but it's warm. It's safe. I get a kiss on the head and my bed slides into darkness. There's a loud thud when a door closes and the voices are muffled. So many tears. I can still feel the blanket, but I'm only getting colder. My wife wakes me up the next morning to get dressed. She's laid out a blazer and a tie. We go to the funeral home and start to make decisions. Isn't my daughter supposed to be doing this for me? We get led to a back room where everything seems to shrink. The largest casket couldn't have been more than 4 feet. So many colors and designs. If not for the setting, it would have almost been joyful. My wife walks to one with the lovable cast of her favorite show. I'll never see them the same, puppets or not. They look like they understood and they wanted to help. Nothing can help now. We sign some documents, exchange forced pleasantries, and go about our way. The rest of the day is a blur. I go through the motions. We have dinner, quiet again. I help with the dishes. All of the plates are the same size. We try to watch something to take our minds off everything, but the remote is buried in the toy box. I take another Ambien and decide if I can't do anything else right, at least I can sleep. I'm laying on a bed with a weird man walking around me. He writes something down and stabs my side. I feel a rush of liquid, but it doesn't hurt. I see him pull my favorite clothes out of the box on the counter. I would love to help him get me dressed, but I can't move. He brings over a brush, and I want to tell him I'm not allowed to wear makeup. My mom wouldn't like that. He closes my eyes, and it's dark again. My bed gets slid into another room. I feel a stuffed animal tucked under my arm. It feels safe. Maybe the dark isn't all that bad. I hear the door close, but above me? What kind of door is above me? We all meet at the cemetery. My dad hugs me, the first time in forever. I can feel him crying into me. I could tell we shared the same feeling of failure. That must be primal. I hold my wife's hand as we all up and place the flowers. The preacher says something about the weight of small caskets, and my baby girl is lowered out of sight. That night is rained. The thunder usually helps me sleep, but I can't get the image of that little red casket out of my mind. Another Ambien. There's people crying. I don't know them, but they feel familiar. I feel like I'm flying, but down. Floating, I guess. Something hits the top of my room. A lot of something. It gets quieter the more it happens. Then it's just quiet. And dark. It's so dark. I try to squeeze the stuffed animal but can't move my arms. These days it's more of the same. Wake up, go to work, pretend to be okay, Ambien, sleep. Every night is just cold darkness. It scares me. I can't explain, but I'm always filled with a terror when I return to my dream and it's only darkness. I wish I could turn on a light. They always say the hardest thing a person can do is bury their child. At least, that's where it ends for them. I've worked at a Thai restaurant for a few years as a dishwasher. That was my job on paper, but over time I started to pick up more duties between the time of people quitting and getting hired. I got to the point where I could cook anything off the menu if needed. During a hectic shift one night, I helped pack some takeout orders and handed them over to the waiting DoorDash drivers. My boss spoke in broken English, but is one of the funniest guys I've ever known. It was hard to get stressed on busy nights like that with him forgetting words, making his jokes 10 times funnier. Takeout orders flew out of the door, and we tried to keep up with the rush inside the restaurant. A snag hit when we ran out of cooked pork belly. One last order of a pork belly bowl needed to be sent out right away, or else we would lose our driver to a different order and risk a bad rating. I told my boss we should send a message out or outright cancel the order. Instead, he placed the last strip of pork belly in the takeout order and sent it off. The bowl should have had at least 5 pieces, not 1. We honestly didn't have time to send a message and deal with a single order with 10 waiting in the kitchen. I hated the idea of sending out meal lacking the main ingredient, but got so busy the rest of the night, I totally forgot about it. We received no complaints or negative reviews that night, so we put it out of our minds. The next night was just as busy. At least my boss cooked extra pork belly in the morning so we wouldn't run out in the middle of the rush again. At the end of the night, I volunteered to clean up and lock up the restaurant. He trusted me enough to do so. I liked doing the end of shift cleanup. My apartment was within walking distance, unlike everyone else who needed the last bus home. I put on some music and got to work putting the kitchen back in order after our long 2 nights of running around. I just finished up and shut off most of the lights ready to leave. The kitchen dark with only the exit light showing the way out. I double-checked my keys were in my bag hanging off my shoulder and was about to take a step toward the door when I heard something. I felt positive someone just took a few steps inside the kitchen. That was odd. I knew for a fact everyone left. Did the owner come back in and check the stock, and I just didn't hear him over my music? "Hello, boss," I called out in the dark room, my voice shaking slightly. I strained to hear, thinking I'd just imagined things. Just when I went to move again, I heard something behind me. A sound of fabric moving. 2 massive hands came out of nowhere to wrap long bony fingers around my arms from behind. I jumped and let out a small squeak of fear, unable to move from shock. I wanted to run, and yet my body refused to listen. Those hands looking human, but the black skin and the pointed fingers simply couldn't be anything beside a creature from nightmares. I'd wished this was a robbery instead of whatever stood at my back. The sound of fabric came again. A hot puff of breath moved my hair near my ears, and the back of my neck crawled. What the hell was this thing going to do? I really didn't want to get tore apart because I stayed late at work. It could do anything to me, and no one would find out until the morning. Hell, if it didn't leave any traces behind, no one would ever find out I'd been killed. My body shook as so many gruesome images came through my mind, and I silently prayed for it to just go away. "I ordered extra pork belly, but only got 1. The voice came right next to my ear. I shuddered from it being so close. It sounded low and hoarse and impossible to pin down a gender. If this monster had one, I couldn't believe I might be killed because we sent out one order short. I searched my mind trying to think of anything to say in order to save my life. When I didn't respond fast enough, it spoke again. "Do you have more in today?" it whispered. I risked turning my head slightly to see a face of pure darkness with a mouth showing rows of white teeth shining in the darkness. Yes," I said cautiously. It removed a hand from my shoulder and dug around in the darkness of its body for a moment. It looked like a tall figure dressed in some sort of black hooded fabric. The creature so large it really shouldn't fit inside the small kitchen. It pulled out its hand with long, deadly claws and held out a closed fist. I carefully held my hands out to accept whatever it was offering. Some bills and change dropped down into my expecting hands, and I stood frozen to the spot, confused and scared as hell. "One pork belly bowl, please. Extra pork belly," it whispered with a wide grin that caused my body to shake again. I looked around the empty kitchen, not expecting that kind of request. "Now?" I asked, knowing that was a dumb question. It tightened the grip on my arm to the point where it hurt a little. This thing could tear me apart without any effort, and made that fact clear. "Now, please." It did not need to repeat itself. I nodded, shoving the money in my pocket, not even checking the amount. My arm was released and I hurried along to get started on cooking. I knew how to make everything and we already had most of it prepped. I just needed to cook the rice. I flicked on a light and heard a small hiss. The monster nowhere in sight when the light came on, but I didn't trust it left for good. That was confirmed when I took out the lettuce and heard it ask to not have any in its bowl. I hurried along, warming up what was needed, and finished making the largest pork belly bowl the restaurant had ever seen. After all, we only had large rice pots. It was easier to make a large bowl. I made sure to load the bowl up with the desired meat, wondering how I'll explain the missing amount to my boss. With everything ready, I looked around trying to find the monster, wondering if I'd just imagined the whole thing. "Light, please," came a voice somewhere in the room. I quickly went over and turned off the kitchen lights again, and expected the massive creature I'd seen before show up. Instead, a small thing appeared at the counter sitting in a chair I took from the restaurant. It looked exactly like the dark creature from before, just smaller. Only 4 feet tall, if that. Hands extremely small and tiny feet dangling off the chair. "Another empty bowl, please." It spoke in a softer voice that sounded much like a child, but I knew it was still the creature that could kill me, so I listened. I set a bowl down on the counter, and the small thing went to work filling it with some of its meal, making a smaller pork belly bowl. Tiny hands pushed the second bowl towards me, and patted the counter next to where it sat. Then the creature started to dig into the meal, feet kicking happily. This thing was sharing the meal I just made. After coming all the way here and requesting food after hours, it put aside some to share. I still felt some fear towards whatever that broke into the restaurant, but it was making it really hard to be overly worried for my life. I didn't eat dinner yet either, so I took the bowl and started to nibble on it, keeping my eyes on the creature. It ate fast, but also acted as if the food was too hot, which made sense. If it ordered food, any meal would have cooled down by the time it reached the creature. This might be the first time it ate so soon after the meal had been finished cooking. Halfway through the meal, it placed some more change on the counter, requesting an egg. We soft-boiled eggs ahead of time, so I grabbed one from the fridge. They normally warm up while sitting in with the rest of the hot dish. The monster didn't seem to mind the cold egg. In fact, it hesitated before placing more change down, requesting another egg. By the time it was down to the last bite of meat, the monster looked like it struggled to finish. I already finished my own and got started on washing the bowl. It didn't make sense to waste some takeout containers. I looked over my shoulder, not seeing the creature in the dark. I let out a very high-pitched scream when I felt something touch my leg. The thing had gotten off its chair and held out the empty bowl to be washed. My heart slowed back down to normal, and I accepted the dish from those tiny hands. With everything washed and out away, I wanted to leave as fast as possible. A tugging came at my pants, and I regretfully reached down to take the creature's small hand so we could leave. I found it didn't walk fast enough, so I needed to pick it up. It wasn't pleasant holding the creature. It may be the size and shape of a small child, but it felt like it was just meat wrapped in fabric without any bones in its body, like holding a room temperature pork roast wrapped in plastic. We made it outside, but now I was left holding a dark, creepy as hell monster in my arms, unsure of what to do next.
It's late. No more buses. I can walk you home,
it offered. The small thing slipped from my arms, and the body shifted into a taller shape, almost looking like an adult in a robed Halloween costume. The feet still appeared far too small to support the tall body. No, it's fine. I can walk home alone just fine, I said, hands out front, trying to refuse the offer as politely as possible.
It's not safe. Monsters come out at night,
the thing responded in the same low tone that caused my shoulders to tense. After a few seconds passed between us, I thought I heard a laugh. It took a few steps away and found the shadow, the body slowly sinking into the darkness to leave. I couldn't help but ask a question that had been bothering me. How do you, even have money or an address to buy food? I asked, staring at the smiling mouth that paused to face me.
I have a job, you know. Being this man-eating monster is just a hobby. Best not to go into all that, though. Being a monster is fun, but eating people can be such a hassle. Hobbies should be enjoyed, right? Anyway, I prefer eating takeout, but I'll change my mind if someone ever cheaps out on my pork belly again,
the dark shape said with a smile never leaving its face. Noted, I replied with a dry throat. I watched it leave into the dark shadow, praying we would never cross paths again. The next day I told my boss I made myself a meal to take home, and gave him the money for what had been used. He didn't care at all, and even told me I could take home a free meal by the end of the night if needed. At least, that was one bullet dodged. After the incident, we started to get 2 orders a week of pork belly bowls with extra pork and extra eggs. We ran into being low on pork again, and I stopped my boss from sending out the orders short. I made the effort to call the number listed, only to get a text in response saying they would be fine waiting for more pork to be made, or substitute it with an egg or 2. The owner being so busy, he let me deal with the order. I finally got it sent out, and got a 5-star review later that night. Honestly, I would rather keep my life than the reviews. I really need to go back to school and get out of a job that deals with customers. You never really know who you'll be serving. A few months ago, I started dabbling in the dark web. Not for anything illegal, just out of curiosity. I wanted to see if the stories were true. Hackers selling government secrets, hitmen offering their services, and the unthinkable lurking just a click away. Most of what I found was scams or overpriced junk. Then I stumbled onto something that felt different. A forum called Reflections. The layout was simple. Just a black screen with red text. The tagline read, "Find yourself in others." I assumed it was some philosophical nonsense or a creative writing forum, but one thread caught my attention. Doppelgangers. Post your match. Curiosity piqued, I clicked. The thread contained hundreds of pictures of people, random selfies, candid shots, even surveillance-style images, all with timestamps, and beneath each photo was another image, a match. Sometimes the resemblance was uncanny, like identical twins. Other times it was off. A person's smile might be too wide, their eyes just slightly misaligned, or their skin a shade too pale. Scrolling down, I froze. There was my face. The first photo was a candid shot of me at a coffee shop. I recognized the hoodie I wore last week and the chipped paint on the chair I was sitting on. The timestamp was from 5 days ago. Below it was another photo. My match. This version of me was smiling, but it wasn't a normal smile. It was too sharp, stretched wider than physically possible, like someone had grabbed the edges of my mouth and pulled. My eyes were slightly sunken, and my skin looked waxy. But it was me. My heart raced. I hadn't shared that photo anywhere. Someone had taken it. I clicked back to the main page, panicked, but I couldn't leave. Every time I hit the back button, I'd end up on another thread titled, Find Yourself. The screen glitched. A pop-up appeared. Do you accept your reflection? 2 buttons, yes and no. I slammed the no button. My screen went black. For a moment I thought I'd bricked my laptop, but then my webcam light flickered on. I panicked, slamming the lid shut, but not before I caught a glimpse of the screen. It was me, but I wasn't sitting at my desk anymore. The room behind me was a basement I didn't recognize, and the expression on my face wasn't mine. It was the same too wide smile from the photo. I unplugged my laptop and shoved it under my bed. That night I barely slept. The next day I got a text from an unknown number. Why don't you smile more? Attached was a photo of me sitting in my living room. I don't go near the dark web anymore. Hell, I don't even use my computer without a piece of tape over the webcam. But it doesn't matter. Everywhere I go now, I see it. My face, reflected in windows and passing cars and shadows that move just a second too late. It's always smiling. I've kept this to myself for far too long, and I don't think I can carry the weight anymore. Maybe writing it down will help. Maybe not. Either way, someone should know the truth before it's too late. If anyone reads this, don't dismiss it as the ramblings of a lunatic. I'm not crazy. I wish I were. I used to work at NASA. Officially, I was part of the public-facing missions, rovers, orbital studies, things they let the world see. Unofficially, I was involved in something else. Something hidden. Something that makes me wish I'd never joined in the first place. It started in 2016 when the first classified images came back from Project Hermes. That's what we called it internally, a black budget mission that had been ongoing for decades, quietly probing Mars in ways the public could never know. We weren't just looking for signs of microbial life. We were looking for something bigger, something familiar. And we found it. The first anomalies were dismissed as natural formations, weathered rock, wind patterns, volcanic activity. But the more data we gathered, the harder it became to deny what we were seeing. Beneath the dust storms and red desolation, we found structures, not just rocks shaped by chance, but deliberate architecture. Crumbled towers, shattered domes, and sprawling girds buried beneath the Martian surface. It was ancient, older than anything we'd ever imagined. They brought me into the project when it was clear we weren't dealing with random geology. My expertise in planetary systems made me an asset, or so they told me. In truth, I think they brought me in because I was naive enough to still be excited about the discoveries. I didn't understand the implications. Not then. It wasn't until we recovered the artifact that everything changed. They never let me see it in person. Few of us did. It was an obelisk, black as void and covered in intricate carvings, patterns that didn't match anything in Earth's archaeological record, or so we thought at first. The linguists worked on it for years before they made the breakthrough. The carvings weren't alien, they were human. That was the day we realized Mars wasn't a dead planet we'd stumbled upon in the vastness of space. It was home. Mars was our home. The artifact told a story, though it wasn't complete. The pieces of deciphered painted a grim picture. Mars had once been vibrant, oceans, forests, teeming with life, and then humanity happened. The wars, the greed, the arrogance. It started small, territorial disputes, resources, borders, but the conflicts escalated until the entire planet was engulfed in fire. Nuclear war, ecological collapse. No one could say for sure how it ended. All we knew was that Mars had become uninhabitable, and yet, against impossible odds, some of them escaped. They found a way for the dying world and journeyed across the void to Earth. We are the descendants of those survivors, refugees from a ruined world. I remember sitting in the lab when I first read the translated text. My chest felt tight, my breath shallow. I kept telling myself it couldn't be true. It had to be some cosmic coincidence, a shared evolutionary path, something, anything, but the truth was inescapable. The genetic markers, the shared cultural motifs, the timeline, it all aligned. We destroyed one planet already, and now we're doing it again. The higher-ups at NASA decided the public couldn't know. It would destabilize everything, they said. They weren't wrong. Religion, history, politics, it would all collapse under the weight of this revelation. But I can't help thinking that's what we need. A collapse, a reset, because if we don't change course, if we don't stop the wars and the greed and the mindless consumption, Earth will follow Mars into oblivion, and this time, there won't be another planet to flee to. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's nowhere else to go. The nearest habitable worlds are light years away, and we don't have the technology to get there. Earth is all we have, but we're blind to the precipice we're teetering on, just as we were before. And sometimes late at night, I wonder if it's already too late. The signs are there. Melting ice caps, mass extinctions, choking skies. It's starting again. The same cycle, the same death march. And I don't know how to stop it. What terrifies me most isn't that we're repeating history. It's the idea that we might not even be capable of change. Maybe this is who we are, creatures of destruction, destined to burn through one world after another until there's nothing left. I wish I could say I have hope, but I don't. Not anymore. All I have is this overwhelming sense of dread, this crushing certainty that we're hurtling toward our doom, and no one cares enough to stop it. Mars isn't what we thought it was, and Earth won't be either. When we're done with it. I'm writing this on a bus, coming home early from a frustrated trip. I can't stop thinking about what happened, and I feel like I need to share it with someone else. This year, a few friends and I decided to take a vacation together and go on a beach trip, planning to stay for about a week. We arranged for everyone to take time off at the same time, and rented a house on the coast of a neighboring state. At first, everything went smoothly. I took the bus around 9 p.m. and knowing that the trip would take around 3 hours, I put on my headphones. reclined the seat, and enjoyed the view. We agreed to meet at the town's port. At a certain point in the journey, the bus stopped, and the driver informed us he'd be making a brief stop in a town near our final destination. I went to a restaurant, grabbed some coffee and a sandwich, which I barely had time to finish before the bus started moving again. I was dozing off when I felt the bus stop. The driver turned off the engine, the lights came on, and the passengers began to get off. I quickly looked out the window to check that I was in the right place, and after seeing some containers, I got off too. That's when things started to get weird. As soon as I stepped out, I noticed there were no other passengers around, which felt odd since it had been barely 20 seconds since everyone had disembarked. The place I was standing in was just part of the road. It didn't even look like a bus stop, much less the port and bus station that my friends had mentioned earlier. The only sign of life nearby was a gate with a guard booth and, inside, a collection of containers and cranes that looked like a shipping company. When I tried to get back on the bus, to ask the driver if I hadn't gotten off at the wrong stop, he had already left. I looked at my phone, paused the music, and checked the time. Midnight sharp. I called one of my friends to let them know I had arrived, hoping that this was the right place. No answer. I only managed to send a quick message, "I think I'm at the port," before my battery died. Apparently listening to music for 3 hours straight was just too much for my old phone. With no idea what else to do, I approached the guard booth to ask for information. Inside was a woman, who smiled when she saw me approaching. I asked her if I was in the right place and explained a little bit of the situation. "Ah, the port? Oh, no, you're far away. About 5 miles, I believe, my dear," she replied with a big smile and a voice a little strange. I can't explain it, but the woman seemed off. Her skin looked different, in a way that I couldn't tell whether she was 26 or 62, and her voice didn't sound natural. At the time, I didn't pay much attention to any of this, but in retrospect, it seemed as if she wasn't human, but something trying to be human. "But if you want, you can go through here. James and I will take you to the port. Everything will be fine," she said while gesturing to a colleague who was near the gate. I hadn't noticed the colleague before. In fact, it's as if he appeared out of nowhere as soon as she called him. He came towards me with the same huge smile and strange skin. For some reason, that gave me chills. Those two looking at me, piercing me with their eyes and with that sinister smile almost drooling, as if I were a dish from a 5-star restaurant. Something told me to not wait for this James guy to approach, so I walked away, muttering a goodbye. I couldn't see much ahead, just the road and the silhouette of vegetation on both sides of the asphalt. There were no streetlights except one in front of the company, and likely none for the next 5 miles. I started walking, but I soon realized that it would be a long trek. So I raised my thumb in hope that someone passing by would give me a ride. And it didn't take long for a truck driver to pull up next to me. I got close to his window and, to my surprise, he didn't look right either. He was an older man, or at least I think it was because of his white hair. But he had the same strange skin as the woman and James I just met. He invited me into the truck, saying he would take me to the port in no time. Strange, because I hadn't even told him where I wanted to go. "Come on, kid. I'll take you there. You won't even notice. You can sleep if you're tired." "Everything will be fine," the old man insisted. He spoke in the same strange, weirdly broken way as the other two. The chill I had felt before now intensified, and it went up my spine like an electric shock. I didn't even bother to say something to the truck driver. I just moved on, quickening my pace. He just stood there. From then on, I started to walk faster. I had a weird feeling as if things weren't right, and what scared me the most, that something was watching me. I rounded a bend in the road and saw a broken guardrail and a crashed car beyond it. It looked like the accident had happened some time ago, but obviously, the scene didn't help with my anxiety at all. The further I got, the more unsettling this place became. The air grew heavy and I started to hear noises in the vegetation. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling. I was getting exhausted from the walk, and my eyes were strained from trying to see in the pitch dark. After about 2 hours of walking just past another curve, this time forming a big S along with the previous one, a car stopped next to me. It was an old hatchback, probably from the 90s. I couldn't see much, but the car looked run down. At this point, I was obviously no longer hitchhiking, and my paranoia made me completely suspicious of whoever the driver was. And with good reason. "Get in, Alex. I'll take you to the port," he said calmly. "How do you know my name?" I shouted, desperate. "What do you mean, Alex? We all know your name. We just want to help you. Trust us. Everything will be fine," he replied, lifting his head and looking directly at me with the same massive, twisted smile as the others. Taking a good look at his face, he looked almost identical to the truck driver, like twins, both equally disfigured and weird. This time, I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, without even looking back to see if anything was following me. I must have ran for another 2 hours until exhaustion took over, and I sat down on the roadside. Everything seemed quiet and safe. Too safe. I opened my backpack to take the last sip from my water bottle when I began to hear them. Voices coming from the bushes next to me. At first, I couldn't make out what they were saying, but slowly I began to recognize my name being called. "Alex. Alex, come this way. Alex, it's a shortcut. Alex, everything will be fine, Alex." The feeling of safety soon turned to horror, and I went back running. The voices grew louder, more distorted, and when I inevitably looked back, my fears were confirmed. There was a man... No. A creature chasing me. It was humanoid, but with disproportionate limbs and a bizarre skin, as if it were imitating human skin, which writhed and twisted, and it was smiling at me. That thing came closer, initially walking slowly, but picking up its pace towards me. I ran awkwardly, totally consumed by fear, crying and screaming, the creature chasing, obviously faster than me. At one point getting close enough to touch me, and it did. It put its hand, bony and cold, on my shoulder. As I fumbled to get away from its grasp, I tripped and went rolling. The thing came after me, opening its mouth, revealing rotten and missing teeth, kneeling down in my direction. I've never been a fighter, but at that time, some kind of instinct came over me. Somehow I felt this would be my last seconds alive if I didn't try to fight it. So I kicked, punched, did everything I could to get away. After a few blows to its head, the creature seemed to recoil for a second, looking at me with a twisted and broken smile mixed with an expression of confusion, as if it didn't believe that I could defend myself like that. To be honest, I didn't believe it either. But that single moment was enough for me to get up on my feet and start running again. I soon encountered the first streetlight in what felt like years. As I got closer, I saw the sea, containers, docked ships, a lighthouse in the distance, and a small group of people. It was the port. I stopped running, but was still paranoid and anxious, so I avoided contact with anyone. Looking behind me, at first I saw nothing besides the darkness of that god-forsaken road, but squinting my eyes, I could barely see that pale figure, standing still, staring directly at me.
For some reason, it had given up on chasing me after I entered the light. Then I saw the bus arrive,
and exactly the same passengers who were with me got off. Soon I also saw my friends approaching. They were drinking and laughing, and when they saw me they ran over, shouting and cheering to celebrate my arrival. One of them tried to talk to me, asking me why I was looking terrible, sweating, dirty, and shaking. I just lit a cigarette, walked with them to the house a few blocks away, and told them that I was extremely tired and needed some sleep. When I got there, I left my things in my room, plugged in my phone to charge, and went to take a shower. There was a clock in the hallway, and, giving me one last moment of terror, it showed 12:05. The next day, my friends woke me up, asking about what had happened the night before, and why I seemed so scared. I tried to tell the story, but obviously no one believed it. Some said I was lying, or that I was smoking some really good stuff. I even opened Google Maps to show where that company was, where everything had supposedly happened, but to my surprise, I couldn't find it. There was no S-curve on the road. In fact, the road between the town where I stopped to eat and the port of the town we were in was completely straight, well lit, and without companies, gates, or containers. There was even a gas station halfway through, which I sure as crap didn't see last night. Amid all the jokes and questions, one of the people in the room, who I didn't really know, approached me and said, "Relax, Alex. I think you just had a weird dream. You're with us now. Everything will be fine." He broke into a giant smile as he said those last words in a distorted way. At that moment, I ran up the stairs, grabbed my backpack, and went straight to the port to wait for the next bus. Without saying anything to anyone. I first learned about the curse when I was 12. While I was at my uncle's funeral, I heard the adults talking in hushed tones, whispering about who they thought the next one would be. Every time I asked them, they got quiet or made up excuses that they were talking about something else. When we got home, I asked my mom about what I'd heard. Her face went pale, but then she sighed. "I suppose you're old enough to know," she said. "Our family is cursed. No one knows exactly how or why it started, but whenever someone dies, 2 more will follow in the same calendar year. This includes people who married into the family. Do you remember when your grandpa died last month?" I nodded. My grandpa hadn't been terribly old, but he had died at the age of 67 due to heart failure. He refused to go to the hospital or visit any doctors, although we suspected he'd had several heart attacks throughout the years. Your grandpa was the first, and now your uncle, although it wasn't his time, was the second. My uncle married into my dad's side of the family. He never drank or did drugs, but he was always the life of any family gathering or party we had. One day he was driving home in the evening when there was a freak accident. A traffic light had malfunctioned and showed green on all sides. He'd been T-boned by another driver, and although the other driver walked away without a scratch, my uncle had died on the spot. "Who's going to be the third?" I asked. "We don't know. If the curse is merciful this time, it will take someone who's ready to go. There's no guarantee." I searched my mom's face for any sign she was joking, but she seemed completely serious. "Could I be the next one?" Her face softened. "Of course not. You're still a child. I've never seen the curse go after any children before. You'll be fine." I thought my mom was being dramatic and overthinking things. There was no such thing as a curse, and this one sounded ridiculous. As the year wore on, no one else died. Then we got to December. My elderly aunt died at the ripe old age of 93 due to natural causes. There were more whispers and relief about her being the third, but
I paid no mind to it. It was just a coincidence.
Several years later, one of my older cousins died from complications of a chronic disease they'd had their entire life. The family started up their rumors again about who would be next. I paid it no mind because I still believed it was ridiculous. A few months later, an uncle I'd never met died from old age. The whispers of the curse continued to swirl. Then my life turned upside down a few months later when my dad had a heart attack. He was only 43. He was rushed to the hospital and the doctors managed to save him, but said he would never be the same. He likely wouldn't live more than a few more years at best. They wanted to get him a heart transplant, but he refused. The couple in the room next to his were watching their loved one die because his body rejected the transplanted heart, and it was horrific. They told us if only they'd known this would happen, they gladly would have taken the few years he had left instead of watching him die like this. My dad said he would never take that chance, and would rather enjoy the life his body had left to give him. Relatives filtered in and out, whispering about how he had cheated the curse and what would happen now. Would it find another victim? Would my dad still die that year somehow? Would it take 2 more victims as punishment? Nobody knew. Anytime they talked about the curse around me, I tried my best to shut it down. They were all acting like children with this curse nonsense. We almost got to the end of the year with nothing else happening. Then towards the end of December, my great aunt slipped on a patch of black ice while coming out of church. She broke her neck and died instantly. The other relatives seemed relieved that there was a third and my dad hadn't somehow cheated the curse and made it worse. My brother was diagnosed with an autoimmune disorder that same year, and some whispered how that must have been my dad's punishment for surviving. I didn't understand how the adults could be so cruel to say things like that, especially to my brother. My dad made it 10 more years before he couldn't hold on anymore. A month later, his mother, my grandmother, had a stroke and died as well. It wasn't entirely unexpected. She'd had several strokes over the years, and the pain of losing Dad, her youngest child, must have been bad. I graduated college and moved across the country a few months after, along with my brother and my mom. I was fed up with the relatives and all their nonsense. Beyond just the curse business, they like to stir up drama. We decided we would leave my dad's side of the family and their curse behind, and cut contact with most of them. My brother and I didn't want any of our potential future kids to experience any of what we had to go through. Although I had to admit, I was starting to wonder about the curse. Was it really just a coincidence that people in our family kept dying in threes? Later that year, I heard one of my cousins I kept in touch with that her dad was diagnosed with a rare, aggressive form of cancer. They treated it as aggressively as possible since he was so young, but he died only a month after they got the news. Like me, she was also ticked off about the relatives saying it was because of the curse, but she also cut contact with them. About 10 years passed with no drama. I really thought we'd left all that behind. My brother got married and had 2 kids, and I'm still looking for the right person. I got a job as a nurse, and I live across town from my brother and help him manage his autoimmune condition, and sometimes watch the kids. I love being an aunt, and I can't wait to start my own family someday. A few months ago, we had a bit of a tragedy on my mom's side of the family. Her mom, my grandma, had been declining in health over the last 8 years and was in a nursing home for the last year before she finally passed away. My mom's younger brother took this really hard. He had a ton of health conditions he was born with, and he had already outlived the life expectancy given to him by the doctors. It wasn't a shock when he passed a few months after, but it was very sad. I'm going to move in with Dad for a while, my mom had told me. I don't want the shock of losing his wife and only son to kill him. I don't want him to be the third. Are you really still on about that curse? I asked. It wasn't even from your side of the family. It was from Dad's.
No, you're right.
There's no curse, she acquiesced. But that doesn't mean the shock couldn't still kill your grandpa. I don't want to lose both my parents and my brother in the same year. My mom went back to live with him. This left me, my brother, and his family alone over here. A few months later, in November, his kids both got sick with something nasty and passed it to my brother and his wife. I'll admit, although I didn't believe in the curse, I was a little on edge because of it. Since he had an autoimmune disorder, he had to be on medications to stop his immune system from working properly so it didn't continue to attack his body. This meant that his weakened immune system wasn't strong enough to fight off a lot of common illnesses, so he needed a lot of rest and medications to help fight even a simple cold. I know my body is strong enough to fight off whatever germs his kids have, so I've been going over there every day after work to help so he can rest. Since I'm a nurse, I've been exposed to enough illnesses that I'm immune to most germs anyway. It's been a week and they're all recovering well. Even my brother. I think I'm starting to get sick though. It came on pretty fast. I was fine this morning, but now that I'm going to bed, I spiked a fever of 103 degrees Fahrenheit. I've also got terrible muscle aches and chills. My throat is killing me and my face and chest turn bright red. I was totally fine a few hours ago. I probably just need to sleep it off. I'll take some Tylenol to help with the fever and pain, and I'm sure I'll feel much better when I wake up. I'm only 29, so I'm strong enough to fight this off. I'll post an update once we all recover from this illness, so you'll know we're fine and there is no curse. Last online, 12 days ago. I took the job at the fire lookout station because I needed the solitude. The quiet isolation of the woods promised a reprieve from the chaos of the outside world. It was supposed to be just me and my coworker, Brad, alternating shifts while watching for signs of wildfires. The forest was a cathedral of endless green, and the station, perched atop its tower, felt like a sanctuary. But now, as I write this, I wonder if solitude was what the woods had planned for me all along. The first 3 weeks were uneventful. Brad and I barely spoke beyond exchanging pleasantries during shift changes. He was the seasoned veteran. I was the newbie. His confidence in the job bordered on arrogance, but I didn't mind. I liked the silence. One night during his shift, I woke to the sound of the door slamming. When I stepped out of my bunk, Brad was already gone. His radio sat on the desk, the red light blinking softly. That wasn't like him. Protocol was to keep it on at all times. I tried calling for him, but only static replied. The hours dragged. Morning came and went, but Brad didn't return. By evening, I climbed down the tower to look for him, even though every instinct screamed against it. The woods felt wrong. The bird song was absent. The wind moved through the trees without sound, as if it didn't dare disturb the silence. I called Brad's name until my throat hurt. When I finally turned back toward the tower, I found myself relieved to leave the forest behind. That night the knocking started. It was faint at first, a soft tap, tap, tap on the wooden floor. I assumed it was a branch swaying in the wind, but when I opened the door, nothing was there. Just the forest, dark and unyielding. The knocking came again. Louder, more insistent. I stayed inside. The following night I woke to screaming, a raw, guttural wail that echoed through the forest. It was Brad's voice. He was begging for help. I grabbed the radio. "Brad, where are you? Are you okay?" Static. Then his voice again, faint and wet, as though he was speaking through a mouthful of blood. "Help me, please." I froze. His voice wasn't coming from the radio. It was outside, just below the tower. I looked out the window. The forest was empty, bathed in the cold silver of the moonlight. Then I saw it. Shadows moving between the trees unnaturally fast, darting from trunk to trunk. One of them stopped at the edge of the clearing. It was tall and humanoid, but wrong. Its limbs were too long, its head cocked at an impossible angle. It seemed to watch me, its form quivering like heat waves on a summer road. I turned off the lights and didn't move until dawn. The following day I woke to find the forest ablaze. Flames roared through the treetops, orange and yellow, licking the sky. Smoke rose in a thick column, blotting out the sun. I reached for the radio, my hands trembling, and called for help, but as I spoke, the fire disappeared. One moment it was there, a hellish inferno. The next, the forest was still and dark, as if the fire had been a mirage. Then Brad came back. I spotted him at dusk, walking up the trail toward the tower. Relief hit me like a wave, but something about his gait was off. His steps were stiff, jerky, like a marionette on tangled strings. "Brad?" I called out, my voice breaking. He didn't answer. When he reached the base of the tower, he stopped. His head tilted up slowly, unnaturally, and for the first time, I saw his face, or what was left of it. His skin hung in tatters. His eyes were gone, and his mouth twisted into a grin too wide for any human face. "Come down," he said. His voice was a mockery of Brad's. "I need your help." I stayed inside. He knocked on the tower's door. His knuckles scraped against the wood, slow and deliberate. Then he started screaming, begging, crying. I pressed my hands to my ears and prayed for morning. The tower is no longer safe. Whatever was outside grew bolder. Shadows darted closer, circling the base of the tower. The knocking turned into pounding. Screams filled the night, echoing from all directions. Sometimes they were Brad's, sometimes they were my mother's, or my ex-girlfriend's, or voices I didn't recognize. The door held, until it didn't. I woke up in a hospital bed, my arms restrained. A nurse stood over me, her smile too kind, her eyes too pitying. "You had an episode," she said. "You've been here for weeks." "No," I whispered. "I was in the tower. Brad." "There is no Brad," she said gently. "You were working alone." I stared at her, my mind reeling. Was it all in my head? The shadows, the fire, the knocking? But then I saw it. Across the room on the window's glass, a faint handprint, too large to be human, too high to have come from outside, and behind the nurse, the shadows were moving. I started a job at a canned vegetable company last month. It has been an easy, boring job, at least up until yesterday, that is. On day one, I was shown around the factory. My supervisor gave me a walkthrough of the entire factory. I saw each department and was given a brief description of what they do there. At the end of the day, I was told to come back the next day at 8 a.m. I was going to start in the boxing department, the last step in the factory. All I had to do was pull each case of canned goods off of the conveyor belt, ensure it was sealed, and place it on a pallet. It sounded easy enough. "What about that room over there?" I asked, pointing to a room with fogged windows. I could see conveyor belts going into it and coming out of it, but unlike the rest of the facility, it was closed off. All the windows were fogged, so you couldn't see inside. My boss sighed and gave me a look that told me he was tired of people asking about that room. "That room is off limits. Only restricted personnel are allowed in there." The next morning, I started my shift. About an hour into my shift, I was bored out of my mind. A box came down the conveyor belt, and I sealed it and stacked it on a pallet. Another box, sealed it, pallet. I needed a break. I waved at my supervisor and told him I needed a bathroom break. He checked his watch and shook his head. Already? He asked in a frustrated tone. I'm sorry, nature calls, I replied. He stepped over to my conveyor belt. I'll cover you until you get back. Just try to be quick, he snapped. I walked to the bathroom and turned to make sure I was out of line of sight. I was. I didn't have to use the bathroom and stood in front of the bathroom for a second. That's when I heard the noises. I heard horrible retching noises like someone was throwing up, but the noises weren't coming from the restroom. They were coming from the room with the fogged windows. I began to creep closer. The noises were becoming louder. When I reached the door, I cupped my hands over the glass to try to look inside. Someone had to have seen me, and the door opened. I almost fell over backward, but I was able to recover. A middle-aged man wearing the same uniform I had been given stood there staring at me. You must be Brett, the new guy. You were supposed to be here an hour ago, he said. The wrenching sound was even louder now with the door open. I could hear other people talking inside the room. I wasn't Brett, but I needed to see what was going on inside. I knew that when my supervisor noticed I didn't come back, I would be fired. Or worse, if Brett showed up and they figured out I was lying, I would be in serious trouble. It was worth it. I hated this job anyways. The man brought me into the room. He pointed to a conveyor belt that led into a machine. The cans will come in this side. The machine will seal them, and they will come out the other side sealed and with a label. Your job is to make sure they are sealed. If you see any leaking, pull them and place them in this barrel, okay? I nodded. It was simple. I wanted to look around to see what was causing the noise, but the cans began flowing in. Cans of peas were moving into the machine and coming out sealed. I watched them for several minutes and didn't see any that had failed to seal, but I did notice that all of them were dented. I decided to turn and ask the man what to do with the dented cans. It would be the perfect excuse to look around the room. As I turned the corner around a large piece of equipment, I saw it. A huge green insect was standing there. It was easily 6 feet tall and resembled a praying mantis. The creature was chained to the floor and vomited violently into a 55-gallon barrel. 2 men were scooping the vomit and pouring small amounts into each can of peas as they passed by. I screamed in disgust. The man who had led me into the room turned to me. He ran over and began to yell at me. You need to get back to your station. If one of those cans get through unsealed, it can ruin everything. Within hours of being exposed to air, these eggs can hatch. He screamed at me. Eggs? What is that thing? I demanded. Tom didn't brief you before he sent you down here? He asked. I said nothing. I just stared in horror at the giant insect. Yeah, eggs. That thing is an alien. We have an arrangement with their species. It says here, lays eggs and we spread them through the food chain. We estimate about 1 in 100 eggs that are consumed by a human will hatch, consuming the human from within, he explained. But why would you do this? I asked. I wanted to puke. The huge insect was staring at me while it continued to vomit. Brett, you were supposed to have been up to speed already. We didn't have a choice. They supply us with tech, and we have to offer hosts to incubate their offspring. The cans are dented so we can track how many we put into circulation. And at least the only people that will be lost are poor people and cheap people looking for a bargain. He told me. That was it. I couldn't hold back anymore. I ran to the trash can and vomited. The man patted me on the shoulder. Brett, I need you to get back to your station. Besides, it's not half as bad as what they're doing with the corn. I never should have opened that email. It came late one night, buried in the sea of spam clogging my inbox.
The subject line was simple.
Play the game, win the prize.
I don't know what possessed me to click it. Maybe I was bored, or maybe the insomnia had scrambled my brain. Either way, I clicked. The email had no text, just a link. Against every ounce of common sense, I hovered over it, hesitating only a second before checking. My browser opened to a black screen with a single line of text. Welcome to the game. Will you play? Yes/no. I stared at it, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. It had to be a prank or some kind of viral marketing stunt. I typed yes and hit enter. The screen flickered, the new text appeared. The rules are simple. Do what we ask. No questions, no quitting. Win and you'll receive a reward beyond your wildest dreams. Lose and, well, you won't. A countdown started in the corner of the screen. 30 seconds. Underneath, a new message appeared. Level 1. Knock on your neighbor's door. I laughed. What is this? A weird scavenger hunt? My neighbor, Mrs. Klein, was a sweet old lady who baked cookies for the whole block. I figured I'd humor the game and give her a laugh. I grabbed my phone and walked next door. The house was dark, but I knocked lightly anyway. No answer. I tried again, harder this time. Still nothing. As I turned to leave, my phone buzzed. We didn't say lightly. Knock harder. I froze, staring at the screen. How did they know? Heart pounding, I raised my fist and pounded on the door. This time the lights flickered on and Mrs. Klein opened the door, looking confused but unharmed. I mumbled an apology about a prank and rushed back to my house. My computer dinged. Well done. Level 2. Leave your front door unlocked for the next hour. This time I hesitated. My neighborhood wasn't exactly crime-ridden, but leaving my door open at night? No way. I hovered over the browser's close button, but the screen glitched and froze. My phone buzzed again. No quitting. Against my better judgment, I unlocked the door. Then I sat on the couch, staring at it for what felt like forever. Nothing happened. No shadows moved across the porch. No footsteps crept up the stairs. Just silence. When the hour was up, my computer dinged again. Good. Level 3. Look under your bed. A chill ran down my spine. I hadn't looked under my bed in years. Not since I was a kid and convinced monsters lived there. It was ridiculous, I told myself. Still, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling creeping up my neck. I grabbed a flashlight and knelt on the floor, shining it into the darkness under my bed. At first, I saw nothing but a few stray socks and some dust. Then something moved. It was quick, just a flash of pale skin and fingers too long to be human. I jerked back, heart pounding. But when I looked again, it was gone. My computer dinged. Did you see it? Level 4. Invited out. I slammed my laptop shut, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. Whatever this game was, it wasn't a joke. But it wasn't over. My phone buzzed again. This time it wasn't a message. It was a video. The shaky footage showed my bedroom, filmed from the corner near the ceiling. The camera zoomed in on the bed and slowly something crawled out from underneath it. The thing was impossibly thin, its limbs bending in ways they shouldn't. Its face was a blank, pale expanse with no eyes, no mouth, nothing but smooth, featureless skin. It tilted its head toward the camera as if it knew I was watching. The video ended. A new message appeared on my phone. Level 5. It's inside now. Hide. The sound of footsteps echoed from upstairs. I didn't think. I grabbed my keys and bolted out the front door, sprinting down the street as fast as I could. Behind me, I swear I heard the sound of laughter.
low, guttural, and wrong. I spent the night in my car, parked in a well-lit gas station. When I finally returned home the next morning, the house was empty. My computer was gone. My phone, too. It was like the game had never existed. But I know it did, because sometimes late at night, I hear those footsteps again, and I wonder if I ever really stopped playing. I, 21 male, stumbled across here a couple weeks ago and have been reading a lot of the posts. I thought I would share a story that happened about a year ago that has changed how I view living alone. At the time, I lived at my parents' house because the cost of living was so expensive. I was a university student working casual jobs and couldn't afford to move out. One day, my parents left to go on a business trip in France and decided to make a family vacation out of it. It was in the middle of exam period, so I couldn't go. But they took my 4 siblings. I was ecstatic since I could have the whole house to myself. They left early Monday morning. I looked forward to being the man of the house for the upcoming week. Everything was great until around 7 p.m. the next night. I was driving back home on a long, dimly lit road leading towards my street. Suddenly, I spotted a bald, shirtless man walking alongside the street carrying a shovel. Even though I saw him momentarily, his figure is etched in my brain. He was as pale as the moon and his eyes were lifeless and empty. We live in a suburban area far from any farmland. I couldn't imagine what someone would need a shovel for at this time of night. I kept driving, checking no one had followed me. I drove into the garage and closed the door. Of course, no one followed me. I chuckled to myself as I went about making dinner. By the next day, I had convinced myself that he might have just been lost or had dementia or something. Having 3 looming exams around the corner helped me forget about the man. I studied at home that day, which meant I got to practice a new prelude for piano. As I studied music theory, I studied hard, only to stop for food and the occasional YouTube video until I noticed the time. 7:30 p.m. Dang it. I muttered as I realized that I had forgot to bring my washing in. It would have to go in the dryer now. I grabbed a basket and went outside, soaking in the soft night sounds of crickets and rustles in the leaves. Suddenly I heard movement down my driveway. Moving quietly, I tentatively approached the end of the driveway, outlined by a perimeter of bushes. "Hey, who's there?" I asked nervously. No answer. As I waited near the bushes, I braced myself for a shovel to come towards my face. There was only more rustle of leaves, then silence. I stood there for what felt like hours, waiting for something to appear, but no one did. Returning to the clothesline, I grabbed the basket and went back inside, ensuring the door was locked behind me. It was now Wednesday, and I was more than just a bit nervous. I checked that every window and door were locked several times before leaving for university. I couldn't focus in class. I was still thinking about the man I had saw on Monday night. When I arrived home, I took out a packet of 2-minute noodles and watched Breaking Bad. We live in a bigger house, which unfortunately means it creaks a lot more on its own when no one is making any noise. The house is equipped with a motion detecting system, but I don't trust its accuracy, so I did laps throughout the house whenever I heard a creak that was a bit too loud. Every time I walked past the windows outlooking our backyard, I expected to see that pale face pushed up against the window looking inside. I wanted to call the police to just ask them to drive around my street and see if anyone was lurking, but I felt embarrassed for getting so worked up over no physical evidence. I decided against calling the police and shortly went to bed, accompanied by nothing but the howling wind outside. It was now Thursday, which meant another day of practicing at home. Having finished my practice at around 8 p.m., I got up to make myself a sandwich. As I gathered the cheese, ham, and lettuce for my sandwich, I paused to remember what I needed for school tomorrow. That's when I heard it. A singular, high-pitched piano note echoed throughout the house. The blood drained from my face as I looked down the stairs of our home. I froze in fear, unable to move a muscle. Slowly, I turned and saw the motion detector panel. It consisted of 6 lights, one for each room a sensor was in. I saw the lights for room 2, which was where I was, and room 6, which was where the piano was. They were flashing. All I could do was watch as the light from room 6 turned off, and subsequently, the light for room 5 began flashing. It was then when I could hear running down the hallway. Grabbing the knife on the bench, I ran for one of the bedrooms and lay underneath the bed. I could hear someone running up the stairs as I lay there. Walking around the kitchen table, they tapped their fingers on the bench. Holding my breath, I waited as he approached the bedroom I was hiding in. He entered the room, but all I could see were his legs. He stood there silently, peered into the chest, then turned and left. Now was my chance. I left the bedroom quietly, clutching at the knife. I crept down the stairs slowly. However, as I reached the bottom stair, a soft creak left the floorboards. I ran towards the front door, reaching for the keys that hung next to it. I could hear him coming as I tried to unlock the door. Once I flung the door open, I ran towards the end of the driveway, screaming for help. The police were shortly called, but couldn't find anyone in the house or in the nearby area. After giving the neighbors the description of the man I saw on Monday, I was told that the description sounded like someone who used to live a couple of streets away. However, he had gone missing 6 months ago. For the rest of the week, police patrolled my street for the next few days, but didn't find anything. But to this day, the image of the man walking down my street is permanently stuck in my mind. I've since moved out into my own place, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't check the house carefully every time I come home late at night. My grandmother, when she was alive, lived on an old farm on the side of a hill in a remote village in northern Sweden, right next to a beautiful lake surrounded by mountains. Whenever we were there, we would spend all day swimming or fishing for perch and crayfish. Grandmother was, however, always very assertive that we must never get out on the lake during the night, though she never gave us any reason. I always assumed she worried that something would happen while no one was around to help. Of course, time passes, and last year, so did my grandmother. My grandfather died when I was very young, so my grandmother's passing left the house empty, and neither my mother nor any of her siblings were interested in moving out to the middle of nowhere. I, on the other hand, work remotely most of the time. And even though I don't really expect to keep the land, the solitude sounded quite appealing. Along with the house itself, I inherited furniture, a tractor, some old farming equipment, and, of course, the small wooden rowing boat we used to use whenever we were visiting. I have a single neighbor, a strange old man named Leonard, who lives in a small cottage further up the hill across the road from me. He mostly likes to keep to himself, but I have offered to let him use the boat if he wants to do some fishing, and to help out with clearing snow during the winter. One night after I had finally settled in, and was mostly unpacked, I stood by the window in the bedroom looking out over the lake. The moon was peeking out over the mountain opposite, and cast a beautiful glow on the still water. Suddenly, I was reminded of my grandmother's warnings not to go out on the lake during the night. Curiosity got the better of me, and I made my way down to the boathouse. As I made my way down to the lake, I heard footsteps and a voice calling out behind me. Startled, I turned around to see Leonard. He seemed flustered and asked me, almost accusingly, why I was going down to the boathouse at this hour. Confused and a little annoyed at his sudden intrusion, I told him that I felt like taking the boat out for a little midnight trip, since this was such a beautiful night. He insisted that going out on the lake during the night was unsafe, had my grandmother not warned me. In hindsight, I feel extremely childish about this, but his insistence just made me more motivated. I told him that I was fully aware of the risks of taking a boat out at night, but that I was a grown adult and capable of making my own decisions. Leonard grumbled, and I could tell that he was still very agitated, but he relented and with a grunt and a dismissive wave, started making his way back up the hill. I pushed my boat out on the water and jumped in. The water was very still, and the combination of the moonlight and almost complete absence of any sounds made for an incredibly soothing experience. I settled around the middle of the lake, perhaps 300 meters from the shore. At this point, I could see most of the houses in the village and the neighboring village. Looking over toward my house, I suddenly realized that Leonard's cottage was entirely dark. He usually had some lights on in the windows, so that was certainly odd, but I could only assume that he had blown a fuse. Around me, the stillness of the water was disturbed by bubbles. Before I knew it, the water was filled with frenzied activity, and with a lurch, the boat suddenly started moving back toward the shore. I was moving significantly faster than my rowing had taken me out onto the lake, and I was holding on for dear life. I worried I would crash into the boathouse, but whatever pushed my boat along navigated it safely back to the spot where I would normally keep it moored, and it slid softly back onto the land. I stood up, scared and confused, and looked around. 3 dark and bloated silhouettes emerged from the water. In the moonlight, they looked almost like soldiers in ghillie suits, but they clearly wore no diving equipment. They approached swiftly and grabbed me. The creatures smelled vaguely of fish and decaying vegetation, and they spoke in a language I could not comprehend. I managed to make out a single word that was repeated multiple times. Mermelgard. They dragged me inside the boathouse. One of them looked me dead into the eyes and covered my mouth as it made a gargled, hushing sound. Its face was clearly not human, with bulging eyes without eyelids, 2 slits in place of a nose, and no visible ears. I realized it was in fact not wearing anything. However, its leathery dark brown skin seemed to mimic the appearance of decaying leaves. Of course, I was scared nearly out of my mind at this point, but for some reason I didn't attempt to flee. The creatures seemed almost as scared as I was. So I complied and kept quiet. They turned off the lights and settled down around me. We waited in there for what felt like an eternity, but was most likely only a couple of minutes. The silence outside was suddenly broken by a loud splash and the sound of wood splintering. I could hear that something was emerging from the lake, followed by heavy, damp footsteps. From what I could tell, it seemed to be moving up the hill as the footsteps were getting more and more distant. As I sat in that boathouse, my senses turned to max by all of the adrenaline coursing through my body. The sounds of breaking glass and splintering wood reached us. Eventually the footsteps returned, and whatever had come after us out of the lake made its way back into the water. A couple of minutes later, the 3 creatures that brought me into the boathouse quietly exchanged a few words. The one that had hushed me earlier gestured that I was free to leave, and then they left. I could hear them going back into the water. I fell back against the wall and slid down to the floor as my adrenaline abated, and the fear truly set in. I didn't move from that spot until the following morning. My house looked like a crime scene. The front door, along with its frame, had been torn out of the wall and lay several meters away on my lawn. Most of my windows and furniture were in pieces, and pools of water dotted the floor throughout the house. Leonard clearly knew more about the creatures that lived in the lake. I resented that he hadn't been more forceful in stopping me from going out with the boat. However, logically I knew I wouldn't have believed him if he had started going on about monsters. And what was he supposed to do? Nevertheless, I marched over to the cottage and banged on the door until he eventually opened it. He seemed both surprised and relieved that I was standing there, and he offered me a cup of coffee and an explanation. The lake is inhabited by a creature known as Myrmelgard, and creatures known as the Vatnora. Generally, they live together in peace, but they have very different opinions on us humans. Leonard and my grandmother used to spend time with the Vatnora, and they understood some of their language. Their word for human roughly translates as foolish ones. They say that humanity are not mature, and they mostly settle with observing us. Myrmelgard is an ancient creature that sleeps during the day and haunts at night. He is resentful of humanity for settling around his lake, eating his fish, and disturbing the darkness of the night with artificial lights. I still live in my grandmother's old house. Leonard has promised to introduce me to the Vatnora in their own time. I feel an obligation to thank them and to protect others from Myrmelgard. I will never go out on the lake during the night again, but I feel strangely safe to do so during the day. It started with the newcomers. A family, a mother, father, and 2 children, moved into the old house at the end of Maple Street a month ago. It was the kind of house that everyone avoided. People whispered about the strange disappearances that had occurred there over the years, the odd lights seen flickering in the windows long after the place had been abandoned. But when the family moved in, the rumors stopped. The house was suddenly normal again, and the neighborhood sighed in relief. At least, that's how it seemed. The family, Robert, Claire, and their children, Sarah and Lucas, seemed perfect. Robert was tall, athletic, and friendly, always willing to chat with the neighbors. Claire was quiet but kind, with a way of making you feel at ease. The children were well-behaved, polite, and always on their best manners. They didn't act like normal kids. They didn't play loudly or run around. They were always together and always a little too quiet. I first noticed it when I walked past their house one evening. Sarah, the older girl, was standing by the fence, staring into the street. Her eyes were wide open, unblinking, as if she was watching something far in the distance. I waved, but she didn't react. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but I brushed it off. It was just the oddness of a new neighbor. But over the next few weeks, the unease didn't go away. It grew. The family was always together. Robert and Claire never seemed to go anywhere without their kids. They were always in the yard, always walking to the park, always perfect. But something was wrong. Robert never seemed to sleep. I'd often see him sitting outside staring at the stars for hours, his eyes unblinking, his posture rigid. It was unsettling. And Claire, she never seemed to make eye contact in a normal way. Her smile always felt a little too wide, her expression a little too calm. I remember seeing her in the grocery store once, walking down the aisle, and for a moment, I could have sworn she wasn't even looking at the shelves. Her gaze was fixed on something far beyond what was right in front of her. The kids, too, were strange. They never laughed or argued like typical children. They played, but it was always in perfect synchronization, swinging on the swings together, pacing around the yard, but never a sound. It was almost like they were doing it out of habit, like puppets pulling at invisible strings. One evening I walked by their house again, and this time I saw Sarah standing in the same spot by the fence, staring at me. But she wasn't just looking at me, she was watching me. Her eyes seemed to follow my every movement, and I felt a chill crawl up my back. When I turned to look away, I heard her voice, soft,
barely a whisper. You don't get it, do you? I froze, heart racing. I turned back quickly, but she was gone. There was no one in the yard. It was then I realized that something wasn't right. Something had always been wrong with them, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. The days dragged on. I tried to talk to Sophie, my wife, about the family, but she just shrugged it off. You're overthinking it, honey, she said. They're just new neighbors. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly off. Every time I saw them, I felt watched, like something was waiting for me to notice. The longer they stayed, the more unnerving it became. Then one night, I had a visit. It was late, past midnight, when I heard the knock at my door. I wasn't expecting anyone, and Sophie was still working late. I hesitated for a moment, but curiosity won out. I opened the door, and there stood Claire, holding a basket of freshly baked bread. I thought you might like some, she said, her voice too smooth, too soft. It's homemade. I smiled, trying to hide my unease. Thanks, that's very kind of you. She handed me the basket, and I noticed her eyes, too calm, too intense. I looked down at the bread in my hands, feeling a strange pressure in the air. Is everything okay? I asked, almost without thinking. Claire tilted her head slightly, her gaze never leaving mine. Yes, she said softly, but the smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Everything is perfect. There was an awkward silence, and I forced myself to look away. Thanks again. I'll let you get back inside, I said quickly, trying to close the door, but she didn't move. Her smile didn't falter. We've been watching you, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I froze. My heart hammered in my chest. Watching me? Before I could say anything else, she stepped back into the shadows, disappearing into the darkness. I closed the door and locked it immediately. My hands were shaking as I stood there, the basket still in my hands. What did she mean? We've been watching you. The next day I went over to the house to confront Claire. I needed answers, but when I knocked on the door there was no answer. I tried again, but the house remained silent. I peeked through the window, but the blinds were drawn. That was when I noticed something strange. The windows weren't just dark. They were empty. No furniture, no signs of life, nothing. I stepped back, confused, my pulse racing. Where had they gone? I tried to shake off the creeping dread that was crawling up my spine, but when I turned to leave, I heard it. The sound of someone whispering just behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. Only the empty house staring back at me. The next morning, I woke up to find a message on my phone. No caller ID, just a text. You're a part of the game now. Come and find us. My blood ran cold. I tried to call Sophie, but she didn't pick up. I ran outside, panicked, and looked toward the house at the end of the street. It was still empty, but something was wrong. The air felt heavy, and I could feel it. They were watching me. Just then I heard footsteps behind me. I turned, expecting to see Sophie or a neighbor, but instead there was nothing, just the stillness of the street. Then the whisper came again, but this time it was louder, clearer. You should have never asked. I spun around, heart pounding in my chest, but the street was empty. The house was empty, and yet I knew they were still out there, watching, waiting, and I was part of their game now. I just moved into an old house in the middle of nowhere. It was cheap and I was desperate to get away from the city. I figured I could fix it up a bit, make it cozy, and live a quiet life. The basement was massive, filled with old furniture and boxes left by the previous owners.
But there was this one door I couldn't open. It was rusted shut, and no amount of force would budge it. It was only a week ago that I finally decided to break it open. I grabbed a crowbar, thinking maybe there was a small storage space behind it. I was wrong. The door swung open with a loud, creaking moan, and the smell hit me instantly. It was like rot mixed with something sickly sweet. I gagged, but my curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a flashlight and peered inside. The room was small, cramped, and the walls were lined with old, yellowing photographs. They were of people. Hundreds of them. Men, women, children, all staring blankly at the camera. But the thing that made my skin crawl, they were all missing their eyes. I wanted to leave right then, but something caught my eye. In the corner of the room was an old, dusty box. It was the only thing in there that wasn't covered in cobwebs. I shouldn't have opened it. Inside were dozens of small glass jars, each one containing something dark and shriveled. My flashlight flickered, and I thought I heard whispering, like tiny voices coming from the jars. I don't know why, but I picked one up, and when I looked closer, I realized what was inside. An eyeball. I dropped it, and it shattered on the floor. That's when the whispering turned into a low, guttural growl. I backed up, ready to run out of the basement, but the door slammed shut on its own. The lights in the room flickered and went out completely. I was plunged into darkness, but I could feel something moving, crawling around the room. I switched my flashlight back on, but it was dim now, barely lighting up the room. That's when I saw them. Faces, all around me, pressing against the walls, their eyeless sockets staring straight at me. Their mouths moved, whispering, but it was like they were speaking in a language I couldn't understand. I thought I was going insane. I ran to the door and started banging on it, screaming, but the whispers grew louder, almost deafening. I turned around and one of the faces was inches away from me. It smiled a sick, twisted grin, and I could finally make out what it was saying. "Thank you for letting us out." The door burst open and I stumbled out, sprinting up the stairs. I slammed the basement door shut and pushed a dresser in front of it, but I could still hear the whispers on the other side. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat there, clutching a kitchen knife, waiting for whatever was down there to try and get out. I called a locksmith the next day to have the door sealed shut, but when he arrived, he told me there was no basement door. I took him down there and it was gone. Just a solid wall where the door used to be. I haven't gone back down there since. I hear things at night, scratching, like nails on a chalkboard, coming from beneath the floorboards. Sometimes I catch whispers, faint and distant, echoing through the house. And every morning there's a new photograph slipped under my bedroom door. They're pictures of me, and in every one, my eyes are missing. This morning I woke up with cold sweats and I was out of breath. It was 3:45 a.m. I had a nightmare. All I remember is a man staring at me through my window. It was too dark to make out a face, but he was visibly drenched with water. His skin looked pale and bluish. He opened his mouth really wide, and that's when I woke up. I definitely can't go back to sleep after that. I have a good habit of writing down every dream/nightmare I have as soon as I wake up. I feel they sometimes have some sort of meaning. I heard my dad getting ready for work and my mom was up making his breakfast. I overheard my dad talking to my mom. He said something about how everything is going to be okay and the hallucinations will go away with time. That kind of made me feel uneasy. Is my mom going through something I don't know about? Of course they won't tell their teenage daughter anything of that sort. I'm just going to leave it alone for now. I'm still in shock about what I just dreamt about. I need to shower my cold sweats away and start my day early, since I know I won't fall back asleep and school starts in a couple hours anyway. Later that day. Me and my brother just got home from school. "Mom," I yelled as we walked in the house, but she didn't answer. Her car is still in the driveway, so I know she's home. My brother said she's probably up in her room. I went up to check on her, since I like telling her about my day. I got to her room door and it was locked. "Hey Mom, are you in there?" I put my ear to the door and heard some mumbling but couldn't make out any words. "Mom, are you okay in there?" "Yeah, I'm fine. I'll be right out," she said in an uneasy tone. I walked towards my room, but as I passed the bathroom, I noticed that the floor was flooded. The bath looked like it overflowed. "What the?" I whispered. I go back towards my mom's room and she frantically opens the door and shuts it quick right behind her as if she didn't want me looking in. "Mom, the bathroom is flooded. What happened?" "Don't worry, I'm about to clean it. I accidentally fell asleep while taking a bath and had the water running." I go with her and help her clean it up. "Mom, are you okay? I overheard Dad this morning say something about you seeing things." "I'm fine. Nothing's wrong. I'm just not sleeping enough." "Oh, yeah, I understand. I couldn't fall back asleep this morning. I had such a weird nightmare." "What was it about?" "I don't remember much. It was a man at my window. His clothes were soaked. He honestly looked dead, like if he drowned or something." She looked mortified. She asked if I can finish cleaning up and she ran to her room and slammed the door shut. I was so confused, but I finished cleaning and I went downstairs. I asked my brother, who was eating in the dining room, "Do you think Mom is acting a bit strange?" "No, I haven't noticed," he said. Of course he hasn't. I go on and tell him about the dream I had, and he looked at me shocked, as if he knew what I was referring to. He said, "I also had a strange dream about a man. He was standing at the foot of my bed and he was also soaked, but his back was facing me. There is no way he had a similar dream as me." I was shocked. I couldn't believe it, to be honest. How could he have had basically the same dream as me? He said, "The dream felt so vivid." Mine did too. This has gotten really weird now and I'm overthinking it. This definitely has to have some sort of meaning behind it. My mom came downstairs looking completely out of it. She looks tired, stressed, and honestly scared. She said she's running an errand to the hardware store and told us, "Stay out of my room," in an aggressive tone. Me and my brother looked at each other and I told her to drive safe. We saw her driving off and I told my brother, "We have to see what's in her room." My brother agreed and we went to her door, and it was of course locked. We didn't know how to pick a lock and we obviously didn't want to break the door open. I suggested we get the ladder from the garage and go through her window and hope it's unlocked. We went to the garage and we were so confused that our dad's car was parked inside. He was supposed to be at work. "What is Dad's car doing here?" I said. We didn't have too much time to think about it, so we grabbed the ladder and went to their bedroom window in the backyard. I climbed up first and luckily the window was unlocked. I jumped in and my brother came in right after. We looked around and their room looked pretty normal until my brother realized there was a puddle of water coming from under the closet door. We both looked at each other and we slowly walked over to the closet. I opened the door and there he was, laying on the floor. Our father, soaked, pale blue skin, mouth wide open, dead. I knew one day I would have to tell this story. It took me a year to finally sit down and do it. I've been told that doing this could help me move on, but that's not what this is for. I don't expect to move on. The girl in 402 will always be with me.
telling this story simply because I have to. I lived there for 2 years. It was a tiny little unit tucked away on the very right of the 4th floor. Bachelor is almost generous. It was the kind of dingy place that never looks bright no matter how many lights you have on, but I liked it. I'm good with a small space. I enjoy not having that much to take care of. I could do without the bug problems, the leaks, the electrical problems, and the rotten smells that just sort of happen. But it is what it is. There was a level of comfort as well to living on the 4th floor. Nobody robs a random 4th floor apartment unit. Nobody can peek into your window. It's unlikely to get shot at. Yeah, I lived in one of those kinds of cities. You didn't walk around at night if you could help it. You just didn't. I got accustomed to noise there. The cars, the sirens, the dogs barking, the shouting, the occasional echoing pop of a gunshot. It all becomes a whirling auditory soup. I learned to tune it out fairly quickly. In fact, I learned to tune out a lot of things. I was in one of those periods of life that I think some people call the grind, but really it's more like being beaten into submission. Working to live, living to work, not living at all, just continuing to exist. All of this to say I wasn't very perceptive or sociable at this time. I was sleepwalking and daydreaming through life. I'd say I could do my routine blindfolded except for the fact that I would stub my toe in the same spot on the coffee table 4 times a week at least. Funny how that works. I guess that was part of the routine too. But that's what I mean about not being perceptive. The building could have caught fire, and most days I probably wouldn't have noticed until I actually went up in flames. I didn't retain any faces I saw or names I heard. It was all just a blur, each day blending into the next, until one night. I got home from work like usual in the evening as the sun began to descend past the buildings. I couldn't afford a new car, but thankfully my work was close enough to walk to. The days were getting shorter now, so my walks home became more brisk. The apartment still smelled of dust and paint, as they had finally sent someone to replace a moldy bit of wall the day before. I could still feel the sensation of dust collecting on my tongue when I opened my mouth and it getting sucked into my nose with every inhale. The smell of paint was strong, but infinitely better than some of the other smells. I opened the window to attempt to ventilate the place. I emptied the bucket of rust-colored water collecting in the bathroom. They couldn't be bothered to fix that as well, and I collapsed onto my bed. This was my ritual. After every workday, I would always take 10 to 15 minutes to just spread out on my bed like a cat and decompress from everything. But tonight, after about 2 minutes, I heard a noise. The noise stood out from the outdoor soup because it sounded a lot closer, and it sounded like a voice. A soft, feminine voice, making some kind of subtle moan or whimper. I froze in place. It startled me. It sounded so close, like it might be in the room. I didn't move a muscle. I didn't want to make a noise. I wanted to hear it again so I could tell where it was coming from. For a second, I thought it might be coming from under my bed. After a few seconds, the sound repeated. A faint, girly whimper, a bit louder than the first one. This time I could tell where it was coming from. It was behind me, specifically the other side of the wall behind my bed. That gave me some relief. It was my neighbor. But then I was confused. I didn't remember ever hearing my neighbor making noise before. If I could suddenly hear a noise that soft, that mild, why couldn't I hear anything before? Did I even have a neighbor before? Is this person new? I felt a rush of shame at just how detached I had become. I reached back into my mind to try and recall any memories I had about my neighbor. I couldn't find a single one.
I remembered some people being on my floor, but I couldn't remember ever seeing anyone enter or exit the door next to mine. I did, however, recall seeing people yesterday morning trying to move a couch up the stairs in the lobby. It was a fairly regular occurrence to see things like this. People rotated in and out of this place all the time. I suppose nobody else really wanted to stick around that long, and I can see why. But I guess that answers it. As peculiar as it is, I didn't have a neighbor before for 2 years, and now I do. And now they're whimpering. Why are they whimpering? Slowly, these sporadic whimpers became more defined sobs. A woman was crying. I didn't know what to do. I just decided to be as quiet as possible and put on some headphones to let them have their privacy and spare myself from feeling any more awkward. It felt wrong to hear this, and I immediately felt bad for this person. I made sure to play some extra loud music. About an hour later, I removed my headphones and the noises had stopped in the interim. I very briefly debated going over and telling them about how thin the walls apparently are, but I made that much easier decision to wait. Wait until they do something loud and not so private, so I can use that as an excuse. Like the TV or something. I was weighing my options, but I couldn't talk to them about this. I couldn't say, "Hey, you were crying real loud over there." The rest of the night was quiet, but I didn't have the best sleep. The disturbance in the routine and the thought of having to face this person at some point was giving me some anxiety. By the morning, however, the alarm kicked me back into the routine. I heard no noises from the neighbor, so life resumed. I got back home from work that night much later than usual because someone decided to no-show for work. Walking home in the dark made me paranoid, and I hated days when this happened. When I got inside, I was relieved, and the dust and paint were not nearly as oppressive to the senses this time. I did the window, the water bucket, and then collapsed on the bed like clockwork. What happened yesterday was still on my mind, so I made sure to be extra quiet when laying down. After a few seconds of silence, I was ready to try and remove the whole ordeal from my brain. Then I heard the voice. I couldn't make out the first word I heard from the other side of the wall, but I listened for the rest. "It was a poetry book," I heard in a muffled but distinctly feminine voice. Quieter than yesterday, I thought. She must be further away from the wall. "I can't remember exactly. It always feels like we're going somewhere. Maybe that's why we see them most at night. I mixed up our glasses." There was a moderate gap of a few seconds between everything she said. Clearly I was only hearing half of a conversation. Phone conversation, most likely. Or else the other person is just insanely quiet. It was difficult to gauge her tone from how muffled the voice was, but there was a kind of melancholy in it. I wondered what was going on, and I kind of laughed at how random the phrases were. I thought about listening further, but I stopped myself. It wasn't my business. It's not for me to hear. I once again thought about going over and letting her know about the noise, but it didn't feel like a good time. I put on my headphones once again to try and enjoy the minimal amount of respite I had left in the day, and that was the end of it for that night. The third night I got home on time. I was a bit surprised not to hear anything from her at first. I guess that maybe she went to bed early or went out for the night. It was Friday after all. Usually people do things on Friday nights. I still made sure to be quiet when near her wall just in case she was sleeping. I made a mental note to look up how much soundproofing panels cost. I probably should have thought of that earlier. I got up from my 15-minute work sucks bed sprawling and headed over to my computer to do that important research. But, as often as I did, I forgot my coffee table exists and I stubbed my toe. The heavy table shifted inches across the wooden floor, and pain shot through me like a shock wave. I don't remember which expletive left my mouth involuntarily that time, but it was definitely one of them. I was so annoyed. Every time. I could just move the table. Why don't I ever just move the table?
Are you okay?
My heart leapt in my chest. I physically jumped back on one leg. I thought she wasn't home, and I forgot how close she could sound. It scared the crap out of me. She also spoke quite loudly. She probably assumed it would be harder to hear through the wall than it was. Oh, yeah, I'm good. Sorry, I just stubbed my toe. I responded back in a shaky voice. That sucks. I could hear a chuckle in her voice. She was clearly amused. Her volume decreased to match mine. I laughed in return. It happens all the time. So sorry to disturb you.
No, it's fine. I'm just reading. You sure you're good? That sounded violent.
She responded, sounding half concerned and half joking. Yeah, no, I'm alright. It sounded worse than it is. It's a heavy table and the walls here. I began to explain before she cut me off.
They're really thin, huh?
She finished my thought and then continued.
I can hear you so well. That's insane. I'm surprised I didn't hear you before now.
Yeah, I guess I'm quiet. And, well, I'm at work most of the day and get home late, so... I didn't like how awkward I sounded. I think I forgot how to have normal conversations.
Has it been noisy for you? I'm sorry if it was. I didn't know. I just moved in.
She sounded very kind and friendly. I was taken aback by it a little bit. Oh, don't be sorry. Nothing much. I think I probably heard you talking on the phone a bit the other night. I didn't listen in or anything. I put on my headphones. I explained. I hoped she believed me about the headphones. It was the truth, but it's hard to trust that sort of thing. I didn't mention the crying. I didn't want her to feel awkward or anything.
Oh, sorry about that,
she said. I detected a hint of confusion in her voice, but I ignored it. It's okay. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. I just didn't know when it would be a good time, and it's new to me too. I didn't have a neighbor before, I don't think. As I spoke, I found it harder to rationalize why I hadn't told her before now. I really should have.
Really? How long have you been here?
She asked. 2 years.
No one lived here before me for 2 years? Are you sure?
She was very perplexed. Well, honestly, no, I'm not sure. I just never heard anyone before, and I never saw anyone before. I probably sounded like a total recluse, but I was more interested in why she was so confused.
Oh, that's strange. I'm pretty sure there were people living here right before me. At least that's what the guy said.
Her tone had shifted, and what she said sent a bit of a shiver down my spine. It didn't make any sense. How could I not hear them, not once, when I can practically hear this woman breathing? After a brief silence, she spoke again and returned to a more casual tone.
Well, maybe they weren't around much. Maybe it was a second home or something. Anyways, sorry again about the noise. I'll get some soundproofing stuff for my end right away.
I admired her positivity, and I didn't feel any judgment from her for how strange I probably came across. It was really nice, and she had a point about it being a second home. That could be the case. I don't know why they have a second home in this crappy building, but what else could the explanation be?
I'm Jane, by the way. Nice to kind of meet you,
she added in a chipper manner. Well, it was refreshing to have such a pleasant interaction. A small part of me worried about her. She was so carefree and optimistic, almost naive. She must be new to the city. I wondered how long it would take before this place whittled away at her trust in humanity. The trust that she seemed to give me so freely. The thought of her spirits being slowly crushed like mine made me sad. I'm Lee. Nice to kind of meet you. A small impulse told me not to give my name, but I decided to reciprocate her trust. And yeah, I'll soundproof my end too.
Have a good rest of your night, and be careful,
she said. I found that slightly ominous, but then I remembered the toe thing. I will. I chuckled. Enjoy your book. That was my first conversation with the girl in 402. Over the weekend, we spent a lot of time getting acclimated to each other's presence as we each waited to get our soundproofing. I expected it to be a lot more awkward than it was. I attribute all of that to her. She had a way of making everything seem fine and almost playful. She would knock on the wall 2 times and say things like, "About to vacuum, sorry," and "My bad," when she would make noise. I would follow her lead and do the same 2 knocks. It was kind of nice. Out of the blue on Sunday, she knocked twice and said, "You know, it's weird. I don't hear my neighbors on the other side at all. Only you." We pondered over that a bit. She didn't seem to sweat it much, but it was odd that it was only on one side. These odd things were beginning to stack up. Why just the wall? Why only now? I began to wonder if more odd things have been happening all along, and I'm only starting to notice them now. Monday night I got home to find my package had arrived. The soundproofing was here. It was a little bittersweet seeing it on my doorstep. I knocked twice and told her I got it. She confirmed that she got hers too. She actually went out and physically bought it. I guess that speaks to the kind of people we are. We both said we'd put it up right away, both of us not wanting to continue to inconvenience each other any longer. But then that didn't end up happening. Instead, we just kept talking. I didn't mean to, and I don't think she did either, but we just kept finding more to say. The friendly small talk about the building and whatnot gave way to more meaningful conversation. We talked about how we got to where we were. We talked about where we wanted to go from here. I wound up sitting on the floor with my back to her wall, and I could hear words right behind my head as if we were back to back. Luckily, the paint on that bit of wall was dry by now. To her, this place was a fresh start. She didn't go into detail, and I didn't want to pry, but it was clear that this was some kind of escape from something. Maybe that's why she was so upbeat, because she was able to escape a bad situation. Or maybe she was just always this upbeat. She told me that she was going to enroll in the college here, and that she was going to start an online shop and work as a waitress on the side. Eventually, she wanted to open a restaurant. She even told me where and what the name and theme would be. She told me all these plans, all these wonderful things she wanted to do, all laid out step by step. I don't know what was preventing her from doing them before, but it made me smile hearing how excited she was about them. Something about the conviction in her voice made me truly believe she could do it all. Then she asked me about my plans. I froze up a bit. I didn't have plans. I wish I did. I was envious of people who did, but I could never seem to figure it out. At some point, I think I shut that part of me off entirely. This was as far as I got, is what I told her. We sat in silence for a bit after that. "There's still time," she said softly, breaking the silence. I could feel in her voice a new level of comfort and safety. All guards were down on both sides. She knew what I needed to hear, and I knew somehow that those words meant more coming from her than they would anyone else. We simply got each other. In that moment, there was no wall. Eventually, we said goodnight and agreed to put the panels up tomorrow. Those soft, comforting words rattled around in my brain all night long. They never really left. I woke up early the next day, and I began putting them up before work. It was a bit sad at first, but it's not like she was gone or anything. She was still right next door. We could just be friends normally now. I went to work excited about the idea. On my way home, I decided that I would properly introduce myself face to face, just to say hi. I felt confident enough in doing so by this point of knowing her. I got up to the door of 402, and after a brief hesitation, I did the 2 knocks. About 2 minutes passed and there was no answer. I tried again, still nothing. I was disappointed but not dejected. She must not be around. I'll try again tomorrow, I thought. When I got inside, I was immediately struck by how much quieter it was. All that constant city noise was getting absorbed by the panels. I didn't even think about that. I wasn't used to this kind of quiet. Now every small sound was large. I felt vulnerable, like all the noise was a big comfy blanket I could hide under, and now I'm exposed like a nerve. It would take some getting used to. An hour passed in this utter dreary silence. I tried to brave it without distraction to try and acclimate as quickly as possible, but it was just too freaky, so I had to put on some music. Not 5 seconds into the song, I heard,
No way.
coming from the wall. It was her. Jane, you can still hear me? I almost shouted in disbelief.
Did you put your things up?
She responded. Her voice was exactly as clear as before. Yeah, did you?
I covered the whole wall.
She shouted. What the? I was feeling mixed emotions. On one hand, it was nice to talk to her again. On the other hand, what the hell? We were both utterly stumped by this. Neither of us could come up with an explanation or a solution. She offered to try and ask the super to come do something. I told her she could try. Eventually, we settled back down and accepted the situation.
Oh, shit. I guess you're here to stay.
She said. I guess I am. I couldn't tell if she was happy about this or annoyed. I couldn't quite tell if I was either.
Alright, I hope you like ABBA then.
I hated ABBA. This was a nightmare. We resumed our routine from the days before. It remained mildly inconvenient, while also being oddly comforting. That night we talked more, sat in the same spots on the floor as the night before. I don't know why we chose to sit on the floor when both of our beds were right there, but it felt right. The discoloration of the new patch of paint on the wall marked the talking spot perfectly, and it felt a bit nostalgic. It's not often you sit on the floor as an adult. With all the excess noise being drowned out, it felt like she was even closer. I could literally hear her breathing. We talked a little bit about our upbringings, and we aren't terribly different. Her dad sucked. My dad died. We all got messed up somehow. The good news is, she informed me that I don't snore loudly at night, which is a huge relief. I laid up in bed. After she had said goodnight, I still hadn't acclimated to the silence, and now I had to bear it if I wanted to sleep. It wasn't working. I was just awake with my thoughts, which is a place I usually hate being, but not so much tonight. I thought about Jane, and I thought about the weirdness of the situation. As odd as it all was, it was at least interesting. By far the most interesting thing to happen to me since I moved here. I began having those middle-of-the-night urges to Google the principles of sound waves and how they travel, or how often apartments are vacant for long periods of time. But I resisted, determined that if I laid here unmoving in the dark long enough, sleep would happen. Briefly piercing the silence, I heard a mattress creak a few times and blankets shift. It sounded like she rolled over. Then back to nothing. I checked the clock. 2 a.m. Maybe sleep was hopeless. I stared into the dark of my apartment so long I started seeing abstract shapes and folds fade in and out of the shadows, and the walls seemed to wobble. I was so tired. I began to fade, but then another mattress creak brought me back to lucidity. This one was different. It was a deeper creak and singular, like one fluid motion. She sat up. Without question, that was the sound, but that was the only sound. No creaks, no fidgeting, no swiping sounds of blankets moving while she slowly awoke. It was strange and abrupt. It could be that she had a nightmare, but there was no heavy breathing or gasping or any of that. I waited to hear another sound, but it didn't come. A half hour passed. I didn't hear her get out of bed. I didn't hear her lay back down. Was she just sitting? My mind began to paint a picture of a woman sitting still in bed in the pitch black darkness, and it unnerved me. Maybe she did lay back down. Just slowly and softly enough that I didn't hear it, I thought. Maybe she had her book or something. She said she was reading the other day. Maybe she never sat up at all, and I mistook that sound for something else. I didn't hear anything else that night, and about an hour later, I managed to get some sleep. I wondered if I could bring this up to her. Would it be weird? Eventually, I decided against it. I don't want her thinking about me listening to her sleep. The situation is already a bit uncomfortable as it is when it comes to privacy. Plus, it was probably nothing. The next night, I got home and double knocked on the wall. She double knocked back. This was our new normal.
Hey, never date a tennis player. You know why?
She said. Why's that? I responded through my grin as I dealt with the water bucket once again.
Love means nothing to them.
She made sure to sound extra dramatic. Wow, that's tremendous. I responded, bemused.
I'm gonna hit you with one of those every day, I decided,
she said emphatically. Oh God. I pretended to sound annoyed.
That's right. This is why I don't have a boyfriend. They all run away. But you can't run away.
I can move away.
No, you can't. You're broke just like me. If you could have, you would have by now.
She had a point.
So deal with it. Here, what do you call a beehive with no exit?
She continued. No more. This is harassment. I weep for your future husband. When you bring a man over, I'm going to shout at him to run as fast as he can. I will just scream bloody murder until he leaves.
Unbelievable.
Dang it. I like that one, I replied. I couldn't lie.
Also, I'm never bringing a man over here. Are you kidding? You hear enough as it is.
Again, she had a point. We went about our business, and later that night we talked a bit more. These floor chats before bed we'd started having had become a highlight of my day, and I began looking forward to them while I was at work. A part of my brain was trying to recontextualize this into a romantic thing, but it really wasn't that. And I didn't want it to be. At least not right now. It was just nice. It was nice having someone to talk to, who was easy to talk to, who made me laugh and who I felt comfortable with. It was nice to feel genuinely connected to somebody after feeling disconnected for so long. It was nice to have a friend. Can I ask you something? I inquired.
Yeah,
she answered without hesitation. Why did you trust me so early on? I had this question for a while, but I felt comfortable enough now to ask. Jane paused for a moment before responding.
What makes you think I trusted you?
I was a bit taken aback by her question. Oh, well, you were just so friendly and open. I was just wondering. This is a seedy place, and you don't know me. She cut me off.
I was friendly, yeah, but that's how you have to be. That's like customer service voice. I don't want to anger the strange man living next to me, you know?
That made a lot of sense. I didn't think of it that way. She continued.
But I trust you now.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think you're a good guy. I think you probably won't kill me. What about me? Do you trust me?
I mean, I'm still not 100% convinced you exist, to be honest. I've still never seen you. You didn't answer your door when I tried to say hi, so you might just be a figment of my imagination. Who's to say? I joked, but a part of me thought that would actually explain things.
Wait, when was this?
She sounded surprised. Oh, after we put up the soundproofing. I was gonna say hi when I got home from work, but you didn't answer.
Really? I didn't hear you.
She responded, sounding legitimately disappointed. Well, that's a first, I joked. Jane chuckled.
I know, right?
I sighed. Alright, I gotta try to get some sleep tonight. Last night was awful.
Yeah? I slept like a baby last night. These soundproofing things rule.
She slept like a baby? The image in my head of her sitting up in her bed replayed and gave me chills once again. Clearly, I must be mistaken. I shook off the thought. Well, I still need to get used to it. Good night, Jane.
Hear you later, Lee.
She was serious about doing those jokes every day, wasn't she? I heard her get up and make her way to bed. A few minutes later, and her side fell quiet. I crawled into my bed and I once again stared into the dark. Sleep still wasn't coming easy. I dreaded this, but this time it only took about an hour to fall asleep, of which I was grateful. The silence still unsettled me. Suddenly I awoke, still in the darkness, even deeper now. I don't know what woke me up, but when I checked the clock, it was 2 a.m. I wasn't happy. I tried to fall back asleep, and it was slowly working until I heard it again. That same deep bed creak, that unmistakable sound of someone sitting up. Now I was fully awake. Minutes passed and I heard nothing else. Same as before, like she was just sitting there. This time, however, I just had to know. I was confused, concerned, and pretty creeped out. So I just leaned close to the wall and whispered, "Jane?" Nothing happened at first, but then I heard the bed very slowly begin to creak again, agonizingly slow and subtle. It sounded like she was turning, or at least adjusting her position in some way. I heard what sounded like her hands touching the wall, splayed out far apart on either side of me, and then I heard her breathing. I could only hear her breathe before when we were sitting back to back against the wall, so she must have been pressed right up against it. Her breathing sounded different this time, though. It sounded hollow, like she had a cold. I was petrified. The hair on the back of my neck was standing on end. What was she doing? Was she even awake? What must she look like right now? I stared at the wall, imagining her on the other side, pressed up against it like some feral thing. Was this really happening? Am I just too tired and loopy to be able to tell? Maybe the creaking was her laying back down and she's just breathing heavier than normal because she's asleep. I wanted to rationalize this so badly. I waited for something else to happen. Some other sound. I waited hours, but nothing did. And I was too scared to say anything else. Was she still there? Was she pressed against the wall all night long? I tried to get a little bit of sleep. I managed maybe 45 minutes, but it was not pleasant. I couldn't focus on work the next day. I was tired and I was so creeped out by what happened. I couldn't think of an explanation, but I knew there had to be one. There had to be something. I couldn't get the image out of my head, and every time that image replayed, she looked a little bit less human. I pictured her smiling a grotesque toothy grin. I imagined her drooling, her eyes open as wide as saucers, her fingers long and bony caressing the wall. None of this was rooted in reality. I knew that, but I couldn't help but think of it. I got back home, and this time I hesitated before doing my customary knocks on the wall, but I did, and she returned them, same as always.
I was just thinking, mankind has made a lot of great inventions.
Jane.
But the dry erase board has to be the most remarkable.
I laughed. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to laugh at her jokes today, but I did. She's still Jane. At least she seems to be. I was way overthinking. That one's pretty good, I can't lie.
You like it?
She asked, sounding proud of herself. I do. Hey, I have to ask you something, though, I said, trying to remain at least somewhat casual.
Shoot.
Do you sleepwalk? The other side went silent for a minute.
No, never in my life.
She responded, instantly sounding unnerved. I fell silent too. I didn't know how to explain, but she continued.
That's a scary question to ask out of nowhere. Did you hear something?
I don't know exactly what I heard.
Stop, don't talk like that. Is this revenge for the corny jokes? I'll stop the corny jokes. Don't do this to me.
She pleaded in a half-joking manner. No, I promise I'm not messing with you. And it's probably nothing. It's just, you didn't get up at all last night. Or the night before.
No, I did not get up at all. Please tell me what you heard.
She said firmly. I told Jane everything that happened. I tried to be delicate, but also honest. I trusted that she didn't know what was going on. That became evident to me by how freaked out she seemed. I know it sounded crazy. I just hope she didn't think I was messing with her. It was difficult to tell from her tone. Initially, she wanted to debunk it all, saying that I must have heard something else, which I admitted could very well be true. Nevertheless, she told me she was going to stay with her sister for the night. Probably a good idea. She gave me her phone number and told me to call if anything happened. That put my mind at ease about whether or not she trusted me. I told her to be safe, and she tried once again to reassure me that it was probably nothing, but I felt a sense of immense dread as soon as she left. Suddenly, I really didn't want to be alone here. That night was the quietest night of my life, and not in a good way. I thought about drowning it out by putting on some music or a movie, but nothing felt right. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to sleep that night, but eventually I managed. I ended up having a dream about a woman wearing a veil. Through the veil, I could vaguely make out 3 large black holes where her eyes and mouth should be. I couldn't recall anything that happened in the dream, only the image of that woman. I wondered if that was my subconscious way of trying to visualize Jane. I still didn't know what she actually looked like, so maybe my brain had trouble coming up with distinct features of her, or maybe it was something else entirely. It was still dark when I awoke from the dream. I felt a deep unease as I checked the time. 2 a.m. again. This time I wasn't eager to fall back to sleep. I didn't want to see the veiled woman again, so I stayed up a little while longer, attempting to ease my mind. I thought of every possible way to reassure myself. Eventually I began to fall into a facade of comfort until... creak. I went ice cold. No, this can't be. I didn't just hear that. It was that same sitting up creak, but I heard Jane leave. Could she have come back late while I was sleeping? Maybe, but what if it isn't her? What if it was never her? My mind raced. So many improbable scenarios played out in my mind. None of them were good. Was someone else in there with her the whole time and she didn't know? Someone hiding away, only coming out when she's sleeping? Was that creak her sitting up, or someone else sitting down? Do they watch her sleep? All I knew for sure was that someone was on the other side of this wall, because I could hear them breathing again. I wanted to do something. I wanted to know for sure, but I was powerless. Calling out to it last time was the most horrific mistake of my life. I didn't want to try that again. I wanted to call Jane, but I was afraid of making a sound. Instead, I just waited and listened. I was in a petrified daze, hyper alert but also completely exhausted. My body wanted to shut down, but my brain wouldn't let me. It may have been minutes, or it may have been hours. I couldn't tell. The image of the veiled woman kept reappearing in the back of my subconscious. Eventually, I decided to call Jane. If I heard a phone ring on the other side, then I would know. I typed the number in and hit call. The number you are trying to reach is not in service. What? How could that be? Suddenly cutting through the silence was a sound I had become very familiar with, and yet was the one sound I was the least prepared for. Knock, knock. A wave of shock shot through me. It was our knock. I didn't dare respond. If that isn't her, that means whoever it is has been listening to us. Now they're reaching out to me. They know I can hear them. But what if it's just her? She came back and was trying to see if I'm still awake. The thoughts whirled around like a hurricane. I couldn't bear it. I couldn't bear the silence. I couldn't bear the uncertainty. It was all too much. I got up, I grabbed my keys, and I left. As I walked out into the hallway, I saw her door. It looked the same as it always has, but to me right now, it was a portal to hell. Someone, or something, was on the other side of that door. It might be pressed up against it. It might be looking out the peephole at me. I darted away. I simply couldn't be here anymore. I got outside and suddenly I could breathe again. The noise of the bustling city greeted me like an old friend. I never thought I would find such comfort in it. I sat down on a bench in front of my building. I wasn't going to go back, not while the sun was down. I knew where my window was, so I knew where 402's window was. I didn't want to look at it, but I had to. It was completely black. I couldn't see anything inside. That was good, I thought, but that didn't stop me from feeling like I was being watched. I felt eyes up there looming over me. I couldn't rationalize it, but something inside was telling me that whatever was in 402 wasn't a person. I fought against that thought for a long time. I was starting to accept it. I tried my best to ignore it all. It wasn't easy. Eventually I laid down on the hard wooden slats and was able to get some much-needed shut-eye. I slept better than the last few nights. I called in sick to work the next morning. I wanted to be here when Jane got home, or to see if she was already home and last night was a massive overreaction. I felt safer seeing the sunlight beaming through the windows when I got back inside. I tried to occupy myself by catching up on some household chores, as the back of my mind waited anxiously for the next sound. I heard nothing all day. The longer it went on, the more sure I became that Jane wasn't home. As the sun set, it was apparent that she decided to stay with her sister for another night, meaning that yesterday night definitely wasn't her, also meaning that I was here alone for another night. I tried calling again. I don't know why I expected the outcome to be different. Still wasn't in service. I made extra sure I got the number right. It was exactly the number she said. Why would she give me the wrong number? Was it a new phone and she got it wrong by accident? Or did what I said to her really freak her out and maybe she thinks I'm not to be trusted? She placated me with a false number and then got the hell away from me. That outcome would have hurt the most. But a third idea crept into my mind too. The idea that maybe she couldn't be trusted. I vehemently resisted that idea. Night fell and the dread came with it. Part of me wanted to go outside to the bench again, but another part of me had to hear it one more time first. One more time to confirm that it was still in there, and then I would call the cops because this needed to end. I don't know why the noises always seem to start at 2, but that's what I was waiting for. As 1:59 turned over, my senses sharpened. I waited and I waited, expecting that sit-up sound. Only it didn't come. I had hoped that not hearing it would put my mind at ease, but that was not the case. It only put me more on edge. I felt like I was being watched. I felt like the thing on the other side knew I was listening. I couldn't hear anything, but I could feel the presence. It was there. I knew it. I just needed confirmation. The longer the silence went on, the more doubt began to creep in. The doubt infuriated me. All of this was doubt. Every second of this nightmare was doubt, and possibility, and maybe. I knew nothing. Nothing made sense. I was afraid and I was frustrated, so I made a decision. I stood facing the wall, carefully picking up my phone in one hand and my keys in the other, ready to run and dial 911 at a moment's notice. I gathered up all the courage I had and prepared to speak. I had to call out to it. I had to know that I wasn't crazy. I opened my mouth, but before the words could escape,
Lee?
a soft voice whispered through the wall. It was Jane. She sounded further away and her voice had a slight echo to it, but it was unmistakably her voice. Jane? The word fell out. My voice cracked.
Help me.
She sounded afraid, hushed like she didn't want to wake something. Jane, what's going on? I had a million questions. I was frantic, but I quieted my voice to match hers. Suddenly I was afraid to wake it up, too.
Please help me, Lee.
How are you there? When did you get back? I whispered, not covering my desperation.
I see it.
She continued. A shiver went down my spine. I'm going to call the cops right now. They'll be right there. It was the only solution I had.
I don't want to die.
She fell silent after that, but I heard the breathing against the wall again. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I was too scared to think straight, but I knew this wasn't right. It was her voice, but it can't have been her. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. I had enough. I ran out into the hallway and dialed 911. I told them that there was an intruder. I kept it vague because vague is all I had. As I spoke, I kept my eyes on her door. I wouldn't let it out of my sight. If it left, I would see it. If it stayed, they would catch it. I hoped. They advised me to stay in my apartment and lock the door. I didn't listen. It took around 40 minutes for them to arrive. 2 officers arrived on my floor, and the building manager was with them with keys to let them into her unit. I think his name was Larry. Like I said, I forgot a lot of names and faces. He shot me a brief glare when he saw me standing there. I probably woke him up with all this. I wanted to get a glimpse into the room, but I was ushered away back into my unit. My stomach was in knots with stress. I just wanted this to be over. I didn't know what to expect. Would there be shouting? Would I hear a fight? Would there be gunshots? A part of me had a feeling, a dreadful feeling, that they would get in there and they wouldn't find anything. Minutes passed. I waited and waited, but I couldn't hear anything from the wall. Not a peep. Why aren't they going inside? I thought out loud. Suddenly there was a knock at my door. I opened the door and sure enough, it was the officers, flanked by Larry. They told me what I was afraid of. We searched the apartment and we couldn't find any signs of someone living in there. You went inside? I questioned. I knew they didn't go inside. We searched the entire unit up and down. There was no one in there. But if you hear anything again... After that point, I tuned out. I exchanged the default pleasantries and they went on their way. I couldn't find a crap to give in any of their words, and I was too frustrated and exhausted to search for it. I tried to get answers. Instead, I ended up with yet another question atop the pile. Why wouldn't they go inside? What did Larry tell them? I knew I wasn't getting any sleep that night. All I could do was sit on the bed and overthink. This was all bigger than I thought it was. Jane could have been in on it. Larry could have been in on it. The police could have been in on it, for all I knew. I really didn't want to believe that Jane was in on it. The way Larry glared at me, maybe it wasn't "screw you for waking me up in the middle of the night." Maybe I stirred something up that I wasn't supposed to. Maybe the problem wasn't with Jane. Maybe there wasn't an intruder, a creature, or even a ghost. Maybe it was the room itself. As I sat and drove myself crazy with these theories, a new sound shot into my ear and sent my heart up into my throat. Some kind of rapid clacking sound. Almost sounded like someone button mashing a controller, but not as plasticky. I jumped off the bed and the sound stopped. The room wasn't done with me yet. I had never heard this sound before. I couldn't place it at first, but once the initial shock wore off, I knew exactly what it sounded like. It sounded like teeth chattering. I didn't want to believe that's what it was. There are lots of things that sound similar to teeth chattering. If it was any other circumstance, I could easily debunk it as the place settling. Little rhythmic cracking of hard materials rubbing together, bending. But this isn't any other circumstance. I was frozen in fear once again. The images my mind involuntarily conjured up were instantly traumatizing. A wide, chattering, horse-like, bloody mouth upon a gaunt, sunken face. A naked man with hungry mouth strewn all over his body. A zipper made of teeth going all the way down a human head so it can open like a Venus flytrap. Those chattering mouth toys you get from a joke store haphazardly sewn into human flesh. I pleaded for my imagination to stop, but it simply wouldn't. The mouth abominations, the veiled woman, the ghoulish watcher, pressed against the wall. All my imagination, but imagination is powerful when reality is vague. One of them could be real, if this thing even has a form. Maybe it was just a shadow in the dark. The sounds began again. Now I heard scratching at the wall. Not hard, not ferocious. Little light scrapes, nearly inaudible, like it was just kind of picking at it, or scribbling against it. It sounded like having a rat in the walls. I used to be afraid of rats, I thought. Now I would love nothing more than for this to only be a rat. The sound began to change. Those little scrapes and scribbles along the wall morphed somehow. I couldn't tell if it was just my tired mind changing from the way that my tired eyes could make the stucco ceilings move and warble, but the sound changed nevertheless. The scribbles began to sound breathy. They started sounding more like whispers than scribbles. The content of the whispers was indiscernible. My mind went to someone in a small, padded room, sitting in a corner with their legs curled up to their chest, shaking and whispering incoherent gibberish to themselves. There was an almost hypnotic effect to the whispers. I resisted the urge to move closer to try and make out any words hidden in the almost silent muttering. I wouldn't have the opportunity to try, however, because suddenly a blood-curdling scream exploded through the wall. I almost leapt out of my skin. It wasn't just any scream. It was Jane's voice again. I had never heard a scream so horrific in my life, but it was enough to break me from the trance I was falling into. I grabbed my keys and ran outside as fast as I could. I spent another night on the bench outside. At least whatever was left of the night by this point. Even outside and far away from the room, sleep wouldn't come. The images I conjured were too horrific, and the sounds replayed over and over. The deep, frustrating, impossible uncertainty of the situation loomed over me heavily, as did the eyes that I still felt watching me from the window. I was terrified, and I felt truly alone. Morning came, and I felt the relative safety of the sun. It took a while for me to gain the courage to re-enter my apartment, but I did. Then I went to work like always. Despite all this, despite being scared out of my mind, sleep-deprived and feeling like I'm going insane, life doesn't care. The world keeps turning. I still gotta eat. If this monotonous routine wasn't already so deeply ingrained into me, I might have had a full psychotic break by now, but my body was on autopilot. Plus, I didn't like being home anymore. Even in the daytime, last night was too much. I didn't go home right away after work. I delayed as much as I could. I thought about staying somewhere else, but if Jane was back, and if she really was the friend I thought she was, I had to be there to warn her about the thing that uses her voice. There was also one more thing that compelled me to come back. A breadcrumb I had to follow. I got into my building, but instead of heading up to the 4th floor, I went straight into the front office. I hated this little room. unkempt, smelly, with a thick hum of fluorescent light tubes. Luckily, he was still there, head down in some papers. I knew he had to have some kind of answers for me. He had to know something. "Larry, you got a minute?" I asked, trying my best to put some extra bass into my voice. "It's Mike." "Dang it." "Don't worry about it," he replied with a slight chuckle, then looked up to meet my gaze. When he saw me, his expression slightly changed. Have a seat." He seemed to be expecting this visit. He knew something. I could see it in him. I took the only seat without papers and envelopes all over it. "What can I do for you?" he asked. I had so many questions, but I wanted to choose the simplest and most broad one to start, just to see where he takes it. Only 4 words popped into my head right away. "What's wrong with 402? Mike gave me a half-hearted grin. He knew this was coming. "Look, kid, maybe it would do you good to just get out of there for a while, okay? Stay with a relative or something." "What are you talking about?" I responded, bewildered. "You know, city life, it's not for everyone. It drives us all a little crazy sometimes. I know I love to go camping every now and again with the old lady, once or twice a summer. Get away from all this. It just gets your mind right." I saw through his words, and I knew that he could read on my face that I wasn't accepting them. "Tell me what's wrong with 402. Mike sat back in his chair and let out a deep sigh. "I don't know." He said that like it was an answer, but he continued before I could press him. "I wish I knew. It's just one of those things." "It's just one of those things?" I repeated, immediately put off by his tone. "Okay, I don't really like to talk about it. I try not to. I find that's best." He paused, took a few seconds to find the words, then continued. "People don't do well in 402, meaning they get scared and they leave, or, you know, whatever. I don't know what it is, and I'm not a superstitious type. There's just something wrong with it. That's all I can say." He explained. His body language changed. I saw him begin to fidget with his hands. "Did anything happen in that room?" I questioned. He took another big sigh. "A lot of calls to the police like yesterday, thinking there's an intruder. A man in the closet, a man under the bed, things like that. Spook house things. That's how it started. It all sounded like nonsense. Of course, police find nothing every time. We get the place tested for a gas leak or what have you. Nada. So we carry on. What more can I do, right?" A shockwave shot through me as he said all this. I was stunned. This was the first kind of confirmation I had gotten about any of this. It's all real. All of it. It's not just me. He continued. Then things started getting worse. People started doing things to themselves. You know what I mean. They started carving themselves up. Paramedics would be in and out. It was getting really bad. Sarah, my wife, she cleans the rooms up for new tenants. They were in and out of 402 all the time, so she was in there a lot. One day she tells me she can't go in there anymore. I ask why. She says because something is watching her. She says it knows her. She says something terrible is going to happen in there. I don't know what to make of that, but she never went into 402 again. She doesn't even like going near the door because she thinks there's someone at the peephole. Then there was the disappearance. That girl went missing. You heard about that, right? I was ashamed to admit that I didn't. Maybe it came up. Maybe at one point I was told, but it was long since forgotten. They presumed her dead, never found her. I knew it had something to do with the room, so I closed it for good. Nobody in or out unless absolutely necessary. I didn't know what to say. I was horrified. What must all of these people have seen? I shuddered to think, but also, I still had questions. This sounded right, but there were glaring inconsistencies. I had to keep prodding. How did you get the police to go along with that? I asked, attempting to remain composed. I didn't. They do their business, they're in and out quick. They never find anything, and they don't really ask. It's the city. No, but they didn't go inside the room last night. Why didn't they go in? Mike shot me a confused look. They did go in. They went in, they searched, they found nothing like they always do. New guys. It's been a few years, but none of them do. I was getting frustrated again. Things weren't lining up. Why lie about this? I know they didn't go in. I would have heard them if they went in. I hear everything that happens in there. And you clearly didn't close the room because you rented it out. It's occupied right now. And Jane said you told her about previous tenants when she moved in. So there were people even before her. Mike's expression completely dropped. You think someone lives there right now? Yes, someone lives there. Don't lie to me, I asserted. No one has lived there for 8 years. I promise you, he said coldly. I was boiling over. I lost my composure entirely. Someone lives there. Jane lives there. We both know she does. I've spoken to her almost every day since she moved in. I've heard her cook. I've heard her clean. I've heard her crappy music. She's my friend, and she's in danger living in this room. And you just let her go on in for what? Your bottom line? You really needed that extra rent money? What? For your camping trips? Mike raised his voice to match mine. Listen, buddy, I don't know what to tell you. Nobody lives in that room. I won't allow it. You want to go see for yourself? Here. Mike rummaged around his desk and threw a set of keys at me. You have at it. Go have a look. It's an empty room. And after you see that it's an empty room, do the smart thing. Don't stick around. Don't go inside. Lock it back up. Then pack your stuff and get out because your room isn't safe anymore. I was stunned. I was angry. I was confused and slightly ashamed. I had no more to say, so I turned to leave, but then he spoke up one more time. Oh, and by the way, you really are bad with names because Jane, that's the name of the girl who went missing. Jane Lewis. My whole body went numb as I walked out. This couldn't be the truth. I couldn't have been talking to a dead person this whole time. I had guessed that this thing was using her voice somehow, but that was only at night. It can't have all been fake. Jane was my friend. I couldn't believe it. I refused to believe it. That walk up to my floor was the longest of my life. I approached 402 with the key in my hand. I stopped in front of the door. I stood for what felt like hours. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Not right now. The thought of opening that door for even a moment, especially at night, was far too horrifying. I had to sit down and collect myself. I went inside my apartment and immediately sat on my bed. I wanted to cry. This was all too much, but all I could do was sit and shiver in silence until... Knock, knock. I didn't have time to be startled, as a familiar voice immediately accompanied the knocks.
Hey, I'm back. I stayed an extra night. I bet you love the peace and quiet. Anything happen? You didn't call, so I'm hoping we're all good. You gave me quite a scare.
Jane, in her normal, casual, optimistic Jane voice. I wanted to be able to trust her so badly. I needed a friend right now, and she made it so easy to trust her. So easy. How do I talk to her? What could I say? I couldn't find the words.
You there?
She asked calmly. Your number. It said it was out of service. I muttered weakly.
Really? What the hell? Are you sure you typed it in right?
Yeah, I'm sure. I couldn't put any energy behind my voice.
Are you okay? What happened?
She responded, sounding genuinely concerned. You know, don't you?
No, what?
You're part of it. You are this thing.
What are you talking about? Lee, you're not making sense.
Is your name really Jane?
Well, yeah, obviously. Why wouldn't it be?
Jane Lewis? The wall fell silent for a moment.
What the hell? Are you looking me up or something? That's messed up.
Jane said, sounding shaken. Maybe I should look you up. Maybe I should, since you're dead.
What? You're scaring the shit out of me, okay? I think you need some help.
I lost my composure again. You're dead. You died. Jane Lewis died, so who are you, and why are you doing this to me?
I'm not dead. Why are you saying I'm dead?
She shouted. She sounded so convincing. Maybe she genuinely didn't know she was dead. Or maybe this was another trick. Your apartment is vacant. Nobody has lived there for 8 years. It's empty. You aren't real. I heard her laugh. That kind of exasperated laugh when you hear something so ridiculous your brain has trouble processing it. It was a very human-like response.
Lee, that's not true. I don't know who's telling you this, but it's not true. I can assure you I am real. I signed a lease. I have a parking spot. I just went to see my sister and my nephew. We played Mario Kart and ate pizza. Pretty sure I wasn't a ghost to them. Listen to yourself. You're in your own head. I am real. I am your friend. At least I'm trying to be.
Her voice began to crack at the end. I could almost hear the tears welling up. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I began to cry. She wasn't trying to pull me back to a reality I had drifted so far from. God, I wanted everything she said to be true. Across the wall, I could hear a few quiet sobs. It was so real. It had to be real.
You're really scaring me. If this is a game, please just stop. It's sick. I'll leave. I'll pack my stuff and I'll leave. Just please stop.
My heart broke. I never wanted this. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Jane. I don't know what's happening with me. Nothing makes sense. The building manager told me all this stuff and I don't know what's real anymore. I need help. I almost let it all go. I almost convinced myself that I had totally lost it and it was all in my head. It would have been so easy. All the pieces would fit together if none of it was real. But I had one more idea. I have a phone, like I said to her. Maybe I should look her up. If she went missing, there would be reports. All I have to do is type in her name. Jane Lewis, plus the name of the city. Enter. My heart sank further than I thought it could. There she was. The article came up immediately and I saw her face for the first time, but I didn't think she was lying. Not on purpose, anyway. Those tears couldn't be fake. I refused to believe it. She really doesn't know. She's still stuck in that room, thinking she's alive. I looked at her picture for a while, so different from the ones my mind conjured up when we spoke. But her face fit her voice and personality like a glove. It radiated positive energy. The image of her in my mind was replaced with this new one instantaneously. Something about being able to attach the voice to the face made me trust her 10 times more. I knew this was really her. In some form, I wasn't being tricked. I was certain. I don't know if I should tell her that she was dead. A part of me thought there wouldn't be a point. There's no way she would believe me, but I felt like I had to. No more secrets. I needed this all out in the open, whatever happens. Jane? I said hesitantly. I looked you up. I'm looking at the article right now.
Lee, please.
She begged. I continued and began reading the article aloud. Jane Adrienne Lewis, 26, last seen October 12th, 2015, reported missing October 14th, 2015, declared dead October 14th, 2022. Multiple searches turned up no leads. The initial suspect, ex-boyfriend Devin Aronson, whom had at the time been serving a restraining order from Jane, was exonerated. Her sister Carrie and mother Lynn continue to urge the public to come forward with any information they may have. I recited coldly, trying not to break. Jane was loved by her family, friends, and community, and is described as a kind soul, funny, passionate, and selfless. Her entrepreneurial spirit led her to start up multiple small businesses, dating all the way back to 8 years old when she would make and sell beaded bracelets and homemade baked goods to her classmates. Her mother, Lynn, quotes, "I stopped myself. This is a lot to throw at her, and I think she got the point." She was silent for a minute and then she spoke.
October 12th, 2015.
Yes, 8 years ago last month. That was the last time you were seen.
8 years ago.
Yeah,
October 12th, 2015 is today.
she said.
You're telling me I go missing today.
Everything turned upside down once again. I stammered, words struggled to form. She was living out her final days all over again somehow.
Nobody remembers the stupid bracelets. Only my mom remembers that stuff.
She continued. I'm sorry.
It's not true. You're sick. You've been stalking me, gathering all this information. What do you want?
She screamed. There's a video. I can play it for you. She went silent. I took that as a yes. I turned the volume up, held the phone to the wall, and hit play on the embedded video. An older woman and a younger woman stood together in front of microphones on the front lawn of a small house. I could only assume her mom and her sister. She wouldn't accept it from me. Maybe she would accept it from them. Her mom didn't get through 2 sentences before I heard the most horrific sound I had ever heard coming from the other side of the wall. It sounded like all the air was sucked out of her, while at the same time she screamed and wailed. It was like the scream I heard the day before. All she could say was no, over and over again. I heard her rocking back and forth on the bed. It hit. She believed. I'm sorry. I cried, but all I could do was wait and listen to her violent sobbing, her awful cries. I couldn't imagine what she must be going through. After a few minutes, the crying stopped and she spoke through her sniffles.
Read me more. There has to be more.
I obliged and continued skimming the article. The words, "an early prominent lead," jumped out at me and I read the paragraph out loud. Jane's older sister told police about conversations the two had the day prior to her disappearance. Jane talked about making friends with a neighbor named Lee. I paused. The last thing I expected was my name to appear in this. Albeit spelled wrong. It was spelled L-E-E. Mine is spelled L-E-I-G-H. My heart began to pound, and I continued. Whom she claimed she could hear through the unit's wall. However, when police searched, they found nobody by that name living in the building, and weren't able to find any evidence of this mysterious Lee.
What the?
Jane said, echoing my sentiments. You're alive. I'm really talking to you. 8 years ago. I surmised. It was the only way that could make sense.
I've been trying to tell you I'm alive.
Wait, maybe that means I can help you. You were supposed to die today, but maybe I can save you.
Okay. How?
I thought about it for a second and the most obvious answer popped into my mind. Get out. Get out of the room now. It's in the room. You have to leave.
What do you mean it's in the room?
It's 4:02. Something bad is in 4:02. I hear it at night. You have to go right now. Stay with your sister.
Okay, I'm going.
She said frantically. I heard the bed shift as she began making her way off. Then I heard something else. Wait, I shouted. Don't move.
What? Why?
Don't step off the bed. Stay on the bed.
Why?
It's breathing. I can hear it. It's under your bed. I softened my voice to a whisper, even though I didn't think it would do any good.
I can't hear anything.
It's there. It's waiting. Don't step your foot off.
What do I do?
I don't know. I don't know. Just wait.
I don't want to die.
You won't. We'll figure this out. I paced around the apartment frantically, trying to put the pieces together to try and find some answer, some way I could save her. Then something struck me. I don't want to die. She said that to me last night. And she wasn't here. It was the same words, said in the same way. Like her scream was the same scream. It wasn't this thing mimicking her. It was her. I heard you when you weren't here. How did I hear you when you weren't here? How did I hear you say something before you said it? I asked in desperate confusion.
I don't know,
she repeated. You said those exact words before, the same exact way. It was you. I thought maybe it was using your voice, but it was you. Now I don't understand. I don't know. Jane, I'm sorry, I don't know what to do. This doesn't make any sense.
Time,
she said in a softer voice. What?
I read this book a little while ago. It was a poetry book.
It sounded like she was just talking to calm herself down, saying anything, thinking about anything. Just going back to a happy place. Anything to cope. It seemed like something she had to learn how to do. I let her continue while I searched my own mind for answers.
One of the poems was about time, about how life is a cup and time is water being slowly poured into the cup. I can't remember exactly how it went, but the stream of water is your present, and it all collects and fills up to become your past, she said. I heard her lay back on her bed. I pictured her staring at the ceiling, fingers interlocked, scared out of her mind but trying her best to talk her way out of it. I never heard that one, I replied. It always feels like we're going somewhere because we're in the middle of the pour, but when you look at the past, it's all in the same place. You can take a sip from any of it. I always liked that analogy for some reason. Maybe when we see ghosts, it's just time spilling out of their glasses, out into the world for all to see. Maybe that's why we see them most at night. It's easy to spill things when it's dark.
Her voice slowly grew calmer. I listened, fearing deep down that this might be the last time I hear it. She kept going.
I don't think I spilled. Maybe a little bit. In the dark. Maybe that's what you were hearing. But I think I poured my time out. To you, I mixed up our glasses. Because I needed to.
Maybe she was right. There's no way of knowing, but it is a nice thought. We mixed our time. I pictured a plain milkshake in a blender, but with a little chocolate swirl cascading into the center.
Or maybe I threw my whole glass at the wall,
she said, chuckling faintly. I smiled. That would do it. The thing in that room, maybe it spilled too. Spilled over here from someplace else, I surmised. The wall went silent. It was silent for a long time. Too long. Then the creak I had become so familiar with. She sat up. Jane? I shouted.
I see it.
Her breath was shaky. Her words were weak.
It's with me now.
Get out of there. Run. Just run. I shouted.
I can't move. Please help me, Lee. Please.
she begged. I couldn't take any more. I couldn't think anymore. I took the keys Mike gave me. I grabbed a big kitchen knife, and I stormed out of the apartment as fast as I could. I didn't know what I would do or what I could do. I just had to get to her. Without hesitation, I plunged the key into the lock of 402 and burst through the door, letting it slowly close behind me. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I took in what I saw in the brief moments when the room was illuminated by the hallway light, and it was everything Mike said it was earlier. Empty. Completely empty. Unkempt and unclean. The dust was thick. There was absolutely no mistaking the fact that this place was abandoned. Now, though, with the door closed, all of those details were replaced by a thick blanket of darkness. So dark. Darker than my apartment ever was. I tried the lights and they didn't come on. "Jane?" I shouted again as I walked further into the blackness, but there was no response. She wasn't here, but she was. She was on her bed, helpless, staring at something that was about to kill her. What was happening 8 years ago, but it was happening right now. I just couldn't see it. There isn't even a bed here anymore. I stood right where it should be, and there was nothing. "Please answer me, Jane." I should be able to hear her, I thought. I tried to even just feel her presence somehow, but I couldn't feel anything except dread. Was I too late? I called out to her again and again. Nothing. I turned my attention to her tormentor. "Leave her alone. What are you? Show yourself." What was I saying? The adrenaline was too high. I didn't even fully realize the scope of the stuff I was in, but it was beginning to dawn on me. This thing, it killed Jane. It torments people. It carves them up. And I just walked right into its mouth. I liked Jane's theory about time, but maybe it was this thing that did it. It mixed up our time. It put us together to lure me over here. 8 years without a victim, and it was starving. It knew we would connect. It knew I would come to save her. It got me right where it wanted me. In my adrenaline-fueled haze, I walked far away from the door without even realizing it. I was on the other side of the room. I could make a run for it, but I froze. The soundproofing panels were gone, but the place was just as silent. The intense dark made my vision fuzzy and grainy. Dark spots and subtle shapes manifested and dissipated, tricking my eyes. I tried to scan the room. All I could really make out was some of the basic geometry. The only light was an inch-tall line coming from under the front door. It could be hiding in any of these pitch-black corners, standing there, watching me hyperventilate. There was a sliding closet door next to the front door, very slightly open. Mike said something about people seeing it in the closet. I could imagine its eye peeking out. Maybe that's where it hid in the daytime, watching Jane and listening to us. Something moved above me. I looked to the ceiling, but saw only black. It could be up there too, sprawled out on the ceiling like some kind of spider, looking down at me, waiting to pounce. I wouldn't know. More movement in the far corners of my periphery. I turned to face it out of instinct, and was again met with the void. I wanted to think it was all a trick of my eyes, but I knew better. I told my body to run. It was time to run. My body didn't want to move, but I had no choice. I couldn't stay here. As much as it killed me, I was quickly realizing there was no saving Jane. There never was. I was still as powerless as I had been this entire time, so I had to go now. Then I heard it creak. The floorboard right in front of the door I was so anxious to get to. I turned and looked towards the door, and I saw it. The line of light under the door was now broken by 2 dark pillars. It was standing right there. It was too dark to make out any other features, or maybe it didn't have any. All I could make out was a shadow amongst the shadows, the vaguest confirmation of a form. My legs fell out from under me and I came down hard. I kicked my feet and crawled back against the furthest corner. I didn't take my eyes off of it. I didn't dare to even blink. It didn't move. After a moment, the floorboards began to creak subtly again and again, but it still wasn't moving. It sounded like it was only slightly shifting its weight from one foot to the other and back again. It was swaying. I really was trapped now. It wasn't going to let me go to the door. I put my hands on the wall behind me to help me push myself back up. One of my hands touched something wet. The wall was damp and squishy. Instinctually, I looked to see what I was touching, and my eyes were able to adjust enough to make out that it was mold. A ton of mold, coating several feet of the wall. I recoiled in disgust, but it quickly all started to add up. This mold was exactly where the mold in my apartment was. It was the same mold on both sides. The guys who replaced my drywall, they never looked on the other side. But now that I thought about it, the day after they opened my wall was the day this all started. Opening the wall opened the threshold, and that's how it must have found me. These revelations ripped through my mind within a few seconds, but the ultimate realization was that I took my eyes off of it. I quickly turned back. The line of light was unbroken again. It moved. It could be anywhere now. It was toying with me like it toyed with all the others. I began to feel my feet go numb, just like how Jane's did. I couldn't make a run for it anymore. This was it. It was coming for me. In my desperation, I took the knife and jammed it into the moldy wall. It slid in, so I stabbed it again and again and again. Then I dropped the knife and forced my hands inside, pulling and ripping and tearing at the decay. Some parts tore away easy. Others were still rough and hard. Amidst the crumbling and the squishing sounds of the wall being pulled apart and the sounds of my own struggling, the creaks began again, coming closer now. The tips of my fingers screamed in pain. My fingernails bent and broke as drywall lodged itself behind them, but I continued tearing at it with everything I had. It felt like I had an extra pair of hands. The creaks got closer. The numbness crept up my legs. The breathing I heard time and time again I could now feel on the back of my neck. Then, that awful sound of teeth chattering inches away from my ear. Eventually, the hole was big enough for me to crawl into, and I hoisted myself inside with every bit of strength I had left. My body barely fit between the drywall and the solid concrete. I squeezed in as best as I could. I knew this wasn't an escape. This was just the only thing I could do. Maybe this would be far enough outside of its physical domain. Sound could travel past the wall, but maybe it couldn't. It was a stretch, but it's all I had. It was pitch black in here. I couldn't even see myself. I was at the whim of the warbling fuzz of my own retinas. It stopped moving, but it continued to breathe, right next to my ear. Maybe I was right and it couldn't get inside. Time passed. The breathing faded. My heart rate began to slow and the intense pain in my hands crept to the surface. I didn't know how long it had been, but it felt like ages. At this point, I was waiting for the sun to come up, but instead it stayed pitch black. I finally decided to take a peek outside of the hole just to see a glimpse of that line of light again. I reached my hand toward the edge of the hole to pull myself towards it, but I couldn't find it. I ran my hand along the whole surface. I couldn't find the hole. It was gone. It was like it was never there. The wall was perfectly smooth and solid. I began to hyperventilate again. Then I began to scream. I screamed for help until my throat went coarse. I hit the wall as hard as I could over and over, and it wouldn't budge. I couldn't see the blood, but I felt it trickle down my knuckles. I managed to dislodge a wooden stud, but that offered no help. I fought until I had no more fight left in me. Then I sat back, staring into the blackness once again, defeated. Only there was something different this time. I could only describe it as something darker than pitch black, a little fuzzy orb of it floating past the wooden stud that I broke off. I pulled myself closer, and my eyes very slowly began to adjust. It wasn't an orb I began to discover. It was 3 orbs, arranged in an inverted triangle. I pulled myself closer again. No, not orbs. They were holes. I couldn't fully make it out until I was a mere foot away from it. Then I gasped in horror. A face, sunken black holes for the eyes and mouth, withered and shrouded in a veil of cobwebs. I could barely make out the rest of the body, slumped over and sitting like I was, decayed to bones. There she was, the veiled woman, but not just the veiled woman. It was Jane. She was here all this time. It probably tricked her into the wall the same way it tricked me. Tears welled up immediately and turned to frantic sobs. No, Jane, please, no. I thought I could save you. Please don't be gone. I knew she was dead, but actually seeing her like this broke me beyond repair. It sunk in now. That last glimmer of hope I had was gone. My friend was dead, and she died afraid. You can't be gone. Tell me one of your jokes. You're supposed to tell me them every day. You can't miss a day. You have to, please. I was hysterical, thinking about her scared and alone and trapped for God knows how long, never being found. It shattered me over and over. I couldn't save her. I couldn't reassure her. I couldn't make things better. I couldn't say goodbye. I couldn't even bring her or her family closure because I will die in this place too, and neither of us will ever be found. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Give me more time. Spill me more time. Just a little more. I begged, but nothing happened. The next few hours were agony. Staring at the empty, decomposed husk of the girl I failed. Replaying every single decision I made, thinking about how I could have done it differently. I was always too late, always one step behind, too scared, too uncertain. I always knew I was like this. I always have been, but I didn't think it mattered. I figured the only life I could ruin was my own. I began doing our knocks on the wall over and over, hoping maybe she would hear it somewhere, sometime. Maybe it would reach her at a time when she needed to know someone was still with her. That's probably not how it worked, but it's all I had left. I was hungry, dehydrated. My lips were sticking together. My vision got even spottier. Occasionally I would sleep, as much as I could. I tried to move my arms and my body every now and then to stop them from becoming completely stiff, but they hurt like hell. 2 days passed. I continued knocking. I was in a haze when I saw an axe crash through the wall, bringing with it a beam of blinding light. It crashed through several more times. The light scorched my eyes. I heard a voice and yelling, and I couldn't discern it. Before long, I was being pulled out of the wall. The pain in my muscles was unbearable. My eyes wouldn't focus, and my brain wouldn't unscramble, but I could think just enough to repeat, "Jane is in there," as I was dragged away, before I completely lost consciousness. I awoke in a hospital room, once again blinded by all the light, but my eyes eventually focused on Mike. He told me he regretted giving me the key to 402 and came to check on me. When he saw the key still in the lock, that's when he heard me knocking and he got me out. I told him I was grateful and that I was sorry. The police and the paramedics came and collected Jane's body. Mike told me what story to use to explain what happened. Say I heard some rats and took it upon myself to set traps on the wall when I got stuck and found Jane. It worked well enough for them. I got fired for missing work, which made me laugh. And it goes without saying that I had to find a new place to live. I went back to my apartment after I got discharged, gathered everything I could in about 20 minutes and left. Right before I shut the door, I knocked twice on the wall. one more time, just because. Jane's sister reached out to say thank you on behalf of her and her family. I wish I could tell them more, but there was no way. All I could do was wish them the best. I believe they're trying to sue Mike for criminal negligence. I struggled to find a new place and a new job. I got fired a few times for being too inattentive or slow. I wasn't sleeping or eating. I had panic attacks and night terrors. I couldn't bear the dark or the quiet. The things I saw I couldn't escape, but beyond the fear and the trauma, it was the guilt that was the worst. I saw her face everywhere. Her dead face haunted me while I slept, and her living face haunted me while I was awake. Neither face could ever forgive me. I didn't have enough money to drink away the sorrow. I was forced to face it all every day. Dating was off the table. I wouldn't subject someone else to me in the state I was in. I thought long and hard about giving up in those next few months. I got closer and closer to making that decision. I started stockpiling prescription pills and drafting final letters. I only felt more and more ready as the days passed. But on the day I chose, and the time I chose, I heard 2 knocks on my wall.